Hey guys, tonight we set out on a winter Camino, the kind where your breath looks like a tiny dragon audition and your backpack argues with gravity every 5 steps. It's cozy storytelling time, but with just enough realism to remind you that Frost has opinions. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Comments are open. Drop the name of your city and the exact time where you are, so this pilgrim caravan can crisscross time zones together like a constellation. Expect gentle jokes, a bit of practical wisdom, and a few history nuggets crunchy enough to snack on. No jump scares, no spilled guts, only snow, stone, and the soft glow of chapel lamps. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Frostlines sketch lace along the eaves of St. Jean-Pied-de-Port, and the cobbles wear a slick, elegant sheen that says careful in 12 languages without moving a lip. A bakery door exhales butter, caramel, and new bread, and somewhere a door latch thunks like a slow metronome. Back at your pension, a heater ticks while you cinch your pack with the seriousness of someone defusing a snack-based emergency. Winter isn't dramatic here. It's competent. Light, silence, and a pocketful of cold. The whole town feels like a clean page. Even the Nive River murmurs in a smaller handwriting, as if keeping your confidences. History doesn't announce itself with trumpets. It nods from a doorway and lets you pass. The old ramparts. Pink sandstone, square shoulders. Don't brag that they watched Navarre's kings and contraband and caravan bells. They simply hold the hill the way a calm hand holds the leash of a friendly dog. Saint-Jean folds you into its brick-red gate, the Porte Estijac, where countless walkers chase the same westward rumor. There is a path that ties your soles to your soul. Stone remembers. In summer, the town sparkles with gear catalogs made flesh. In winter, the streets breathe in longer rhythms, and the few pilgrims look like commas in a very long sentence. The gate, a UNESCO-minted veteran, never rolls its eyes at your new boots. It has seen fashion, poverty, piety, and people who thought a cardigan counts as technical fabric. Scholars like to remind us that multiple routes braid into this river called the Camino, French Way, Northern Way, Primitivo, Plata, and they still debate which one can claim firstness. Annoyingly, the Middle Ages forgot to publish a press release. Still, the gate does what gates do. It says enter, and leaves the arguments to footnotes. Maps unroll across the breakfast table with the dramatic flair of stage curtains. Coffee joins the cast. A pencil taps the margin by Roncesvalles, a name heavy with Roland's horn and poetry. Even if the snow will only give you a quiet pass today. Waymarks take on personalities. Yellow arrows, shy shells, and those occasional handmade signs with handwriting bolder than the carpentry. Winter offers gifts that don't trend on social media. Empty paths, clean air, and the sound of your thoughts walking at your pace. Pilgrim lore whispers that the Milky Way once guided travelers west. The Star Road. Romantic? Absolutely. GPS? Not so much. Historians add, with the polite voice of librarians, that astronomical navigation on foot wasn't exactly practical. Still, the metaphor is older than any hostel booking site. The real star tonight is the way a snow cloud bruises the sky into violet and the way a church bell stitches sound to distance. Boots get the last word before departure. Laces cinch in a laced-up prayer. Tongues settled, socks smooth, liners smug. It's ridiculous how many blisters come from enthusiasm, not terrain. A medieval guide, if it had existed for laces, would have included the clause, try not to be brave. Be consistent. The town steps tip forward, and your knees negotiate a contract with gravity. Pilgrimage isn't a sprint dressed up as psychotherapy. It's engineering for humans who move at 3 miles an hour. The old rule of the road applies. Adjust the pack before it adjusts your mood. A local wishes you, Angiatori, bask for welcome, and the word sits warm in your pocket like a pebble you meant to skip across a river but keep instead. Somewhere a shutter bangs and you imagine it's the door of an innkeeper's ledger closing. Your line is written. The route awaits. Scallops have a resume longer than a cathedral aisle, and tonight the shell on your pack is both credential and conversation starter. The mainstream history bit, let's serve it warm, is that the scallop shell became a symbol of St. James and of pilgrims who walked to Compostela, sometimes worn as proof of arrival. Legend's version is flashier. Relics of the apostle arrived by sea. A storm calmed. A knight fell into the water and rose up crusted in shells like a walking seafood platter. Practicality takes the mic. Shells made handy bowls for water or soup, upsetting no one but the baguette, which wanted to be the star. Scholars wrangle like polite fencers over whether the shell spread was grassroots or institutional, coastal or pan-European, and whether it beat other symbols in a medieval popularity contest. Either way, the click of a shell against a buckle is the Camino's version of a door chime. Legends travel faster than you do, which honestly seems fair. They carry less. Roland's battle at Roncesvalles waves from the ridge like an autograph you never quite managed to reach. Snow softens war into syllables. The itinerary offers two threads. The Napoleon route, higher and proud, and the Valcarlos route, lower and softer when the weather argues with you. Winter often votes Valcarlos, because being heroic is less important than being present. Medieval travelers didn't have weather apps, but they had the common sense of locals and the stern advice of monasteries that saw too many overconfident walkers melt into statistics. Historians still debate details of 778's skirmish. Basques, ambushes, politics, the whole cold stew, and your winter thoughts nod respectfully, as if a well-footnoted pause could hold back the wind. Silence makes the mountains look taller. Humility makes them passable. Basque rooftops lift their snow-stitched eyebrows as you slip past the last bakery window, and names cling to the landscape like frost to a vine. Nive, Loribar, Iralegui, those syllables with agreeable crunch. The market, when open, sells cheese with the quiet confidence of a grandmother who knows every shortcut in the valley. A butcher's sign swings faintly, and a cat performs surveillance with the focus of an archivist guarding a rare map. Down a narrow lane, a ceramic scallop is glued to a wall, slightly crooked, impossibly endearing. Medieval pilgrims might not recognize your synthetic jacket, but they'd nod at your stick and cross themselves at the same chapels. The meeting point between then and now is never technology. It's pace. People who walk see the same bracken, feel the same slope, and ask the same question mid-climb. Why did pastry happen before ascent? Passports of the pilgrim variety, credentials, wait at the officina like a soft handshake. Modern stamps look festive, but their ancestors were more stern. Letters of safe conduct, notes from lords and bishops, or the plain arithmetic of tolls. The current version whispers logistics, where you slept, where you ate, where you prayed, or at least regretted not ordering a second soup. Winter stamps tend to be neat. Fewer crowds, steadier hands. Mainstream fact for your inner historian. Late medieval authorities encouraged and regulated pilgrimage with safe conducts and hospital networks, partly to protect travelers, partly to know who was tramping through whose jurisdiction. The quirky bit. Some guest books still include shoe sizes, a humble census of feet. Debated terrain. Did one canonical first route truly knit Europe to Compostela? Or did different lanes thicken like braided bread, with the crown of first impossible to award without trimming inconvenient centuries? Onions swing in a net at the grocer's like little moons practicing gravity, and the old joke about medieval pilgrims hanging them on a belt returns to mind, part practicality, part pantry on the go. Notice how the Camino collects this sort of hand-sized lore. Cheese and wax, a sourdough heel, a handful of almonds, a corked dram against the wind. Winter asks questions that summer forgets. How do you warm the middle of yourself without a plug? A thermos of Caldo answers with humility. A church bench answers with wood. The onion reminder is domestic history dressed as comedy. Nobody needs to cosplay the 14th century, but knowing that food once traveled on cords and not in foil nudges your imagination into empathy. Today's belt hosts a whistle, a small torch, and that shell, The onions get a cameo in an omelet later because progress sometimes tastes like lunch. Gateways turn up in sequences, like punctuation marks for landscapes. The one you leave, the one you pass, the one you aim for. St. John's Gate is both exception and rule, old and practical, pretty in winter's blunt light. Down the slope, a stone bridge slides over the river with the calm of a reliable sentence. Bridges are kindness baked in rock, and the Camino's reputation rides on such structures. Arches that kept shoes dry and packs manageable, built by guilds, patrons, and communities who liked the idea of people crossing instead of flailing. Historians point out that charitable funds for bridges, pontage, were a thing and not in a Pinterest way. The contested part? How much credit should military orders and royal edicts get for these crossings versus townsfolk and ordinary mendicants? The answer is probably both, but saying that out loud steals drama from grand narratives, which is why drama goes sulk in a corner. Rituals arrive without ceremony. A hand to the stone of the gate, just to ground the day. A whisper that no one else hears. A deep breath that moves like a slow bellows. People imagine pilgrim rituals are complex choreography, but for most of us they're tiny and invisible. Tie, check, step, pause, smile. The first kilometer is always ridiculous. Over-attentive ankles, philosophical knees, the backpack negotiating against your lungs like an amateur lawyer. When the rhythm comes, it's soft. Heel, roll, toe, an industry of balance. The historical kernel. Medieval pilgrims often started at their own front doors, adding weeks before the Pyrenees were even a rumor. Destination defined by direction as much as a specific end. The quirky sprinkle. Roadside crosses sometimes sport knitted scarves in winter. A municipal hug for granite. The debate. Did medieval starters stop at local shrines for formal send-offs? Or is that a later codification projected backward by our tidy minds? Wind picks up like someone nudged a volume knob, and the sky breaks into travel-sized clouds that look like monks' sleeves. West has a flavor today, a mineral tang. Paths thread out of town. Modern arrows whispering left, then up. The rural edges where winter's honest face. Hedges brown, fields resting, tractors asleep with their eyes open. A farmhouse exhales wood smoke, and a dog announces your existence like a minor herald. You step past buckets turned upside down, plastic chairs auditioning as sculpture, and an old boot doing one last tour as a doorstop. The Camino's winter palette is not bleak. It's restrained. Everything bright feels deliberate. A red mailbox, a blue shutter, a child's drawing taped to a window. Snow is not the point. The pause is. By the time your heart catches up, the town is behind you like a story you loved and won't lend out. Customs get packed between socks and snacks. Blessings are common, free, and surprisingly portable. A priest once told a pilgrim, "The road itself will bless you if you let it." That sounds like marketing until the wind agrees. Mainstream note. Indulgences associated with Compostela grew over centuries, calibrated by popes and practice, intertwined with penitential systems. Mainstream Europe breathed without blinking. Cork for your pocket. Some villages still set out communal thermoses of tea for winter walkers with signs that say, "Take what you need, leave what you can." The unresolved question for historians. How much of the Camino's medieval popularity traces to spiritual economy charts versus simple curiosity balanced on the edge of necessity? Safe roads? Trading links? Kin networks? Walking makes the debate both interesting and irrelevant. The only spreadsheet that matters right now is your footfall budget up the next farm lane. Footnotes might seem like they open the conversation at every hill, and this one slopes without apology. The Napoleon route beckons like a movie poster, but winter conditions proceed with plot twists. Local advice is not optional. It's a superpower. The Valcarlos Valley offers a practical compromise, following a river's patience rather than a ridge's pride. It's still a climb, but it's a climb with civility. Somewhere between switchbacks you remember a line. Pilgrims arrive by not stopping. No one says you need to arrive quickly. Scholars huddle over maps from different centuries and argue, kindly, thoroughly, about which path held the greatest traffic in which decade. Your legs assent to ambiguity. A hawk draws a V on the air, penning silence into the margin of the sky, and you realize nothing in the Museum of Walking is behind velvet ropes. All of it is simultaneously exhibit and audience. Quieter shoulders help the pack behave. Adjust, breathe, repeat. When a car passes, the driver lifts 2 fingers from the steering wheel in a small salute, as if acknowledging a familiar who's temporarily wearing boots. Farms make everyday music. Metal knocking metal, a hose hiss, a hen arguing with physics. Somewhere a radio plays a melody that doesn't mind being mistaken for another melody. Winter invites you to be present without drama. The Camino is not a reality show where someone gets voted off the trail for underperforming sincerity. The mainstream kernel for today's files. The concept of a hospital on the Camino once included shelter, food, and protection, not just medical care. Think supervised kindness rather than clinical science. The odd tidbit. Inventories list pepper grains and saffron in some hospices, rare and precious, suggesting that gratitude sometimes tasted like color. The scholarly gap. How strictly gatekeepers enforced admissions is still up for careful reading. Shelter feels closer in winter, not because the buildings are physically nearer, but because dusk moves with longer legs. Albergues, today's hostels. Keep the ghost of hospitality alive with stamped cards, communal kitchens, and that peculiar intimacy of strangers washing spoons in companionable silence. The heater purrs like a satisfied cat with a theology minor. In many towns, the hospitalero tradition continues. Someone who stays for a season to hand keys and wisdom, a steward of thresholds. History nods. Medieval confraternities and municipalities organized similar care, even if the furniture looked more suspicious. Quirk. Some places still put a basket of thread and needles on the table as if expecting a conversation with your socks. Debate corner. Were these old institutions primarily charity, social control, or a blend? Keeping travelers from trouble while keeping trouble from travelers? The answer usually arrives in soup, which suggests the blend was practical and edible. Doubts surface in honest light, like fish testing water. What if the pack is too heavy? The knees too opinionated, the weather too inventive. The Camino's favorite reply is evidence. A sign exactly when you need one. A bench exactly where you decide benches were a myth. A farmhouse dog who decides to escort you past a scary rooster. Faith here is sometimes spelled so-incidence, and scholars would like a footnote on that, please. The mainstream point returns. People have walked toward Compostela for a very long time in winter as well as summer, though records skew seasonal. The cork waddles in. Some ancient badges included little punched holes, so they could be sewn onto hats with minimal drama and maximum flapping. Dispute persists about whether certain local roads were dressed up as Camino after the fact to enhance prestige. For your purposes, the day's map is real because your legs certify it. Practice shapes pilgrimage more than epiphany, which is a very practical kind of poetry. Breath finds a rhythm that tolerates conversation with hills. Steps measure a bar of music that no one needs to hear but you. The first day is always full of minor recalibrations. Snack timing, water sips, the delicate diplomacy of layers. Family texts you weather emojis like supportive confetti. A shepherd nods from a distance and the sheep decide not to file paperwork about your existence. History walks beside you in the form of repetition. Millions of feet, thousands of winters, and yet the trail continues to be new because it never gets the same you twice. The mainstream lesson of routes multiplies behind you. The Camino is not one line on a map but a family of lines braided by time and use. The odd sidebar. Certain parishes used to keep lists of who hosted travelers as a moral accounting of beds. Nightfall rehearses its role while you check the forecast, quietly dodging the drama of headlines and focusing on cloud icons with strong opinions. A cafe supplies a simple supper. Bread, soup, and something that used to run around a field, but now pairs nicely with garlic. Candle stubs in a side chapel request your attention with dignified silence. Small towns in winter specialize in honesty. The lights in windows are fewer, which somehow makes each one more convincing. The mainstream nugget to pocket. The Porta Santa rituals in Santiago open and close with calendar logic. But the more broad truth is that cycles matter: years, seasons, days, steps. The quirk rides in on steam from your bowl. Some kitchens mark loaves with crosscuts not from piety alone but as a time-tested expansion control. The unresolved question remains congenial. Was firstness of route an actual crown, or a story communities told themselves to belong to a wider journey? Tomorrow waits politely behind the curtain while you fold back your map along the creases of courage. Lists settle. Socks, shell, headlamp, phone, passport. The heater clicks off like a period at the end of a sentence you're not quite ready to stop reading. Outside, the town has a noir shimmer. Street lamps make puddles share gossip with their reflections. Somewhere, the mountain lifts its shoulder in a shrug that says, "Try me." And the valley pushes up a bowl of silence, steaming slightly in the cold. Debates among historians can be important, but debates between your feet and your ambition need a mediator called rest. You close your eyes with the clarity that comes after simple food and necessary effort. Dawn will write in blue ink. The gate will nod again. The shell will click softly. The strap will oblige. And the road, quiet, winter unhurried, will accept your weight as a promise kept. Dawn tucks St. Jean-Pied-de-Port under a shawl of cloud, and rooftops look like they have been dusted with powdered sugar by a generous pastry chef who trusts in cold weather more than in moderation. Boots take the first tentative steps across the bridge, and a ribbon of river writes itself between stones with the neat penmanship only winter water can manage. Lanes narrow into footpaths, hedges thin to skeletons of twigs, and breath sketches small invisible commas in front of your face. From the last gate tower back in town, imagination swears it can hear the murmur of 1,000 departures superimposed on this quiet morning. Traders, smugglers, penitents, and those who simply needed a reason to keep walking at 3 miles an hour. The mountain isn't exactly waiting. It is simply there, a fact you accept the way you accept gravity and the price of coffee. Forecasts aren't consulted so much as negotiated, because the Pyrenees always reserve the right to edit any plan. A cafe owner draws a fast line on a napkin. Ridge here, road there, and taps the lower option with a fingernail. Valcarlos in winter. Comes the advice like a blessing wrapped in common sense. Unless the sky decides to be friendly to heroes, bravery gets good playlists. Prudence gets you safely to supper. The Napoleon route feels like a headline. The Valcarlos Valley reads like the long paragraph where the story actually makes sense. Both are beautiful. One is simply less interested in making you a cautionary tale. Pasture smells twist into resin and stone, and the colors flatten into elegant grays that don't need to prove anything. Maps unfurl in your mind while the road bends its will around a slope, and the fork approaches like a multiple-choice question no one will grade but your knees. The higher track to Ibanita struts in summer, but in winter it quietly suggests a rain check unless the conditions are clear and your gear is as stubborn as you are. The river road through Valcarlos hums along with modesty, following water's logic. Find the gentler grade, make friends with the valley, avoid gusts that think they're poets. Roland's ghost does not issue directions, despite rumors. The pass at Roncesvalles will still be there either way, with its layers of story. A battle that turns up in Chanson, a ridge with a memory for horns, a corridor where language and weather shake hands and agree to disagree. Locals hold the archive in their eyebrows and in the way they point. An old man at the edge of town, wrapped in a coat that looks acquainted with decades of January, raises his chin toward the softer route as if the valley were a sensible relative who never misses birthdays. A woman with a small dog, part fox, part management, adds an index finger that says, "Listen to your ankles." Hospitality and caution arrive in the same sentence here, and the mountain lets others do its talking. The Pilgrim office yesterday had the same script. Smile, stamp, then a recital of weather facts delivered with the kind patience of people who have watched strangers misjudge horizon lines. Bells from a church nudge the hour along, and while you aren't timing yourself by canonical offices yet, the idea sneaks in. The same chimes that once regulated monastic chores can regulate your snacks and layers in a world where battery percentages play at piety. Valcarlos stretches itself like a cat along the stream, houses leaning toward the water as if good listeners. Faint mist lifts off fields and swirls into ferns along the ditch in arabesques you choose to call choreography rather than physics. The path climbs politely at first, giving lungs a chance to open their winter windows and air the corners. A sign tells of the boundary between France and Spain, and the change is mostly linguistic, a shifting of words that leaves the landscape unbothered. Basque place names keep their music through every border. Syllables like small drums, vowels like bright tiles. People who live at the hinge of countries know that lines on maps are more like agreements than walls. Waymarks lean on each other. Yellow arrows with occasional shells set into posts. Ceramic smiles glued to wood as if to say, "We've stood through worse weather than this." Roncesvalles becomes a North Star in prose long before it appears in sight. A name practiced with patience while the valley tightens and then relaxes again. Stories say Charlemagne's rearguard was ambushed somewhere up there in 778, and while historians warm their hands over the coals of debate, Basques, politics, agenda, epic verse, your winter version hears only the thin whistle of wind over a saddle of land. The monastery at Roncesvalles does not act like a museum. It acts like a place that keeps doing what it was built to do. Welcome, shelter, keep time with chants that have never needed electricity. Even before you reach it, the idea of that long, simple building, those thick walls, that low light, feels like a promise you can walk toward without worrying about small print. Altitudes negotiate with ambition through a ladder of switchbacks, and each step cashes a check written by a warm breakfast back in town. Hydration changes personality in winter. It hides. Reminders arrive from calves and from the faint twinge behind one knee that suggests you consider gentler lengths and smarter breaks. Elevation numbers on signs are pleasant, abstract. The slope beneath your boots is positively intimate. Every so often the road presents a balcony where the view drops the floor out from under your stomach in the nicest possible way. Peaks like stacked paper, valleys like folded cloth, and somewhere behind you a ribbon of road that keeps handwriting your name by accident. The higher route would have offered panoramas with magazine-worthy drama. The valley offers detail, grain, and the kind of companionship you get from running water and quiet cows. Snow arrives in shy patches, first in shaded corners like secrets, then in ribbed drifts that look like they tried on the wind and decided to keep it. Traction becomes a verb, not a noun. Steps get shorter, contact gets careful, and plants you never noticed in summer. Tufts of grass, stubby heather, become allies for balance. A crow offers commentary from a fence post in the tone of a theater critic who enjoyed the performance but would like less improvisation. Gloves negotiate zippers with the diplomacy of mittened ambassadors. The cold is honest and doesn't care about deserving. It cares about timing, layers, and the stubborn warmth of your own metabolism. Sunlight returns, glances off a ditch, and for one glorious second the world feels backlit and benevolent. The mountain is generous as a host with extra chairs. Monasteries in these mountains have done timekeeping for centuries, and the bell schedule is both poetry and practical survival guide. Matins and lauds belong to the dark but turn their face toward morning. Prime belongs to beginnings, terse to mid-morning steadiness, sex to noontide pause, none to the slope of afternoon, vespers to the golden hour, and compline to the tuck-in. Travelers once moved by these bells, and a winter pilgrim still can. If you leave after prime, you know you're chasing the short daylight. If you hear vespers and you're not yet where you meant to be, you adjust expectations rather than pace. Historians will gently note that the precise timing of these hours shifted with latitude and season, and that monasteries implemented them with a local personality that defeats any tidy chart. The mountain approves such flexibility. It prefers humans who are adjustable wrenches. Legends hum like a background choir even while your attention stays married to the path. The Song of Roland places heroics at Roncesvalles with a horn blast that defeats distance. Reality points toward a complex ambush and a politics that didn't pose for paintings. Basque fighters, terrain, strategy, and imperial egos combine into a stew scholars still taste carefully for seasoning. What remains for a walker is a simple humility. Whatever happened up there had nothing to prove to later ballads. A wooden cross by the road holds ribbons and notes, handwriting that asks for courage and for better weather, sometimes both on the same page. You read none of them, but you feel all of them. Faith in this valley looks like too little drama and just enough persistence. Language carries its own trail mix, nuts and sweets in every pocket. Basque phrases ride alongside Spanish and French, and even without fluency you learn a few syllables by heart because they behave like keys. Ongi Atori landed in your pocket yesterday and it still warms your palm. Buen Camino occurs with such frequency that it becomes a weather pattern. Egan brightens the morning like a small candle that refuses to gutter in the draft. Place names become companions. Valcarlos/Luzade with its twin identity. Ibanita like a note held by a choir. Roncesvalles/Arega like a chord. Historians, with their maps and patience, point out how names hold politics the way a cup holds water. What seems like poetry is often policy with better typography. To a winter traveler, the layers taste like the good kind of complexity, the kind that keeps you awake without making you anxious. Switchbacks calculate their generosity in units of breath and conversation. Count 10 steps, count 10 heartbeats, count 10 kinds of silence. A small shrine appears at a bend, painted a white that glows slightly when the cloud thins. Someone left a scarf around the post, winter's way of apologizing for being winter. On the ground, a handful of pebbles have been stacked into a cairn as inexpert as it is sincere. The funny detail today is a spoon hanging from a backpack ahead of you, clinking like a quiet bell. Medieval pilgrims also carried spoons, sometimes carved with initials or lucky marks, because cutlery was a form of readiness that made you welcome wherever soup happened. A researcher somewhere has a spreadsheet about spoon finds. You choose to believe this because it makes the world tidier in a charming way. Quiet settles into the gap between steps. Not a silence that scolds, but a silence that understands. Minds that spend most days juggling tabs and notifications discover that a mountain is a low-tech mindfulness app with very high fidelity. A bird startles from the hedge with the delicate outrage of someone interrupted mid-soliloquy, and you apologize in a language that generously accepts gestures. The main historical reminder keeps pace. This route has been traversed for centuries by people moving bread, wool, news, penance, hope, and sometimes just their own shadows from one side to the ridge and back again. Disagreement lives in the footnotes about which particular line gathered the most footsteps in which era. Historians are still debating this question, not because of shortage of expertise, but because roads keep changing underneath our certainties like courteous snakes. Shelter grows more definite with every curve, and the concept of arrival unfurls at the edge of imagination the way light unrolls across a chapel floor. Roncesvalles peels out of the trees with the composure of a village that is also a verb. Welcome. Granite and slate wear dark winter like a good coat. The collegiate church remembers everything without bragging, and the cloister keeps its own temperature of quiet. A hospitalero points you to a bunk with a gesture that has the muscle memory of decades. The dormitory echoes are gentle. Zipper, whisper. The rustle of a jacket finally admitting it is no longer needed. Stamps ink your credential with a rectangle of certainty, and the date lands on the page like a small, square applause. You put away the card with the same care you give to fragile cakes. Paper has power here because it keeps the river of days from flooding the banks of memory. Dinner functions like a treaty between fatigue and celebration, and the treaty's main clause is warm broth. Bread appears, not fancy but entirely persuasive, and a wedge of cheese submits to practical division. Wine is modest and honest, the kind that tastes of the same valley you just walked. Someone tells a story about the Iriche wine fountain down the road, and while that belongs to a future day, it pours itself into tonight as encouragement that the Camino includes whimsy between chapters of discipline. Across the table, A German couple run a quick audit of blister strategies. An Italian teacher explains why a cotton shirt has opinions, and a local volunteer offers the winter secret. Dry your boots by stuffing them with paper, not by baking them against a heater unless you enjoy modern sculpture. Notes accumulate, practical, ordinary, durable, and they feel like the true relics of this journey. Night frames the monastery in a softness that modern cities almost forgot how to perform. Compline gathers whoever wants to be gathered, and the last prayers swirl up toward beams seasoned by centuries of winter exhalations. Lights dim like polite stars, and the chant stitches the day closed. No zipper, no Velcro, just a slow seam. Even if the words are not your words, their cadence feels like a hand on a shoulder. Steady, unintrusive, present. Bells seal the hour, and a monk's footsteps tuck themselves into the history of footsteps in this place. A dataset too large for any server but perfectly legible to the stones. You step outside afterward, air like clean linen, and the sky, when it isn't hiding, lays out the Milky Way as if to say that yes, the old Star Road metaphor owes more to poetry than to navigation. But poetry is a kind of navigation if you let it guide your breathing. Windows along the dorm corridor hold square patches of cold where the glass cools the night into geometry. A pair of boots sits neatly beneath a bunk like contented dogs. Packs shrink into themselves once emptied of their daily function, and sleeping bags attempt to look flatter than they are. Somewhere, laughter brushes the air, quiet as a broom. The bodily mechanics of walking long distances have nothing to do with heroism and everything to do with humility. Muscles agree to do remarkably repetitive things in exchange for remarkably ordinary rewards. Dreams arrive with potential for comedic mashups. You climb a hill made of bread. You rescue an arrow from a puddle. You attend a town meeting where everyone is a spoon. The brain likes to metabolize novelty with absurdity. It probably did so in the 12th century too, just with a better hat. Morning after thoughts arrive early, slick with dew and practicality. Socks are checked like election results. Routes get reevaluated with fresh coffee and fresh calves. The higher pass might yet be possible if conditions flirt with being friendly. The lower road will still behave like a good companion if conditions sulk. Maps, once again, unfold on tables and on phone screens, and your plan remains a kind of conversation with a landscape that has veto power. The mainstream historical kernel continues to hum. This crossing has always been notorious, not because it is outrageous, but because it is the kind of challenge that multiplies any small miscalculation by a dramatic factor. Scholarly disputes over where exactly the legendary clash occurred, who did precisely what to whom, and how epic singers embroidered the truth leave room for a traveler to keep walking with confidence, knowing that the mountain's favorite genre is realism, not saga. Footgear becomes a theme song again as laces negotiate comfort versus future swelling, and gaiters audition for their role in the day's snow scenes. Breakfast is the small festival winter always appreciates. Something hot, something honest, something that reminds you the day will include stairs disguised as ground. The monastery guestbook turns thick with names and drawings, stamps and small ex-votos in ink. A cartoon of the giant censer at Santiago even though it is weeks away. A doodled bridge, a miniature shell shaded with careful pride. A tiny thrill accompanies the moment you press the rubber stamp into the pad and then onto paper, as if the day just learned how to autograph itself. The odd historical tidbit gets traded between tables. In some centuries, guest registers noted not only origin and trade but also, amusingly, a realistic detail like the condition of shoes, an administrative way of measuring morale. Side paths tempt with promises of views or shortcuts, and the winter mantra returns: trust the obvious arrow. Mountain weather improvises like jazz. Paths are your metronome. A wooden waymark holds a scallop figure whose rays all point westward, and the shape once served as a mnemonic and even as a mini bowl for fortunate drinkers. Out here it grants the comfort of orientation. This way, then that, then across a small stone bridge that believes in you more than you deserve. Scholars wrestle politely over when signage became systematic. Modern paint and ceramic are recent, medieval markers varied wildly, and oral directions did most of the heavy lifting with the help of monasteries, markets, and the logic of geography. The debate remains alive because roads migrate like rivers, losing banks, gaining islands, betraying the ambitions of mapmakers while serving the needs of walkers perfectly well. Cattle grids host a conversation between soles and metal, a brief percussion piece that fades into the music of boots on earth. Fences wear moss like epaulets. A farmhouse cat sits on a warm piece of equipment and regards passers-by with the tolerant disapproval of an archivist waiting for someone to use a pencil instead of a pen. Somewhere, a sign points to a refuge that might be closed in winter, and you file away the essential truth that opening hours are suggestions aligned to light, not to a doctrine about Tuesdays. The practical genius of monasteries as timekeepers returns to mind. In a world before phones, bells articulated safety windows. Leave after prime if the forecast sulks. Aim to be inside by vespers if the forecast gets moody. Nature gets the final word, but bells draft the first and second sentences. Ridge lines shake off cloud like a wet dog shakes off water, and a theater of peaks steps forward from behind the curtain. The upper pass glitters with the kind of beauty that makes postcards feel like they are telling the truth for once. Lower down, the path through forest hints at old drover's logic, and the smell of leaf litter becomes a thesis on humility. Charlemagne's name drifts through the air not as an emperor but as shorthand for how stories borrow mountains to make themselves taller. If you listen closely, the trees are not impressed. They are entirely focused on their own slow green decisions. Evidence and epic never fit perfectly. Historians keep comparing seams and stitches. Your boots vote for the reality of mud and incline, and the valley votes to keep both within civil limits. Pilgrim companions change like clouds, easy company that sits lightly on the day. A Canadian teaches an ankle-saving stretch in a labie that smells of pine and wet wool. A Spaniard tells of walking this ridge in summer when cows outnumbered phone signals and water ran like gossip in every ditch. A French retiree offers a proverb about patience that translates into a smile better than into English. Someone mentions Roland and a horn, and someone else makes the polite face people make when a hero's biography shows up uninvited at breakfast. Camaraderie doesn't need agreement. It needs rhythm and snacks. The shared mainstream knowledge holds. Winter crossings require respect, and respect looks like spare socks, added minutes, and the willingness to stop because the mountain said so in its softest voice. Chapel doors at the pass carry the patina of 1,000 palms, a shine you can only earn by being useful in all seasons. Inside, the air tastes of stone and candle stub, and the sound collects itself into a small lake under the rafters. You put a coin into the box with a gratitude that feels older than you are, and maybe older than the chapel is, which is a strange kind of arithmetic. The placard tells a condensed story of the place, a narrative that behaves because text on walls needs to. Another card notes the hours for services, and you do the mental math. If you stick to the valley pace, you can reach shelter before night pulls its scarf tight. The academic question about the exact placement of the 778 engagement feels like it belongs to scholars with maps and calm voices, and you bless them for their work while appreciating that none of it needs to be resolved for your boots to do exactly what they are doing. Descent becomes its own competence, different from ascent in the way editing differs from drafting. Knees prefer kindness. Poles take on a helpful personality. Toes confer in whispers about spacious lacing. A patch of ice hides under innocent leaves, and you perform a small dance, inelegant but effective, that you decide to call the pilgrim two-step. Humor helps with the physics. Physics helps with the humility. The river grows more opinionated as it receives tributaries, and water's volume models leadership better than most books. Decisive, inclusive, mostly downhill, never in a rush unless it needs to be. Fields broaden as the valley does, and the color palette leans toward an afternoon that would prefer tea by a stove, but will settle for steaming breath on a shady lane. Arrival today does not explode with trumpets. It sighs with contentment. A dormitory bed is an empire. A hot shower is diplomacy victorious. A meal is a summit that doesn't need minutes. A hospitalero stamps the credential again and asks if the day treated you fairly, the way farmers ask if rain was polite. Around a table, someone unpacks the canonical hours into the day's choices. We left after lauds, reached the pass by sext, were down by vespers. The fact that monastic time can be an outdoor clock in the 21st century feels like a historical joke with a sweet aftertaste. Scholars may continue to publish careful papers about the who and where of medieval ambushes. Walkers will continue to make careful choices about socks and timing. Perhaps both are acts of devotion, one to truth, the other to safety. Tomorrow's route sleeps face down on a map, and the valley exhales into a kind of evening that feels almost audible. Bells count you out of the day with a sincerity that belongs to places where sound still has a job. A small window collects the last of the light, and you notice how it pools on the sill like a promise that doesn't mind waiting. Gratitude arrives undecorated. 4 feet that performed their trick, for strangers who knew how to be kind in the exact amount needed, for mountains that don't require speeches. Somewhere outside, a fox edits the night with delicate footsteps, and the river keeps its minutes without consulting anyone. Sleep comes as a negotiated truce between ambition and fatigue, signed in ink the color of dark pine. The pass is behind you, the road is in front of you, and winter gets to keep its weather while you keep your vow to keep moving west. Daybreak loosens its fingers from the rooflines of Roncesvalles, and the first thing that greets the road-warm thoughts in your head is a small yellow flash on a fence post. The arrow, the Camino's minimalist poet, speaking in one syllable that somehow contains a paragraph. Boots set a tempo on damp gravel, and a monk's last Compline chord lingers in your memory like a bookmark you don't plan to return. Brigitte lies ahead, then Espinal, then that famous bridge at Zabiri where metal and stone argue softly over who carries travelers better. Morning insists that wayfinding is a genre, and today you read it out loud with your eyes. Paint on bark, shell and tile, bronze and sidewalk, and the occasional helpful scribble from a neighbor who could not bear to let strangers be confused. Arrows do not try to be epic. They try to be useful. One points from the monastery gate toward a lane that ducks between stone houses, and another repeats the advice at the next corner as if worried you might blink. Over time you learn their personalities. The crisp municipal stencil, the freehand swoosh from a Samaritan with a good wrist, the faded whisper that says, "I'm old but I still remember West." Mainstream history adds a friendly footnote here. Much of the modern yellow arrow system is credited to Don Elias Villena Sampedro, a Galician priest in the late 20th century who painted and advocated the route into clarity. Later, regional authorities expanded and standardized the practice so a winter pilgrim like you can move with confidence. Debates continue around how medieval pilgrims navigated. But for the moment paint wins because paint is present. Ceramics wink from walls as you pass. Azulejo shells glazed in blues and creams, neat as postage stamps and just as communicative. One is set into the corner of a farmhouse like a shy doorbell. Another glows from a church facade where damp stone makes colors louder. In some towns, the shell's rays converge into a point, suggesting you follow the apex. In others, Galicia especially, the rays fan out to indicate that the direction lies in their spread. There is no single rule, only regional personalities dressed as symbols. That quirk delights and occasionally confuses, which is part of the Camino's charm. It expects you to be awake, not just obedient. A baker waves flour from her hands and gestures down the lane. A human arrow with the authority of someone who knows where breakfast is. Cairns keep their own small parliament along the path. Little stacks of stones that pilgrims add to with the seriousness of people signing a petition for gravity. On a snow-shadowed bend you meet a miniature tower, 3 pebbles high, bearing a tiny paper flag made from the torn corner of a map. The impulse to add your own pebble is older than any paint. Hills all over the world have practiced this language of balance for centuries. Here, the cairns rarely mark direction with precision. They mark presence, solidarity, a yes written in geology. A quirky tidbit tucks itself into your pocket. In some stretches of forest, you'll find arrows traced with pine cones or chestnut husks, a temporary grammar that biodegrades more politely than spray paint. Winter, with its bearer palette, makes these soft signals easier to spot. Grammar becomes the secret theme of the morning, the syntax of moving west. The Camino teaches a set of punctuation marks that apply to feet. A straight arrow is a sentence that continues. An arrow hooked left is a comma. A double arrow is an exclamation point for indecisive intersections. An X is a firm period that says, "Not this way, friend." Before signage, grammar lived in mouths. Pass the mill. Keep the stream on your left. Look for the yew tree that leans like a man thinking. Historians are still debating this question of how consistent medieval wayfinding truly was, whether there was any standardized signage or mostly oral instructions reinforced by monasteries, markets, and the logic of geography. Your contemporary version borrows the old oral layer too. Locals point, nod, describe, and sometimes walk a few steps with you to make sure you catch the meaning. Standards arrive with bureaucracy, and while that word has a reputation for dullness, it does tidy miracles for travelers. The Council of Europe recognized the Camino as a European cultural route in 1987, and UNESCO inscribed the French route in 1993. Both gestures that didn't just flatter history but prompted regions to formalize and maintain waymarks. Galicia later invested in rows of granite mojones, those stone posts with shells and distances that make the last 100 kilometers feel like a measured poem. Winter appreciates such predictability. Daylight is a budget, and reliable arrows are paid invoices. The mainstream point is simple. Modern infrastructure supports an old impulse, which means you can walk medieval dreams without medieval confusion. Reliability becomes an ethics. Wayfinding is a shared civic art. Paint does mischief sometimes, and that's a plot twist worth learning early. Construction detours birth temporary arrows that outlive their jurisdiction. Entrepreneurs occasionally practice a nudge-the-route approach that happens to funnel walkers past a cafe with persuasive pastries. Rain bleeds an arrow into an abstract expressionist piece that points to several possible futures. Your winter refinement is caution without cynicism. When in doubt, check for consensus. Signpost, paint, tile, and local shrug aligning like planets. A felt-tip note taped to a lamp post reads, Camino, official. A small referendum on direction that makes you smile because democracy, too, is a kind of wayfinding. When you spot an arrow painted on the ground with a little mustache doodled on it, you suspect a local with humor has been auditing against overzealous signage. Legends are arrows of another kind, pointing through memory rather than geography. A story claims that in the 12th century a noblewoman funded a series of way chapels whose bells, rung in sequence, guided pilgrims through fog like auditory breadcrumbs. Romance or reality? The fog this morning is a good sport, and church bells do issue their scheduled guidance. But your phone and your eyes remain the primary instruments. The Codex Calixtinus, that medieval blend of guide, hymn book, and gentle rant at bad innkeepers, describes landmarks more than it prescribes signage, a mainstream reminder that list-making was part of survival before maps democratized. Historians disagree over how many formal markers existed, but they agree that thresholds, bridges, passes, water, chapels, served as natural chapters in the Book of the Road. History sneaks in with Roman stones under your soles, bits of old miliarios repurposed as gateposts or embedded in church walls like fossils of empire. Some even keep their engraved distances, numbers softened by centuries into script that looks more like climate than arithmetic. Medieval travelers could read these in a general way, but the Camino as an institution borrowed infrastructure opportunistically rather than inheriting a ready-made network. The quirky note here is that certain old milestones were turned sideways to make thresholds, so you literally step over the memory of a road to enter the present of a town. Debates circulate around whether those Roman measures influenced medieval stage lengths or whether the later routes obeyed entirely different economic and devotional logics. Your feet, indifferent to arguments, interpret stones as traction. Locals remain the most accurate compass. An elderly woman in Brigitte, hat knit like a friendly mountain, leans from her doorway and points to a side path with a thumb that looks like it has been right more times than weather has been wrong. A shopkeeper in Espinal uses flour on a counter to draw a quick map, 2 lines for the main road, a dot for a chapel, a little loop for the place where people habitually take an accidental scenic tour. Their advice rides on the oldest medium of all, hospitality. In a winter of fewer crowds, the ratio of help per pilgrim increases, and wayfinding becomes a conversation, not an app. Scholars would file this under intangible heritage, but your muscles file it under saved minutes and avoided hills that were not on today's plan. Symbols teach like school teachers with exceptionally kind voices. The scallop shell becomes a vocabulary word you conjugate in materials. Metal in sidewalks, ceramic on walls, paint on posts, wooden carvings, and sometimes even pastry when a clever baker sells a Conquest de Santiago with almond confidence. A mainstream historical note accompanies your pastry. The shell's association with St. James grew wide in the later Middle Ages, and by the early modern period it signaled both destination and identity. Proof for the home parish that penance had been performed and a nice souvenir for the mantle. The curious footnote is that counterfeit badges were a thing. Markets sold shells and other emblems to non-pilgrims at fairs, which means medieval souvenir policing was no easier than modern brand enforcement. Historians are still debating just how strictly parishes verified a badge versus trusting a story when absolution paperwork came up. Tiles proliferate as you spin west like a wind-up toy determined to keep good form. In Pamplona, bronze shells stud sidewalks, each a polite nudge across crosswalks and plazas where cars and bulls enjoy more publicity than arrows do. In small towns, hand-painted squares of ceramic glow on corners with the charm of a grandmother's kitchen backsplash. Blue seas, white shell, maybe a script Santiago, if the painter felt poetic. A quirk for your museum of trivia. Some villages have shells whose rays are reversed from their neighbors. A quiet local dialect that confuses an uninitiated brain for exactly 2 intersections until your pattern recognition adjusts. The Camino does not exhaustively standardize because the Camino is a federation of kindnesses, not an empire of rules. Navigation becomes a mild sport where the scoreboard is your heart rate and the trophy is not missing a turn. Fields open between hedges, and a sudden fork presents 2 equally plausible futures. One an inviting farm track, the other a narrower line that ducks behind a barn. Arrows appear on both because life enjoys comedy. The trick is the redundancy rule. Look for the second arrow, the confirmation after the suggestion. The official path usually repeats itself within a dozen boot lengths. The mischief arrow often fails to recur, like a joke told once that no one tries again. In winter, fallen leaves sometimes disguise paint, so you widen your search from ground to fences and trees. The Camino meets you partway by putting shells at chest height where snow cannot hide them. Distance on the Camino is a mood as much as a number. Stone markers in Galicia famously advertise the kilometers to the cathedral with a precision that inspires both joy and skepticism. Elsewhere, distances appear only in guidebooks or on cafe chalkboards, Santiago lots. The mainstream reality is that reroutes, repairs, and safety changes breathe the line of the path closer or farther from a previous year's count. So definitive totals go fuzzy like old Polaroids. Winter adds its own elasticity. Mud, ice, and daylight remodel the meaning of soon. A quirky little truth. Some towns put playful signs like, next coffee, 1,372 steps, or churros in 600 heartbeats, which converts arithmetic into a form of encouragement that your stomach respects more than your calves do. Confusion earns the dignity of a workflow. When signals disagree, you pause rather than push because speed multiplies error. Poles plant like punctuation marks while you scan corners for a shy tile or a faded stencil. If necessary, you backtrack a few meters until a previous arrow becomes visible again. Then approach the intersection from a different angle, as if you're interviewing the landscape. The low-tech trick of noting shadows helps. In the morning, you know roughly where your light sits. By afternoon, your shadow stretches toward the plan you're leaving behind. None of this is foolproof, but all of it is calming. And calm is a form of efficiency that winter rewards. Scholars might call this embodied cognition. You call it paying attention with your whole body. Politics sneak in quiet as moss. Municipalities sometimes debate where the Camino should run, through the old center to revitalize markets or around a perimeter to keep residents' mornings unflustered, along a scenic riverside or on a safer shoulder with less postcard potential. Arrow placements can become town council agenda items, which is a charmingly practical form of destiny. There are whispered tales of arrow wars, where businesses tug the route by painting competing guidance. Rare but real enough to inspire anecdote. The philosophical kernel survives even such human tugs. The Camino is not one line but a braided river. Historians are still debating whether medieval routes were more fluid than our modern maps allow, with seasonal and commercial variants playing leapfrog from year to year. Your task is to choose a current and respect its banks. Ritual arises from repetition, and by mid-morning you have a habit. Pause at every major marker, lay a finger on the shell or the paint as if taking attendance, and say a silent gracias for the volunteer, the city worker, or the anonymous neighbor who made sure the next turn would not be guesswork. Gratitude becomes a muscle that strengthens with use. Quirky local customs add bright threads. In one village, knitters code a waymark post with a snug sweater, stripes cheerful against gray sky. In another, school children draw arrows on cardboard and tape them up with earnest spelling and large hearts. These are not official, but they are true, which on this road usually counts for more. Winter light keeps a low angle and throws long sentences across fields in which every furrow is a line break. Arrows glow richer under frost. Tiles flash when a rare sunbeam scouts the lane. The day's soundtrack is the scratch of boot on grit, a crow's editorial caw, the tiny applause of dry leaves. In this season, crowds thin and voices carry less, which promotes the signage to a more intimate role. You don't follow a parade. You follow a conversation between paint and stone. Mainstream scaffold, modern standards, shells, arrows, posts, are a late addition layered onto an itinerary whose deeper logic is geography, economy, and devotion. Debated angle. Some scholars argue that talking about the Camino as a single route is a 19th and 20th century invention retrofitted onto a diverse medieval reality. Your reply is mostly to nod and keep walking, because complexity and clarity can coexist like frost and sunlight. Practice turns you into a connoisseur of brushstrokes. The fat, confident municipal line probably came from a 1-inch roller. The delicate cursive turn was likely a volunteer with a craft store brush. The faded ghost dates from a previous alignment and deserves a salute before you obey its younger sibling. Occasionally, the arrow rides on a metal plate bolted to a pole. The belt and suspenders approach favored where weather keeps erasing paint. A fun oddity drops from memory. Somewhere ahead, in Navarra and Rioja, even manhole covers carry shells, which means you can navigate by iron, a method pleasing to anyone who enjoys treasure hunts in cities where sidewalks are encyclopedias. Voices of the past keep stepping in like guest lecturers. A notary in a 15th century town once recorded the location of a bridge where pilgrims pass, a phrasing that sounds like the road itself had jurisdiction. A 19th century traveler sketched a shrine where a wooden hand pointed west with life-size conviction. A 20th century priest loaded a car with paint and turned guidance into a ministry. These anecdotes form a relay. You are the current baton trying not to drop the line. The academic conversation stays cordial about medieval consistency, not because scholars lack courage, but because sources behave like winter light, angled, partial, generous in mood rather than in exactitude. Meanwhile, a modern road crew quietly repositions a dangerous crossing 30 meters down the lane, and a fresh arrow appears in the afternoon like a footnote that says, "Safety edits approved." Evening begins its slow rehearsal as you cross the bridge at Zubairi, where metal beams score a thin hymn above the river. Sidewalk shells walk you through town to the plaza where a small statue holds a staff and a shell of its own, the universal pilgrim avatar. A teenager on a bike nods as if you're part of the town's weather report, and a grocer arranges oranges into a display that looks suspiciously like a yellow arrow if you stand at the right angle. The albergue has a basket by the door with leftover guidebooks and hand-drawn maps, a paper commons where strangers curate wisdom by doodle. Dinner is a lesson in regional cartography performed by a menu. Navarre today, Rioja tomorrow, Castilla soon, Galicia eventually. Wayfinding moves off posts and back onto plates. Tomorrow we'll ask the same questions and offer the same grammar, and you'll answer in steps. The night nurse of the road, the moon, sometimes volunteers arrows of shadow across fields. And if clouds decide not to cooperate, street lamps loan their glow to tiles that glitter like cautious stars. Before sleep, you sort the day into small piles in your mind. Official signs that felt like laws, volunteer marks that felt like kindness, natural landmarks that felt like memory, and one mischievous arrow that still makes you laugh. The methodology has become a liturgy. Read, confirm, proceed, thank. Scholars can keep debating the medieval baseline while you participate in the living version. In the morning, another arrow will be there, as self-effacing as ever, pointing with such humility that it almost disappears into the direction it recommends. Steam rises from mugs in a small comedor as chairs scrape the floor with the shy apology of well-behaved furniture. And the talk at breakfast is all about beds, stamps, and whether the radiators were actually on or merely pretending. Winter turns conversations toward shelter the way a good teacher turns a class toward the chalkboard. Gently, repeatedly, and with results you can feel in your fingers. A hospitalero passes by with a stack of blankets balanced like cloud layers, nods at your credential, and asks where the day will take you. The answer is always west. But the real question is where you will stop, and who will be waiting when you get there with that hopeful face that says, "Please let there be hot water." Cobblestones carry your attention to the next village where a notice taped to a door announces in 3 languages that the albergue is closed for winter, but that the key can be collected at the bar. A treasure hunt arrangement that gives the Camino its favorite subplot. The bartender, wearing an apron that has seen more stories than most travel blogs, counts out the key like a blessing and points you down the lane. Entry is its own ceremony. Door, dim hallway. The first whiff of detergent and cold stone. Lights click on in segments, and the dorm reveals itself like a small theater before rehearsal. Bunks, quilts, a basket of left-behind items that could clothe a minor puppet show. Radiators hum with the confidence of old machinery that long ago learned not to apologize for being slow. Gloves hang from bedposts like flags of tiny nations declaring a ceasefire with the cold. A hand-lettered sign reads, "Shoes here, spirits there," with an arrow toward a rack for boots and another toward a narrow chapel with a wooden bench and a bowl of candles. Winter albergues often split themselves into layers. The sleeping room, the kitchen, the place where the quiet lives. You set your pack against the wall and perform the ritual unfolding and redistribution of weight that makes sense only to the pilgrim who packed it. The building has a memory for this rhythm. Even the hinges know that arrival sounds like zippers and gratitude. Kitchens in albergues practice a particular kind of democracy. One pot, many opinions, and a tacit understanding that salt belongs to everyone. A donativo jar sits by the stove like a shy economist, reminding you that generosity is a two-way street. Someone has left half a bag of pasta with para todos scrawled on it, and the pantry shelves hold a small United Nations of herbs, oils, and ambitious spices purchased by people who believed dinner needed a plot twist. A tin sign above the sink says, "Scrub like a saint," and below it an index card lists the evening's kitchen etiquette with the nimble humor of someone who has seen a colander tragedy and lived to write about it. Records of pilgrimage used to be taller than shelves. Medieval hospitals kept ledgers with entries that read like sober weather reports, name, origin, health, sometimes trade, and the larger institutions had rules serious enough to fold laundry by. The Hospital del Rey in Burgos, one of the heavyweights of the route, enforced curfews, separated travelers by gender, and required prayers as part of the hospitality package. Leon San Marcos welcomed nobles, artisans, and the unwashed hopeful with an order rivaling a monastery and with architecture that now looks like it charges rent to the horizon. These places were not emergency rooms in the modern sense. They were shelters, kitchens, chapels, and border control of the moral sort. Historians are still debating this question of emphasis, Were such houses primarily engines of charity or instruments of social management, or a braided cord of both? Doors in today's albergues look ordinary, but they have busy biographies. Municipal ones sit under the care of town councils. Parish ones belong to churches that treat keys as sacraments. Private ones belong to families who have turned the art of welcome into an occupation. Winter adds a twist. Some doors close until spring, others switch to a self-service mode where the key lives in the bar next door, and a few run on the schedule of a single sainted volunteer who knows all the pilgrims by their socks. Finding an open bed becomes a scavenger hunt with coffee breaks, and each success feels like a sensible miracle. Hospitaleros are the Camino's memory keepers, and in winter they are also meteorologists, plumbers, glue-stick librarians, and part-time philosophers. A retired nurse stamps your credential with an accuracy that would impress a notary. A student gap year caretaker shows you how to coax the pellet stove into benevolence. A parish warden hands you a blanket with the solemnity of a liturgy and the aside that snorers get the far corner where acoustics are least ambitious. Each adds a page to your internal field guide. How to dry boots without causing modern art. How to negotiate a bunk pattern that reduces stair climbing at midnight. How to light a chapel candle without setting your sleeve on fire while still appearing composed. Guest books wear the day's fingerprints. Names gather like constellations, Lisbon, Sol, Oaxaca, Brno, each with a tiny comet tail of comment. Cold but kind, fog at dawn, best soup of the month. A surprisingly common detail. Some logs include columns for shoe size, an antique habit from inventory days when a house might need to issue footwear or track lost and found in a countryside where boots meant progress. Pages also carry sketches. The portico of glory drawn by someone with ambition. A cartoon of a blister, tasteful, educational, with a speech bubble saying, "Choose socks wisely." Humor is a disinfectant that works for doubt as well as for kitchens. Laundry becomes an afternoon class, and the sinks of Europe have led this seminar for centuries. Soap, scrub, rinse, wring, and the precise indoor choreography of clotheslines that turn the dorm into a forest of sleeves. Radiators transform into coat racks. Chair backs volunteer as internships for damp socks. Winter offers the slow dryer time. Between rinses you learn small lore. Use a microfiber towel as a press to wring out more water. Clip clothes in pairs to share clothespins. If boots need kindness, stuff them with crumpled paper and change it twice. People have been passing down these tips since hospices first learned how to contain a day's worth of weather without trying to control it. Soup in a communal pot smells like an answer to several questions you forgot to ask. Pilgrims congregate at the table as if summoned by an ancient law that requires one-liners and gratitude at dusk. A local volunteer arrives with a loaf and makes a joke about charging rent to the crumbs. Someone else produces tangerines like a magician who specializes in vitamins. The story of the day gets retold with gentle editing. Wind becomes dramatic, hills become mythical, and the dog that escorted you out of town becomes almost fluent in 2 languages. The table is the Camino's favorite lecture hall. Topics range from foot care to medieval rumors to which bed by the radiator is actually the Goldilocks zone. Warm enough to feel human, not hot enough to wake up as bread. Walls in older albergues speak through plaques and modest frames. One tells the story of the confraternity that reopened the house after decades of dust. Another shows a sepia photograph of the building when carts outnumbered cars. A third transcribes a rule older than anyone in the room. No person in need will be denied bread. These words stand shoulder to shoulder with modern instructions about Wi-Fi codes and quiet hours, producing a charming overlay of centuries. The Camino isn't a museum that happens to accept overnight guests. It's an organism that renews itself each time someone arrives cold and leaves a little warmer. Each time a ladle dips into a pot and someone says, "Mas, por favor," as if a second helping could solve politics. Histories of hospitals on the route read like a directory of tenderness. Roncesvalles kept beds and beef broth ready for the wet, the exhausted, and the misled. Najera once hosted travelers under royal protection. Burgos built the Hospital del Rey with enough seriousness to rearrange destiny for a generation of vagrants and pilgrims. Leon San Marcos stitched hospitality into architecture so convincingly that the building now functions as a luxury hotel without having to move its soul. The mainstream point to carry is that hospital meant more than medicine, shelter, counsel, ritual, safety, and often a gatekeeping function administered by clergy and civic officials. Regulations could be firm to the point of theatrical. Some houses limited stays to 1 or 2 nights to discourage malingering. Some required a letter from a parish priest or a municipal note to ratify your status as a pilgrim rather than a person simply looking for free heat. Others instituted rotating chores because kitchens do not clean themselves in any century. Curfews were common because darkness kept different rules, and gender segregation reflected a moral arithmetic that thought in columns more than complicated lives. Scholars still discuss how much these rules protected pilgrims from theft and worse, and how much they protected towns from the anxieties of mobile strangers, trying to locate the precise line where charity shook hands with control. Stamps today feel like gentle bureaucracy, and each one is a square applause for existing. The clack of rubber meeting paper, the brief press to dry, the date. A record that turns memory into something tangible. In some places the stamp is a small work of art, cathedral spires, bridge silhouettes, a cartoon cow with an approving face. In winter you become something of a collector, because stamps help mark days that otherwise blur into one long meditation on cypress trees. Medieval passersby also carried documents. Safe-conduct letters and indulgence proofs traveled with people the way insurance cards ride in modern wallets. The data changed. The intent remained, to be known as someone in passage. Evenings are acoustic architecture. Pellet stove ticks and sighs. Metal spoons chime against ceramic bowls. Pages turn with the same steady rhythm you heard in the mountains when the wind brushed past winter grass. Prayers in the parish next door run like a stream beyond a wall, and whether or not you step inside, you hear the cadence and understand that rhythm is itself a kind of care. A blessing of pilgrims might be offered, a small ceremony that doesn't interrogate your beliefs but does ask your journey to behave kindly toward your joints. Candles flicker beside a statue of James in his walking hat, and a small plaque under his boots reminds you that the shell once served as a bowl, a practical grace that tastes like history. Beds are the Camino's true diplomacy, and bunk etiquette belongs to an unwritten constitution. The top bunk offers altitude and a gossip vantage. The bottom offers a low center of gravity and fewer midnight acrobatics. Snoring is addressed with earplugs and forgiveness. Zipper noise is reclassified as nocturnal weather. Winter introduces the politics of blanket allocation, and the hospitalero adjudicates with Solomon's tact and a laser pointer aimed at the closet. Lights out becomes a study in compromise. Headlamps migrate into sleeves, and pages that must be read tonight are read under blankets as if contraband were literature. Stories exchange passports over plates. A Portuguese walker remembers the hospital in Redondela where the volunteer mended her backpack seam with the gravity of a surgeon. A Korean traveler describes a municipal hostel in Astorga that closed for the day but left a sign directing pilgrims to a neighbor with a spare room who charged only smiles and a promise to pass it on. An Italian recounts the legend of a medieval hospice run by a woman who boiled soup from saffron and patience on days when funds failed to arrive. Everyone nods. The Camino's gossip is about kindness, and its scandal is that it keeps happening. Practicalities get lectured into shape by collective intelligence. Reservations are a summer sport. Winter tends to rely on luck and laminated notices. If your chosen house is closed, the town bar likely knows the substitute. If the substitute is full, the parish hall sometimes morphs into Plan C with mats and the gentle hospitality of a place where people believe sleep is sacred, even on a basketball court. Heaters rarely read instruction manuals, so the person who understands them becomes a civic leader by default. Drying rooms turn into amphitheaters of drip, and a sign inevitably warns against putting boots directly on radiators. Cracked soles are a sin against tomorrow. A quirky pocket fact adds spice to the evening. A few guestbooks from decades past include a column for weight of pack, which starts as boasting and ends as anthropology. One albergue in Galicia displays a lost and found museum of orphan socks, each pinned with the date of discovery like a botanical specimen. A saint's day sometimes inspires a basket of free tangerines with a note that says, "Miracle of Vitamin C." Smallness is the Camino's preferred scale. The world is repaired in ladles and stitches, not in treaties. Architecture of hospitality dresses in local accents. In Navarra, timber frames and red tile speak in a dialect of warmth. In Castilla, thick stone keeps night at the door and stores sunlight like memory. In Galicia, granite rubs shoulders with chestnut beams and a persistent green that climbs walls even in January. Parish halls hang a wooden cross and a broom with equal dignity. Municipal hostels mount their coat of arms next to a fire extinguisher as if to declare that safety and identity can share a wall. Private albergues add art, a framed map, a ceramic shell the size of a dinner plate, a photo of the first 100 pilgrims who slept there, all signed like postcards to a future that has already arrived. Routines turn hospitality into choreography you could dance blindfolded. Check-in translates into who, whence, how far, any injuries, please sign here. Here is the kitchen, showers are this way, laundry outside, quiet hours at 10, breakfast at 7, donation if you can. If not, then wish us well. Shoes come off at the door because floors deserve clean sleep. Backpacks live under beds like obedient dogs. The shared vocabulary grows fat with gracias, merci, obrigado, danke, and the nod that works in every grammar. History keeps wandering through the present with decent manners. The custody of the Holy Sepulchre once administered houses along the French Way. The Order of Santiago guarded travelers with a sword in its emblem and hospitality in its mission. Lay brotherhoods endowed a bed here, a bowl there, a bridge in between. Some institutions fell to wars, others to neglect. Some reinvented themselves as schools, inns, or museums, holding fast to the idea that shelter can change its furniture and still keep its soul. The modern patchwork, municipal, parish, private, volunteer, resembles the medieval one more than we admit. A coalition of those who think a roof and a bowl of soup are defensible values in any century. Debate takes a gentle seat at the table, as it often does when people have eaten well. Did the old rules keep pilgrims safer or control vagrancy under the flag of piety? Were curfews compassionate boundaries or instruments of suspicion? How do we name the virtue in telling a stranger where the blankets live and the vice in telling that stranger when to leave? Historians bring documents. Walkers bring calluses. The conversation ends, as Camino debates usually do, with that good-natured shrug that says both can be true, and the proof is in the existence of the road itself, a system that protects by welcoming and welcomes by guiding. Night arrives with that winter decisiveness you've grown to respect. A final sweep of the kitchen relocates stray forks, the stove gets a thank you pat, and the donativo jar receives a folded note that feels as ceremonial as any cathedral offering. The dorm lights settle into their dimmer setting, and a soft chorus of zippers translates into lullaby. Beyond the walls, the town keeps its light low, and a clock somewhere does its duty with a confidence that has nothing to prove to anyone. Shelter may not be dramatic, but it is the precondition for every story you want to tell tomorrow. Morning reintroduces the ritual with freshness. Blankets fold into disciplined squares, bunks return to invisibility, and the coffee machine performs its ancient trick of making patience audible. A new hospitalero arrives on shift, stamps it ready, ink pad refreshed, smile tuned to the precise pitch of encouragement. The key returns to the bartender like a boomerang that has learned courtesy. Before stepping out, you feel for that little resolving click that comes when the door snugs into its latch, an acoustic amen. Gratitude folds into your pocket like a spare napkin. Streetlight gives way to the early pallor of day, and your first arrow of the morning appears on a lamppost as if conjured by the act of leaving a warm room. The path makes its case. One step at a time, past gardens asleep under burlap and shutters painted the color of good dreams. Behind you, an albergue goes on being a small factory of kindness, preparing beds and soup and stamps for walkers you will never meet. Ahead, another roof waits with a volunteer who will teach a stranger how to coax heat from a stubborn radiator, and how to write their name in a guest book with enough pressure to be legible to the future. Gratitude becomes the portable architecture you carry forward. Hospitals and albergues slip into your memory as a map of recipes and voices. Broth in Roncesvalles, a quilt in Zubiri, a blessing in Pamplona, a needle and thread in Puente la Reina, a grin in Estella, a lecture on socks in Los Arcos, and somewhere down the line the stamp from Burgos that looks like a crown for a day you didn't think you could manage and then did. If the Middle Ages gave the Camino houses, the present gives it rooms with doors that open when a cold hand knocks. Either way, the thesis holds: hospitality is infrastructure. West keeps doing its quiet pull, and the road keeps accepting your answers. History will continue to argue softly in libraries about charity and control, donors and doormen, curfews and kindness. Kitchens will continue to argue cheerfully about garlic and noodles. In the space between those arguments, winter pilgrims arrive, eat, laugh, sleep, and leave, each one slightly better at carrying themselves through weather and through pages. The next town will have a bed and a stamp and a story. The old ledger would approve. The soup will help. The door will open. Morning slides into the kitchen like a polite cat, and the smell of coffee negotiates a truce with the chill that clings to the tiled floor. Pots scrape softly as if clearing their throats before making speeches. A hospitalero lays out a small republic of breakfast. Hunks of bread with shoulders like architecture, butter in a square that shines as if auditioning for a painting, and a jar of marmalade that tastes like someone's garden made a promise. The road outside is damp and expectant, but first there is the practical theology of food. You slice, you spread, you chew, and already the day feels less theoretical. Historians would call this the infrastructure of pilgrimage. Everyone else just calls it breakfast that understands its assignment. Kitchens in winter albergues become classrooms where recipes teach patience as well as calories. A volunteer explains that caldo, the simple broth of the season, is not a dish so much as a method. Onions softened into sweetness, greens cut into ribbons, potatoes surrendering starch into silk. Garlic gets crushed under a knife and turns the room into a compass that points toward comfort. The pot begins to mutter in encouraging syllables while you stand there with a wooden spoon, performing an old choreography that does not mind modern hands. Medieval cooks would have recognized the logic if not the equipment. The grammar of simmer has not changed its verbs. Somewhere down the road, a bakery lifts shutters and the scent of yeast walks out like a neighbor who always says hello first. Loaves sit on the counter with the sturdy confidence of things that believe in breakfast. Crust fissures like a tiny mountain range. Crumb keeps secrets like a monastery. A local smiles at your indecision, slices a piece, and sprinkles a pinch of salt into olive oil with the kindness of a person offering a shortcut to joy. In the Middle Ages, bread was not a side. It was a platform, plate, spoon, napkin, calendar, sometimes even currency of hospitality. The old superstition about marking dough with a cross before baking survives here and there. Partly piety, partly practical ventilation. Your piece cracks, steam sighs, and the morning immediately forgives any past wrongs you've committed against onions. Bread, on this road, lives in every tense. Yesterday's heels cube into croutons for soup. Today's slice travels wrapped in paper like a love letter. And tomorrow's dough rests under a dish towel that looks exactly like patience. In Galicia, a pan de sea might arrive with a crust so persuasive you rethink your positions on philosophy, while further east a rustic bara suggests sandwiches with a fluency most diplomats envy. Pilgrims in older centuries sometimes carried portable ovens of a sort, a pan, a lid, hot stones, and made flatbreads when luck met time. You make do with a cafe's griddle and the universal law that anything toasted becomes celebratory. The Camino teaches this. Reuse is not thrift. It's continuity that tastes good. Legends swirl around tables the way steam swirls over bowls. Someone repeats the tale of the apostles' bones crossing the sea. Shells clinging like epaulets to a knight who fell into the water and came up as if the ocean had blessed his tailoring. A more recent and cheerful legend lives in almond and sugar. The Tarta de Santiago, a modern classic with roots flirtatious enough to wink at medieval kitchens. Powdered sugar stencils across atop the cake. and the first bite makes you suspect that pilgrim zeal can be measured in grams of almond. Scholars point out that the recipe we know is largely early 20th century, codified in pastry books and cafes, yet it resonates as if abuelas whispered it directly to the century. Authenticity here behaves like good pastry, laminated, layered, and extremely willing to forgive a little improvisation. Markets in winter keep shorter hours and longer conversations. A stallholder stacks oranges into pyramids that promise sunlight in edible form. Another sells chorizo whose paprika brings summer into the room, even if the windows disagree. Fresh greens twitch when mist settles on leaves, and potatoes sit like dependable friends. Monastic records from centuries ago catalog sacks of legumes, casks of wine, wheels of cheese, and salted fish that traveled farther than some people did. Fasting seasons rearranged menus. Less meat here, more fish there. Vegetables promoted temporarily to main characters. The academic debate flares gently. Did this Rhodes regions observe fast and abstinence uniformly? Or did local economies and calendars bend the rules with the quiet flexibility of people who understood weather and hunger too well to be rigid? Historians are still debating this question, and winter cooks shrug in the friendliest way possible while ladling soup. Pilgrims talk about hunger the way sailors talk about wind. Personally, pragmatically, with a touch of superstition. A person who ate too little the day before says the hill grew taller overnight. Another who ate exactly enough glows faintly with the smugness of a well-tuned machine. Medieval walkers planned around monasteries and hospitals where a pot would be on. Modern walkers plan around cafes and supermarket closing days. Either way, the ritual remains the same. A bowl, a ladle, a spoon, a thank you. Holiness sneaks up through onions, which is the kind of theology even skeptics can stomach. The last crumbs of bread wipe the last film of fat from the bowl, and the spoon clicks like a period to the sentence of hunger. Recipes drift from town to town with the nonchalance of gossip that knows it is welcome everywhere. In Navarra, a simple caldo leans on leeks and patience. In Castile, a cocido de invierno draws its authority from chickpeas and the engineering of layered cooking. In Galicia, caldo gallego brings in grelos, turnip tops, with the confidence of a chorus hitting its note. Someone teaches you a pilgrim hack that tastes older than it is. Crumble dried bread into the bowl, grate a clove of garlic, drown it with hot broth, and watch fatigue surrender without drama. You make a note to remember that lentils require a little preparation and a lot of forgiveness, and that beans cooked slowly, with a bay leaf and half a hillside of thyme, behave like therapy performed by herbs. Iriche, that cheerful fountain of wine near Aiguë, turns into a parable long before you reach it. Stories race ahead. A spigot that pours red generosity under an inscription inviting moderation and humor. A metal grate to discourage the filling of dubious vats. A webcam that makes someone's aunt in another country cheer from the couch. In winter, the flow is sometimes shy, sometimes bold, always framed by the mild absurdity of free wine in the middle of a pilgrimage. Medieval precedent? Not exactly. Monasteries did offer drink to travelers, ale or watered wine, because hydration and morale are cousins. The modern fountain is a wink that respects an older truth. Hospitality often arrives in cups. You promise to sip only enough for symbolism and a smile, then remember that symbolism and a smile are, in fact, the correct dosage. Fasting slides back into the discussion like a habitual guest who knows where the spoons live. Rulebooks and sermons from different centuries lay out abstinence with the clarity of people who enjoyed lists. Everyday life subverted, accommodated, or obeyed depending on season, region, and supply. Fish stood in for meat. Olive oil replaced lard on particular days. Eggs became a debate topic dressed as breakfast. A traveler's status sometimes softened rules, acknowledgement that energy is a sacrament on the road. Scholars parse the variations with caution, comparing diocesan directives, monastic customs, and popular practice. And while they map patterns, they also admit a landscape of exceptions. Your modern compromise is simple. Eat kindly, share generously, and remember that hunger doesn't make you virtuous. It just makes you distracted. Blessings appear in kitchens with the casual authority of steam. A parish priest stops by the albergue to say a prayer over travelers and soup, and the language leans more domestic than doctrinal. May the pot be enough, may the feet endure, may the weather keep its opinions where we can see them coming. In a medieval hall, this blend of prayer and practical work was the daily air. A de profundis as the bread slid onto wooden boards, a salve regina as the last bowl returned to its hook. Today, a volunteer out of breath from carrying firewood whispers a benediction that could be mistaken for a joke. May your spoon always find something. Everyone says amen with their shoulders. Streetlights blink awake in small towns before the sky admits defeat, and the promise of dinner steers your steps like a lighthouse. A chalkboard outside a bar or comedor announces Menu del Dia, and winter's version reads like a hug. Caldo first, then something braised, then dessert that may or may not include that almond cake you keep telling yourself is research. Pilgrims drift toward these signs the way iron filings drift toward magnets. Conversation in several languages mixes into a warm weather system, and bowls arrive steaming, a kind of congregational chant made edible. Calories feel less like numbers and more like allies. Pots keep the memory of everything cooked inside them, which is probably why some albergue kitchens feel wise. Seasoning is cumulative. A little paprika left behind, a half clove of garlic that fell in love with the corner, a vapor trail of bay leaf. A hospitalero shows you where the ancient spoon lives, the one with the scorched handle and the smooth bowl that conferences with every recipe, and you stir as if the spoon could mentor your posture. Someone sings quietly while chopping onions. Someone else lines up bowls like planets. The kettle begins to hum a note that suggests good news. Old kitchens were acoustic, too. Lids trembling, coals ticking, bellows purring like cats. Historians sometimes write that technology changed everything. Kitchens reply that heat and time are stubborn continuities. Stories travel on bread the way letters travel in envelopes. A farmer at the next table tells about delivering flour to the monastery mill, how the wheel talks in winter, slower but with more conviction. A pilgrim from far away explains the taste of home soups, miso, pho, borscht, and the table performs kindness by listening as if recipes were people being introduced. A grandmotherly volunteer remembers rationing years and smiles at the idea that a bowl of beans can feel like a festival if you sit with company and a window that shows whether behaving. The Camino collects these narratives and files them under sustenance, a category librarians should probably teach a class about. Etiquette for shared kitchens becomes a second language you learn by immersion. Labels on containers, names on milk cartons, the ritual of is anyone using this onion, and the ceremonial placement of leftovers in a place where they can be adopted with dignity. Someone jokes that donativo fridges are like libraries except with yogurt. Everyone laughs because the only thing more universal than soup is a good metaphor about sharing. A handwritten note on the wall says, "Please close lids. They get cold too." And the pot seems to preen at being included in the household. Spoons might be the Camino's unofficial relics, portable, useful, and resigned to being slightly sticky. Medieval finds at market sites include spoon heads stamped with crosses or initials, personal cutlery that tells a story about identity and hygiene. Modern pilgrims learn quickly that soup has its own angle of approach, and that metal transfers warmth to lips like a polite handshake. Ladles turn broth into equality. Everyone gets a portion that understands fairness instinctively. The oddest fact you pick up today is truly delightful. Some old taverns used to hang communal spoons by the door and paint them once a year as a celebration of renewal. If someone makes that up at the table, you decide to believe it anyway. It deserves to be true. Chapels keep watch over kitchens the way older siblings keep an eye on curious toddlers. Loving, a bit amused, ready to intervene. In more than one albergue, the door from the refectory to the small oratory creaks with a familiarity that blurs the line between prayer and dishwashing. A statue of James leans lightly on a staff while a drying rack leans lightly on its own responsibilities, and the two leanings become an accidental icon of pilgrimage. Body and spirit negotiated through practical furniture. Before bed, Somebody lights a candle for a friend who needs surgeries to behave and doctors to sleep well. Somebody else writes a name in the guest book next to a drawn bowl with steam lines that spell hope, if you squint. Farmers have their own liturgy for weather, one you get to eavesdrop on after dinner when the bar becomes a parliament of boots. Rain tomorrow, says a man in a cap. But only the democratic kind. A woman with hands that look like they know soil predicts fog easier than forecasts do. They ask about your route the way people ask about relatives, with genuine interest and a map in their heads. Medieval records confirm that villages along the Camino had a traveling economy. Bakers with extra loaves, taverns with beds and stew, orchards that understood the math of pilgrims versus apples. Today's version is simply better at coffee. Winter keeps a careful eye on appetites. Long stages ask for strategies, and you learn the sacrament of the pocket sandwich. Cheese that can survive hours at room temperature, bread that does not collapse under tomato, and a pilgrim's trick of salting from a tiny vial that makes good friends with olive oil held in a recycled bottle. Nuts carry protein like a secret. Dried figs act like batteries. Old fasting rules once reclassified the beaver as fish in some parts of Europe, a taxonomic argument with culinary consequences. The Camino laughs softly and offers tuna from a can, steadfast and ready to make winter less dramatic. The point is not strictness. The point is stamina wrapped in decency. Tomorrow begins to bloom in your mind even as tonight pours a second ladle. The plan includes a cafe you've been told not to miss, a bakery famous for crust that behaves like sculpture, and a village where a grandmother is rumored to set out a thermos of tea for pilgrims with a sign that says, "Take one smile." Mainstream history walks beside you with its basket. Medieval hospitals supplied bread as alms, measured in loaves per person per day according to documents that make accountants swoon. The quirky detail that sticks is impossibly human. Some guest registers from the early modern period recorded not just names but also who liked garlic, an administrative note that reads like affection. Dishes clink, hands rinse, benches scoot, and the night folds itself like a napkin. Outside, breath turns to fog that doesn't ask for attention, and the last window of the albergue glows in the lane like a promise of second chances. Blessings curl in the rafters, bits of soup steam and whispered thanks mixing with the dry tick of the heater. Arguments about fasting and rules have done their polite work and gone to sleep. Tomorrow's questions snore softly alongside boots. You roll your spoon into a cloth, tuck it deep in your pack where it can dream of broth, and feel the rare happiness that belongs to travelers with full bellies and actionable hope. Night lays a velvet hush over the lane, a kind of acoustic blanket that makes every footstep sound honest, and the sky answers with a spill of cold diamonds that seem to lean west the way your thoughts do. Lanterns at the albergue door wink their goodbyes, and the first corner turns your face toward fields where frost writes cursive along the furrows. Breath rises like silver ribbon. Somewhere behind the hedge, a cow moves with the slow punctuation of a living metronome. The oldest rumor of this road drifts up with your exhale. There is a star river above you that once taught travelers which way to tilt their courage. Whether or not the cosmos ever moonlighted as signage, it certainly moonlights as company. And company is sometimes the whole miracle. Milky light collapses distance into something you can almost fold and put in a pocket. The great band across the sky, call it the Camino de las Estrellas if romance is your dialect, follows your axis of hope with indecent accuracy, and for a few minutes you accept the ancient shorthand that heaven's ribcage bends in the same direction as your boots. Mainstream history lowers its librarian glasses to remind you that practical way finding leaned on rivers, passes, bridges, and the gossip of monasteries more than on astronomy. Still, there's a quiet alignment between star scatter and human intentions that feels true in the same way a lullaby feels true. Not as data, as mercy. Historians are still debating this question of whether the Milky Way had any real navigational standing, but your night-warmed heart doesn't ask for footnotes. Stories arrive with the steadiness of constellations. One tells how the Apostle James preached in Hispania and returned to Jerusalem only to meet martyrdom. Another tells how his disciples set his body adrift, and the sea behaved with a courtesy that astonished even itself. delivering the relics to a Galician shore as if tide and tide table had entered a covenant. A knight, or in some versions a wedding guest, fell into the waves and re-emerged shell-clad, scallops clinging like heraldry. Miracles, as ever, wear good costumes. The mainstream through line is plainer. By the early 9th century, a hermit named Pelagius reported mysterious lights over a field. Bishop Theodomir investigated, and a grave complex received royal attention. Scholars continued to examine the chronology with tweezers and patience. Faith continues to walk. Galicia in winter smells of water and wood smoke. And right now the road makes a faint white line toward low hills that gather mist the way old shawls gather stories. Chapels keep their lamps low, and granite crosses tilt their heads like patient teachers. The place name Compostela has its crowded etymologies. Some hear Campus Stelli, the field of stars, and smile. Others hear the Latin compositum, a burial site, and nod toward Roman habits. Linguists have the decency to disagree politely. Meanwhile, your steps keep a conversation going with the ground, and the ground answers in a language you understand. Solid, repeatable West. Sailors knew how to read the sky's grammar long before guidebooks dared to boss anyone around, and inland travelers borrowed a little of that literacy when hills gave them sightlines. Churches in high places often welcomed star watchers as well as wayfarers, because altitude is a generous teacher. The North Star holds its steady note in the choir, and the Milky Way throws a long soft chord across the night that hums like a road in the sky. Pragmatism steps in, clearing its throat. Clouds exist, trees exist, and so does winter fog thick enough to butter toast with. Romance laughs but does not argue. Under soul weather like this, you still check the next arrow. Candles do for stone what stars do for fields, and a small oratory on the edge of town has both. Wax that smells faintly of honey and a narrow window that frames two brave stars like commas in a sentence you haven't finished yet. A priest on his late errand nods and keeps moving, the way tired kindness keeps moving at the end of long days. Mainstream history speaks quietly from the wall plaques. The cult of St. James drew kings and towns into alliance. Roads were improved, hospitals founded, bridges mended, and markets set to the rhythm of pilgrim feet. A tiny, odd detail catches you too. Medieval badges had little holes, so they could be sewn snugly to hats or cloaks, and some shells doubled as shallow cups. Utility wears a halo when it behaves itself. Pilgrim hats and carvings almost always show the shell. Wide, confident, 5 or 6 grooves fanning like sun rays. And folkloric memory swears the shell serves as bowl when the pot appears but cutlery has fled. Practical truth agrees. The dish side of the scallop carries a mouthful of water or soup without drama if your hand cooperates. Somewhere in your pack, a modern plastic measuring cup looks momentarily embarrassed. The mainstream symbol summary is this: shell equals James, James equals journey, journey equals a person who is trying to become slightly kinder by walking. The quirky addendum today is that shell necklaces sometimes hung from animal harnesses too, a medieval way of whispering that even mules could be honorary pilgrims for a day. Scholars drift in like quiet stars to offer the debates you promised yourself you wouldn't ignore. Authenticity of relics? A notoriously thorny topic. Some lineages of thought defend the apostolic identity with affectionate tenacity. Others propose alternate candidates such as Priscillian, the Galician ascetic bishop executed in the 4th century, whose cult definitely left footprints in the region. Historians are still debating this question and will likely continue, because bones do not raise hands when roll is called. Pilgrimage sidesteps by asking a different kind of truth. What happens to a person who walks? Results are easier to verify. Smaller pride, louder gratitude, one blister less opinionated than yesterday. Shells clink softly against packs this morning like very polite wind chimes as the world lightens from charcoal to watercolor. A farmer with a thermos raises it in greeting, and a dog with a serious face considers adding you to its jurisdiction before deciding you already belong to the weather. Mainstream point, in case the exam is later. The shell as pilgrim badge reached far beyond Galicia. It was traded at fairs, worn to funerals, and sometimes nailed to house doors like a thesis on what the household valued. The oddest tidbit you collect today is hilariously human. Some medieval statutes scolded merchants for selling fake shells to fakers, proving that even centuries ago the counterfeit market understood branding. Practical narratives are the best kind to pack for later. A local points out a roadside spring and says the shell makes a decent scoop if you haven't yet located your bottle. A hospitalero tells you to rinse it when finished because good manners apply to metaphors. A child demonstrates how to blow across the shell's ridges and produce a noise that is definitely spiritual if you define that word as unexpected and enthusiastic. Somewhere, a pot of caldo awaits future you, and the shell nods from your pack as if to say it has a minor cameo in that scene as well. Legend bends toward Compostela like iron bends toward lodestone, and during an afternoon of long, quiet lanes you rehearse the mosaic. Pelagius and his light, Theodomir and his report to Alfonso II, a shrine where candles learned endurance, and a growing network of roads that braided Europe to a stone city at the world's green edge. The mainstream thread is reliable. By the 10th and 11th centuries, Compostela was a major devotional magnet, with charters, miracles, and merchants to prove it. Quirks slides in with a grin. Some miracle tales include chickens, treasure under cabbages, and shoes that refuse to wear out, all of which make fatigue feel slightly ashamed of itself. Maps like good drama, and medieval ones placed Jerusalem at the center because that was the right kind of poetry for their audience. Compostela took its corner with dignity, labeled sometimes with a shell, sometimes with a little church, and sometimes with a star. Modern atlases tell a different story, but that old star had a way of assigning direction to longing, and longing does not always answer to longitude. Historians parse the cartographic evidence with care. Some charts speak metaphor, some speculation, some sober route finding. Your current map is the one your feet are drawing. Cathedrals are not yet in view, but their gravity affects the weather of your imagination. In your mind's pockets ride images you've seen on postcards or in guidebook gloss. Porticos full of carved saints breathing stone sermons. A crypt where silence concentrates. A censer that swings like a planet on a tether. The star road suggests that every step you take is already in conversation with those stones. The way light that left a star years ago is only now arriving on your retinas with news you feel you knew already. The mainstream observation floats up. Shrines coalesce from a marriage of devotion, politics, and logistics. The debate follows, polite and persistent, about which partner wrote the prenup. Routes fork and settle again under your boots the way storylines fork and settle in old poems. From Oviedo to the north, the Primitivo claims the earliest royal footsteps. From the coast, the northern way keeps salt in its vocabulary. From Roncesvalles, the French way gathers cities like pearls on a cord. The nickname Star Road belongs to all of them when the sky is generous. Historians are still debating this question of firstness. And meanwhile practical pilgrims obey weather and whim, which is a kind of scholarship, too. Stars never file exclusivity contracts. They just shine. Bells smudge the air from a small parish as you pass. A bronze handwriting that stretches from farm to ridge. Inside, a painted St. James wears his hat with the shell and his traveling cloak with the sort of competence that persuades sore knees to go one more village. A laminated card explains indulgences in careful prose and notes the jubilee rhythms of years when doors open wider than usual. The mainstream catechism is brisk. Walk, confess, commune. Show up in body and intention. Let the machinery of grace make its adjustments. Quirky detail. Until not long ago, some visitors would tap their foreheads gently to a statue of a wise biblical king. Not doctrine, just a habit. Then give the saint a hug upstairs for good measure. Practices evolve. Affection remains efficient. Morning thinks about being afternoon while you study a small carved stone with stars etched around a cross. A microcosm that has survived more winters than you can count. The mason's hand lives there, a little geometry that manages to be both astronomy and prayer. A guide once joked that medieval artists had 3 settings: solemn, whimsical, and tired but trying. This starry cross hits whimsical and slides into solemn by accident. Mainstream art history nods. Iconography traveled along with pilgrims, picking up local flourishes, marrying symbol to soil. The debate keeps breathing. Do these motifs reflect a people's cosmology? Or did stonecutters simply enjoy a motif that sells? Across a hill, the wind rehearses its choir practice, and your scarf performs a quiet duet with your neck. A farmer leads 2 cows that wear bells tuned to a pastoral key, and as they pass, you catch a glimpse of a shell tied to the harness with red cord, a piece of folk piety that also behaves like a reflector. The Camino's magic is that religion, safety, superstition, and humor share a table without raising their voices. Mainstream ethnography points out that blending is the rule, not the exception. Scholars file this under syncretism and go for coffee. Underfoot, frost begins to soften, freeing the ground from its overnight contract, and puddles discover their reflective function again. The sky in those small mirrors keeps showing the same headline. Star wash, thin cloud, a rumor of blue. The road ahead kinks where a bridge solves a puzzle, and a ceramic tile with a shell settles a tiny argument 2 corners later. Mainstream guidebook advice proves right as often as it deserves to. Star worship is for poets. Arrow worship is for ankles. Still, when a gap in the hedgerow offers a surprise theater of sky, you let your gaze travel upward like a prayer you're too shy to name. Names carry old weather. Santiago, Santiago, St. James, one person in multiple spellings, and in Portuguese even Tiago like a friend's nickname that leans across a table. The more slang iconography shows up here and there in older statues, but winter's Camino has little appetite for battles. It prefers the pilgrim James in his hat, the one who looks like he knows which soup works on sad days. Mainstream history says the apostles' cult was flexible enough to meet many moods. Warrior for monarchs, walker for towns, protector for farmers praying over clouds that won't decide. Historians are still debating this question of which image dominated when and why your vote is for the hat. Caveats belong in the pack next to your snacks. Stars can't pierce every fog, and legends can't carry every fact. The Compostela certificate once required a religious or at least spiritual motive. Now it asks for sincerity, which is a better word for a road that generously welcomes mixed motives and lets walking do its quiet reorganization. Mainstream practice has always made room for both penance and curiosity. Medieval charters wink at trade and family visits woven into devotion. The quirky update. Some modern certificates add an extra flourish when you continue on to the coast, as if kilometers had a grade curve. It's harmless, and it makes your toes feel famous. Meanwhile, the work continues under the glamour. Steps collect like beads on a rosary that counts sweat instead of syllables. Gloves gain or lose minutes depending on mood and wind. Water bottles report the weather in condensation. A local offers a mandarin with the same gesture that priests use to offer blessings, and, to be honest, both taste like vitamin C. Mainstream note: hospitality on this road has always been an economy of little kindnesses. Warm space by a fire, bowl and spoon, quick advice about the safer ford. Historians are still debating the proportions of charity versus social management in medieval institutions, but no one argues against the warmth of a peeled orange at 1/4 almost lunch. Suppers in small towns sometimes include a second dessert disguised as story time. Someone at the next table tells how their grandmother would step outside on clear nights, look for the Milky Way, and decide whether the laundry could stay out till morning. Someone else says the star band points to their uncle's house if you squint and want it to. A monk with the good sort of mischief in his eyes says that when clouds hide the sky, God trusts arrows. The group laughs, and the laugh sounds exactly like bread breaking. The mainstream anthropologist inside your hat takes notes. The rest of you just asks for more caldo. Finally, a chapel window frames a star that seems to rest on its sill. Just for you. Just for this minute when shoes are off and knees think you might be respectable. A candle burns down into a tin cup, a tiny domestic sun clocking off late. That old question about relics wanders back with clean hands. and the polite academic inside your head asks whether truth is a person, a bone, a pattern, a hope. Historians are still debating this question, and bless them for their craft. Walking answers in its mother tongue. Keep going, share what's warm, tell the truth gently, and notice who helps. Westward thoughts settle into blankets that smell faintly of soap and wood, and the room breathes like a stable. Quiet life, content life, practical life. The Star Road is probably not a GPS, but it is definitely a lullaby, and lullabies are navigation of a different sort. Shell taps pack, pack-size bunk, bunk smiles night, and all the tiny sounds braid themselves into a rope strong enough to pull you through sleep toward morning. Tomorrow the sky will write in a different font, and you'll read it just as attentively. The apostle's story won't become simpler. Your kindness might. That's the direction that matters. Frost threads silver along vineyard wires as the road eases toward the valley, where the Arga curls under arches that have been auditioning for permanence since the 11th century. And breath makes small, confident clouds that feel like rehearsal for a story about stone, vows, and people who decided rivers should stop saying no. Crossing the first modest footbridge of the morning, legs discover how winter turns timber into an honest instrument. Each plank a note, each step a bar, and somewhere ahead the great span of Puente la Reina tunes itself in the same key. Ready to say what bridges always say in the Camino's grammar. Proceed. Puente la Reina stands with the poise of a matriarch in a family portrait, 6 broad arches stepping over the Arga like calm sentences, and tradition tells that Dona Mayor, queen consort of Sancho III of Navarre, had this bridge raised to gather the French routes into one braided promise. Mainstream history agrees on the 11th century birth and the royal sponsorship, while the scholarly footnotes haggle, politely, over precise dates and whether repairs or reconstructions are hiding inside the legend's generous blanket. Queens leave signatures in stone, and this one writes legibly. A span wide enough for carts and pilgrims, a gentle rise for dignity, a parapet where winter hands can rest and think about soup. A century later, other women across the route. Noble, abbess, neighbor with a strong will. Fund chapels, mend roads, endow bread for hospital tables, proving that patronage is not a single voice but a choir whose altos often go uncredited. Winter loves to dramatize edges, and as boots find the bridge's first ramp, wind shows you how rivers invent weather from scratch. On the far bank, the Church of the Crucifix, small, attentive, keeps watch, and inside hangs that curious forked cross with outstretched arms like a tree in prayer. Stories connect it to the Templars, which is catnip for imaginations and guidebooks, though historians add a friendly cough and remind everyone that attribution is complicated and that not every octagon or peculiar crucifix belongs to a knight with a white mantle. Hospitallers, Templars, and the homegrown brotherhood swirl through this landscape like different spices in the same stew. Chapels, bridges, and shelters carry their fingerprints in varying densities, and while the public imagination often hands every dramatic stone to the Templars, mainstream scholarship spreads the credit among municipal councils, bishops, confraternities, and long-suffering masons who actually made geometry obey gravity. The orders of Santiago and Calatrava, more Iberian in flavor, also stride in later with swords in their coats of arms and hospitality in their statutes. Debate rides along as an amiable companion. How much bridgework can we truly assign to the military orders versus local guilds and royal purse strings? Charter evidence lists donors by name and weight of coin, but centuries treat paper with a relaxed attitude and repairs mask origins. Historians are still debating this question, comparing archival crumbs with masonry styles and the archaeology of cutwater shapes, and the only witnesses who could settle it, those stones, just keep smiling. Chicken lore interrupts like a friendly trumpet as the road bends towards Santo Domingo de la Calzada in the mine's future itinerary, where the tale of the wronged pilgrim and the roasted birds that stood up and crowed after judgment remains the greatest poultry comeback in European travel literature. Mainstream knowledge adds that the cathedral still houses a living hen and rooster as gleeful footnote, and the scholarly aside wonders how miracle stories circulated along the Camino as a kind of moral signage that warned judges, entertained travelers, and underlined the network's reputation. Stone carries weather like memory, and as sols land mid-span on Puente la Reina, the entire structure feels warm in the mind even while fingers negotiate with the wind. Cutwaters face upstream like old knights who prefer to meet problems head-on, and the arches broadcast a lesson that refuses to age. Make the crossing wide enough for those you have not yet met, because roads love a surprise. Orbigo's long bridge wakes in the imagination next. Dozens of uneven arches stepping over the river like a procession of grandfathers. Famous for the Paso Honroso of 1434, when Don Suero de Quiñones, nursing a romantic vow and a flair for publicity, challenged passing knights to a joust at the bridge until he'd broken enough lances to satisfy both pride and pledges. Historians label the event chivalric theater with excellent attendance, and winter travelers smile at the notion that even in February a bridge can host a festival of controlled bravado. Customs continue their practical work beneath the pageantry. Towns along the Camino once collected pontage, those small tolls or alms dedicated to bridge maintenance, while confraternities organized volunteer labor days that looked suspiciously like parties with hammers. The mainstream picture shows a civic-religious partnership as elastic as a good dough, and the quirky tidbit arrives in the form of a surviving account where expenses include not just lime and stone but wine for the workers that they not fall into gloom. A line-item budget committees should consider universal. Maps, both paper and living, converge at Puente la Reina with the elegance of a waltz. The routes from Saint John and from Somport gather their steps and decide to proceed west together, a choreography you feel in your knees as the town offers arcades for shelter and bakery windows for morale. Later, Unate waits slightly off the path with its octagonal mystery, a Romanesque church in a field, encircled by arches like a crown, long rumored to be Templar because octagons and rumors have been in a long-term relationship, while many scholars argue for Augustinian canons and funerary function instead. That dispute remains courteous, enduring, and oddly comforting. Pilgrim comedy keeps manners, even when it tries a trumpet solo. Someone insists that medieval walkers wore onions on their belts as if snack architecture were a substitute for pockets, and the image is too charming to retire entirely, though practical history prefers pouches and satchels. Either way, crossing a great bridge with a shell clicking on your pack qualifies as snack enough for the soul, and the parapet makes a fine counter for a mandarin, peeled with the solemnity usually reserved for vows. Archives talk more softly than rivers but just as persistently. A charter here promises free passage for those under the protection of the apostle. A ledger there lists timber purchased from a hillside now wearing vines, a royal note over their names, a queen, a bishop, and 2 stonemasons who got paid in a currency suspiciously like gratitude plus lunch. Mainstream historians knit these scraps into narratives with the patience of winter evening, while the debate continues in quieter corners about how often royal propaganda borrowed from piety to polish crowns and how often piety borrowed from royal budgets to finish arches. Stories about queens ripple through this corridor like light over water. Dona Mayer becomes a patron saint of logistics, while later noblewomen fund bridges as memorials, dowries for the common good. Somewhere a local tale claims a queen once dropped her ring on the parapet and it rolled into the river only to be returned a year later in a fish's belly. An edible homily on loss, patience, and the Camino's scandalous habit of tidying loose ends. Rain approaches from the west with that sly, persuasive choreography only Atlantic weather knows, and the bridge turns into a stage where droplets drum an allegro on stone. Cold finds your knuckles, gloves find their rhythm, and you find a slower cadence that respects slickness. A woman jogging with a sheepdog waves, and the dog takes responsibility for your safe crossing with professional concern, proof that bridges also train local citizens in pilgrim management. Nightfall gathers its tools early in winter and sets to work above the arcades. A parish bell drafts the hour into obedience, and the Crucifix Church shares its thin spill of candlelight with the river. Inside, a prie-dieu absorbs the weight of knees that tasted ascent an hour ago. A small plaque notes the community that tends this place season after season, and the prayer you offer is as Romanesque as the capitals. Let this span hold, let arrival happen, let kindness keep winning by small margins. Morning in this town tastes like bread with confident crust and coffee that believes in mornings with a missionary zeal. When you step back onto the bridge, Apartments shrug open their shutters as if to say the daily pilgrimage of fetching groceries and going to school deserves a blessing too. A cyclist rings a bell that sounds exactly like a smile, and somewhere a shopkeeper sweeps his threshold with the concentration of a person calibrating the day. Before leaving, a stop at the cruciform church answers a curiosity. The forked Christ, long-limbed, expressive, holds the gaze without theatrics, a style that wandered north from the Rhineland centuries ago and found a home here. Some visitors whisper Templar, just because the rumor enjoys a long life and refuses to pay rent, while guidebooks, dutiful, tactful, explain that attribution dances among possibilities. Historians are still debating this question, and the piece of you that loves a good mystery admits that uncertainty sometimes improves devotion. Snowmelt laces the river edges with a silver script, and the arches cast shadows that look like parentheses around the current. In that grammar, your crossing becomes a clause in a sentence a millennium long, punctuated by repairs, floods overcome, and 1,000 feet that were carrying love, grief, penance, boredom, curiosity, trades, notes, and the gentle madness of turning walking into meaning. Elsewhere on the route, a bridge at Legrano learns the taste of Rioja on the tongues of travelers, and a crossing near Burgos remembers carts that groaned with wool and salt. Leon offers that armored ribbon at Orbigo where Don Suero once played at immortality. Galicia will eventually lift you over rivers with stone that has agreed to be wet forever. In each place the same politics repeat. Who pays, who builds, who watches at night, who records, who tells the story with a little extra embroidery to keep listeners awake. Onward from Puente la Reina, the way leans toward fields and small villages stitched close to the road like confident buttons. Rumors of the Knights of Santiago pop up in carvings and street names, a reminder that the Iberian orders channeled chivalry toward borderland defense and a network of care for travelers. Statutes declare hospitality a sword's twin, and preceptories become nodes where bread and protection circulate with the same earnestness. Evening later in the week ushers you into a stela where arches swoop across the EGA and Romanesque portals conduct entire symphonies in stone. A volunteer in the parish hall tells how the town once hosted markets rich enough to make mules proud and friars nervous, and how pilgrimage and trade have always braided their stories without asking for permission. The mainstream lesson holds: bridges are not just engineering, they are economic verbs that conjugate hope. Morning wind along this middle stretch brings the smell of iron from a far workshop and the poetic complaint of crows on a steeple. A roadside plaque sketches the history of a now-absent bridge, washed away by a flood that did not read charters, and credits the rebuild to donors who get listed like a chorus: king, council, abbot, guild of muleteers. Quirky detail. The guild's emblem shows a mule wearing a scallop shell, and someone has humor enough to give the animal a patient half-smile. Before long, another span meets your steps, humbler than Puente la Reina, but borrowing its confidence. A grandmother pulling a grocery trolley pauses mid-arch to give you directions you didn't ask for and advice you need. Walk with knees, not with pride. Bridges are for sharing pace, which is probably the best footnote a historian could add to any discussion of infrastructure and chivalry. Sleep finds you on a night when frost resumes its careful handwriting on eaves, and just before dreams take their position, memory plays the day's highlight reel. The Queen's Bridge, the forked cross, the dog with a job, the sound of water under arches, the ink-dark bell tone that stitched you to the hour. The scholarly debates, Templar or not, patron or propaganda, charity or control. Decide to share a bunk and behave. Tomorrow will unspool more road, more crossings, more proof that kindness likes to build in stone. Morning writes its slow blue on limestone and tile, and the lane unfurls like a ribbon someone ironed with an old warm hand. Frost clings to the ditch grass, the kind that makes every step sound like a fresh page turning. Ahead, a track straightens with that suspicious confidence you recognize by now. No farm would choose this line. A surveyor did, one with a Roman-level relationship to rulers, gradients, and the idea that a road should behave like a sentence with no unnecessary adjectives. Boots settle into the metronome of winter breath, and the world offers a syllabus in stone. Between hedgerows the path widens into something too deliberate to be a whim. A pale causeway raised a little above the fields, crowned lightly in the middle so water learns humility and slides off to either side. Farmers call it the calzada vieja the old way, you call it a history lesson disguised as a shortcut. A few flattish flags appear under the mud like coins in a pocket you forgot existed, and the line keeps ignoring distractions with the poise of a marathoner who doesn't look sideways at barking dogs. Underfoot, the texture changes, and calves notice before eyes do. Pebble packing gives way to slabs, then to a compacted base that feels oddly springy, as if somebody in a tunic 2 millennia ago engineered resilience into the ground. No one recites Latin layer names out here, Stachimen, Rudis, Nucleus, Summa Crusta, but your ankles swear they can feel the old logic. Stack big, bind medium, smooth small, then crown it so rain behaves. Mainstream historians nod at this simplified model. Practical walkers translate it into less slop where it counts. A flock of starlings writes cursive overhead, and the path remains a straight-faced paragraph that takes no interest in ornament. Past a barn sided with weathered plank, something cylindrical props up a gate. A short, chubby column, pocked by time and sheep, with a faint ring of letters ghosting along its belly. A miliarium, a Roman milestone, pressed into agricultural service as a fence post. The Latin is mostly dust, but you make out AVG and a number that might be distance or might be the stub of somebody's pride. A genial pig rubs its shoulder against imperial radius and grunts as if filing a review. Quirky, yes, and useful too. Farmers repurposed what was available. Stone is stone, whether it once announced an emperor's name or now keeps goats on the correct side of the plot. Somewhere a tiny church borrows sun from a low window, and the jam stones tell their own palimpsest. One block carries a scallop scratched by a patient knife. Another wears a half-vanished inscription where a Roman sea drinks winter light like honey, then walks it along the edge. Spolia lives here, the habit of reusing stones from older buildings because freight is tiresome and quarries aren't sentimental. Baptismal fonts sometimes sit on Roman capitals. Lintels carry fragments of eagles and laurel between crosses and vines. The mashup is not vandalism. It's biography, proof that communities compose themselves out of whatever still holds. Maps in your head stop being just modern grids and start to glow faintly with alternate arteries. The Antonine itinerary lines crossing Iberia like taut bowstrings, mansions and mutations, posting stations and horse swaps, dotting the long spine from the Ebro Basin toward the plateau. This winter Camino doesn't always sit exactly on those Roman bones, but it keeps them within hailing distance, like cousins at the same reunion who share a chin and a laugh. Continuity isn't a single line. It's a braid of needs. Trade, garrisons, taxes, messengers, and eventually pilgrims moving with their own cargo of hopes. Archaeology leans close when the ditch cuts deeper than usual and the bank exposes neat rubble under topsoil. A cross-section of persistence. A culvert shows itself, rounded, tight-jointed, the sort of small infrastructure that keeps big ideas from drowning. In wet seasons, these little vaults hum with water like tuned flutes. Elsewhere, a ruined mancio hides in a farmyard, its foundation a rectangle patient enough to be mistaken for a raised bed until someone points, smiles, and says, "In for messengers, then for mules, now for tomatoes." Mainstream history supplies the connecting thread. Roads like these made provinces legible long before they made pilgrimages pleasant. Locals keep better gazetteers than any phone. A farmer in a cap taps the ground with the toe of a boot and says calzada, then draws a line with his stick toward a stand of poplars. Puente, the old bridge, broken but usable when the river minds its manners. Names keep truth on a low simmer. Calzadilla, Calzada, Calzadon, little, normal, big villages whose names hold the memory of paving even when the pavement took its stones and retired elsewhere. Wayfinding this week becomes a dialogue with toponyms as much as with arrows. The land keeps talking if you let it finish its sentence. Language opens a bigger room in the house and invites southern guests to dinner. Words of Arabic origin sit comfortably on your tongue as you pass fields and villages. Acequia for irrigation channel, aljibe for cistern, acete for oil, alcazar for castle, alfambra for rug, albahaca for basil, azúcar for sugar. None of those syllables requires a passport anymore. They live in Spanish like family. Shadow is a polite metaphor here, not a frown. Al-Andalus sent its light north through books, tools, recipes, and the delicate geometry that still blooms in brick towers and timber ceilings. The Camino walks through that diffusion, and you learn to read traces without rushing to tribes. Footsteps drift into older prayers when a church up the hill turns out to be Mozarabic in temperament. Small and thick-walled with horseshoe arches that refuse to hurry. Monks and lay people from the south carried their liturgies, calligraphy, and melodies north during centuries of frontier rearrangements. Devotion seasoned with Arabic glosses in margins and with the habit of listening for beauty wherever it appeared. Illuminated manuscripts of the Beatus commentary, born in northern monasteries but shaped by wider winds, dance with colors and visions that feel like both desert and green valley, both apocalypse and comfort. In these pages, as under your boots, the peninsula debates and kisses at the same time. Bridges do their old Roman trick even when the stones belong to other centuries. A ruin near Legrano, Mantable, throws a broken back against the sky. Two arches standing like parentheses around a river that turned pages your guide can only guess. Dating is a sport here. Roman bones? Medieval reconstruction? A chorus of both? Mainstream scholars walk softly, test mortar, compare chisel strokes, read documents that keep secrets. Conclusions arrive with caveats and tea. You cross the modern bridge and feel the childlike urge to wave at ruins as if time were a neighbor watching from a porch. Cloisters provide the most pleasant seminar rooms in winter, especially when their capitals hide lions, acanthus, acrobats, and the occasional fruit either theological or just greedy. Stone benches along the arcades carry scratched boards for games. Nine men's Morris, maybe, and Alkirk, a darling ancestor of checkers with a passport stamped Eastern Mediterranean. Monks played strategy in the margins, moving pebbles like pawns, thinking 2 moves ahead in a quiet that feels like a friend. A quirky little joy. Some bench tops look like they hosted chess and bread with equal seriousness, flour dust settling into grooves while somebody muttered that the bishop always surprises them. Fields behave like libraries organized by water. Terraces step the hills in patient lines, each lip catching rain and giving it back according to plans an ancestor copied from a cousin who learned from an uncle who had read the sky through a reed. Acequias thread silver muscles along margins, and farmers adjust gates with the tenderness of musicians tuning strings. That word, acequia, walks north from Arabic acequia, the water carrier, and the device itself did too, refined by centuries of gardeners who treated moisture as an art. Your winter road parades right past living footnotes. Citrus in a sheltered yard, a fig tree dreaming spring, a clay jar breathing near a porch where herbs keep dialects. Evening collects its small museums and sets them on tables beside soup. Coins with emperors who look mildly inconvenienced by eternity, pottery sherds that serve as coasters for tea, and a sliver of roof tile someone found while planting beans. A poster on the albergue wall shows a Roman camp diagram with tidy rectangles and an arrow that says, Pamplona, once. Another shows a Mudéjar tower from the Ebro plain, brick diamonds rising like a hymn to geometry and mortar. The tower's beauty doesn't argue. It converses. Proof that artisans under Christian patrons kept Andalusi know-how humming long after borders changed flags. Onward the Camino goes, past Rioja vines combed into winter neatness and into hill towns that spell their names with confidence. Viana, Nájera, Santo Domingo de la Calzada. Nájera hides royal legends in caves, queens, battles, a white dove showing a site for a monastery, and its church wears recycled Roman stones like lapel pins. A sarcophagus lid whose Latin lost its verb becomes a side altar. A bust of something imperial sulks beneath a saint's feet, and somehow both are fine with the arrangement. Practical reuse often reads more generous than ideological victory. The stone's job is to hold. The community's job is to remember and move. Stories from coins in museum cases join your dinner talk like well-behaved elders. Denarii with clipped noses, asses with worn laurels, bronzes from Spanish mints whose legends quietly celebrated a province learning to think with roads. Pilgrims and locals pass around the souvenir reproductions like cookies and try to read the abbreviations without glasses. Everyone squinting with the earnestness that makes strangers into cousins. Mainstream economic history reassures you that not only piety traveled along these routes but salt, wool, glass, leather, and a respectable volume of gossip. Stories about Muslim travelers drift into the conversation at a cafe where the owner refuses to let anyone sit silent with a cup too long. A mention of Al-Idrisi, court geographer in Sicily with a map that hugged Iberia carefully, leads to reflections on traders, envoys, and scholars who crossed these latitudes for markets, courts, and conversations, even when shrines were not their goal. Mozarabic Christians visiting family down the Ebro, Jewish physicians serving border towns, Muslim craftsmen hired to build a ceiling even in a church, they all walked. A careful line remains between the Camino as Christian pilgrimage and the broader networks that wove cities together. But in winter's low traffic, the threads are easier to see. Scholars step in, gentle and exact. How far did Islamic or Jewish travelers adopt stretches of what we now call the Camino? Were early medieval routes truly continuous, or seasonal and purpose-built? Did Roman lines remain the vertebrae, or did later centuries knit entirely new connective tissue? Historians are still debating this question. Your boots vote for a blended answer each time the path suddenly straightens as if remembering legionaries, then wanders into a hamlet because bread smells good and the baker is kind. Quarries exhale their old dust in places where hillside bites show teeth marks from chisels. Blocks with drafted margins sit in walls like tidy paragraphs, and once in a while a stone animal, boar, maybe ox, turns up in a lintel, a survivor from a grave marker who now keeps poultry in and breezes out. Baptismal fonts rest on upside-down capitals, the leafy Corinthian now pretending to be a pedestal with admirable deadpan. Spolia, again, but never bored. Each piece carries a portable past without demanding anyone carry it alone. Markets under winter roofs swap oranges from the south for apples from the north and unite them under pastry like diplomats who discovered the same joke at the same time. Saffron whispers color into broths. Almonds arrive with names that taste Arabic even in Spanish. Sugar came centuries ago as an exotic guest and never left. Culinary borders function as invitations here, not fences. You lift a slice of Turin and consider that the Camino's sweetest arguments often get resolved with a plate in the middle of a table and spoons equidistant for fairness. Inside a small tavern the ceiling wears dark wood carved into stars, 8-pointed and infinite. A mudehar halo above conversations about footwear, maps, and the correct time to fold a scarf. Geometry tilts toward devotion without picking a side. Star patterns keep their own kind of infinity that belongs to both mathematician and mystic. A tile by the stove flashes a cobalt flower with petals shaped like a theorem. Someone claims to see a compass rose. Someone else sees a cookie. Either way, the mood is gratitude that humans learned to ask wood and clay to behave beautifully even when roofs needed to keep out January. Beneath the loam, archaeologists with patience and coffee keep writing town biographies with trowels the size of humble promises. Post holes resolve into an early medieval hut circle. A layer of charcoal hints at a bad day that turned into fertile ground. A patch of broken amphory reveals that somebody was serious about oil long before tourists were serious about selfies. A volunteer explains with teacherly warmth how dating mortar can feel like reading tree rings, imperfect but suggestive, and you learn, yet again, that certainty is rare, good questions plentiful, and winter is excellent for seeing without leaves in the way. Ahead rises Burgos with its long, sharp lace of a cathedral, a Gothic exclamation point that nevertheless grew from Romanesque grammar anchored in older street plans, which likely owe a nod to Roman precedents thrown across the Arlanzon. Out on the Meseta beyond, straight stretches hold horizons like patient waiters holding trays level with one hand. Somewhere under those lanes, legionary lines and medieval drovers' tracks overlap like translucent maps. The continuity is not smug. Its humble routes persist where land invites them to, not where people insist they must. Northward, in quieter villages, Brick towers with green and white tiles climb into the winter day. Mudéjar filigree that survived because usefulness outran ideology. Horseshoe arches stay on as fashion for doorways even when sermons change vowels. In capitals and corbels you spot feline faces that could have strolled out of a Persian miniature or a Visigothic prayer. In inscriptions you find both Latin prayers and script that curls like smoke. The peninsula's conversation never stopped. It only changed rooms. Southwind makes a guest appearance late afternoon, warm enough to feel like a rumor from Cordoba arrived taped to a breeze. The path smells faintly of rosemary crushed under a bicycle tire and of dust with memories. A shepherd waves, and his dog executes a quick half-moon as if it had been trained by a geometer. In your pocket, words travel as companions. Acequia, Calzada, Miliario, Alcazar, Mudéjar, Mozarabi. None cancels the others. All insist on belonging. Afterward, when the dorm's light has clicked into its star-soft setting, the day turns into a layered sandwich of sensory and scholarly bits. The mainstream points stack up convincingly. Roman roads organized movement. Al-Andalus spread techniques, vocabulary, and art northward. Medieval builders reused old stone with respect and convenience. The Camino braided these threads into something uniquely itself. The quirky fragments garnish the edges. A pig scratching on an emperor's milestone. A cloister bench etched for Albuquerque. A lintel that used to be a sarcophagus lid now overhearing teenagers whisper after mass and pretending not to judge. Finally, blankets settle, and the mind walks one last straight stretch where stars have loaned a pale echo of their road above. The phrase Moorish shadows stops feeling like shade and turns into an outline that painters use to compose, helpful and exact. The phrase Roman roads turns into percussion under melody, steady without needing applause. Tomorrow the Meseta will write long sentences. Later, Galicia will braid mist into every paragraph. For now, the day's thesis curls under your ribs like a cat. Routes survive because communities keep needing to meet. Stones remember because hands keep asking them to. And this winter Camino keeps teaching that old things do not end. They collaborate. Midnight perches on the hostel windowsill like a quiet bird, and the lane outside thins into a ribbon of frost while the sky resets its stars for whoever still has dishes to finish. In the corner, a paperback guide surrenders to gravity, but a different guidebook wakes in your imagination. The old manuscript that pretends to be 5 books in one. Prayers, miracles, travel notes, ceremonies, and that famously opinionated how-to for reaching Santiago. Head on the pillow, feet still humming from stone, you find yourself paging through the Codex Calixtinus in your mind as if the dorm had a medieval reading light, and a monk with good posture were about to narrate it all with careful vowels and better advice. Pages in that mental codex flip, and the first thing that rises is music, the sound of a choir under vaulting that smells faintly of wax and winter breath. The codex gathers antiphons, responses, and hymns for St. James's feast, a whole toolkit for voices arranged like stepping stones across the liturgical calendar. Mainstream history offers the headline. Compiled in the mid-12th century and long credited, at least in the manuscript's persona, to Pope Calixtus II, the collection almost certainly involved another hand, often named as Emeric Picard, plus uncounted scribes with good quills and opinions. Scholars are still debating this question of authorship and compilation. Single mastermind with helpers, or anthology layered over decades. Your blanket doesn't care who wrote it. Your ears do, because authors decide how hard a melody asks lungs to work. Candles in your daydream gutter once, straighten. Then throw sturdier halos as the choir takes up Dum Pater Familias, the pilgrim song that feels like a kite catching a friendly wind. Latin syllables ride on a tune easy enough to memorize by the end of a long day, and the refrains Heru, Sancti Iacob, Ultria behaves like caffeine for courage. Organum follows, the early polyphony that stacks voices not in full-blown Gothic fanfare, but in an honest math of parallel lines or gently flowered melodies around a slow anchor. A quirky musicologist at supper insisted that Congaudient Catholici may be among the earliest 3-voice pieces written down in Europe, Another pilgrim countered with a thoughtful shrug and a slice of almond cake. Historians are still debating the performance realities. Was this repertory truly sung in Santiago's nave? Or did some of it merely represent a best-of playlist from learned centers like Aquitaine riding the same roads as people and news? Somewhere between spoonfuls of caldo and the soft click of a dorm light, a different book materializes. Book V, The Pilgrim's Guide. The section that reads like a medieval travel vlog narrated by a cleric with a sharp quill and an even sharper opinion about river crossings, ferrymen, relays, and what to do about wolves besides not being a sheep. You grin in the dark because the tone is gloriously human. Praise for places offering good bread and safe beds. Side-eye for dubious water. The EGA's fish are praised while the water gets a diplomatic not recommended. And unfiltered warnings about deceptive innkeepers who might water wine as if it were a mercy. The modern instinct is to check the comments. The medieval instinct is to trust the monk who bothered to write the comments in the first place. Outside, wind taps a slow knuckle on the shutter, and your thoughts climb the clear story of that imagined cathedral where notation on 4 lines. Aquitanian neumes with newly domesticated staff lines. Lets a melody travel farther than any mule. Guido of Arezzo's system had already taught Europe to draw pitch with better cartography. The Codex benefits from that clarity, so a singer in Compostela could, in theory, read what a scribe in Limoges heard without hiring a translator for every interval. Mainstream fact sneaks in politely. Manuscripts like this one embody connections between Iberia and the rest of Latin Christendom. Routes that carry chant as fluently as they carry coats and news. The academic hedge follows. How literally those notes map to sound in a specific space remains a performance practice puzzle, and scholars are still debating tempo, ornament, and whether the 3-voice piece was ever belted by weary canons halfway through Vespers on a damp day. Scholars, in your imaginary scriptorium, look a lot like the hospital eros you met last week. Sleeves rolled, practical, devoted to getting things right without making a fuss. One holds a magnifying glass over the Calixtus attribution and murmurs about literary personae. Another tracks dialect forms that point toward Poitou and Galicia. A third indexes the guide's geography against rivers that still behave like themselves. None of them mind that the Codex also contains miracle tales with stage presence. The young man saved from hanging when St. James props him up by the neck until justice catches up. The pilgrim released from captivity just because hope knows how to pick locks. Mainstream history nods. Miracle collections, organized devotion, and tourism alike. The debate lingers at the door like a polite guest. What percentage is local report? What percentage is literary motif? And your pillow votes for some of each. Voices in your memory return to that snarky passage where the guide warns about muleteers and Scottish cloaks and prices that acquire extra salt in towns with poor reputations. The tone is a medieval mix of pastoral care and Yelp review, never vulgar, always specific. A quirky joy pops up, the list of river crossings and bridges rendered with almost culinary precision, as if the clerk is portioning out danger in spoonfuls. This ford behaves when the moon is in a good mood. That ferry requires exact change. The other place offers hospitality so warm you'll forgive the creak in the bed. Scholars like to compare stage lengths in Book V to what walkers actually do now, and everyone agrees that reality wins. These are guidelines, not edicts, and winter has a habit of rewriting any plan without asking permission. Legends spread across the Codex like butter across toast. One page gathers miracles involving chickens. Another recounts daring rescues where ropes break but wrists don't. And another catalogues the proper veneration of relics without letting rumor boss doctrine around. The mainstream backbone sits steady. The book teaches how to behave in sacred places. No shouting, no touching what shouldn't be touched. Yes to prayer, yes to alms, gentle on the architecture please. Historians are still debating the sequence of compilation and whether the guide part circulated on its own before or after marrying the liturgy and miracle collection. At table tonight, a retired archivist summed it with a grin. It's a playlist, a prayer book, and a road report. Of course, it has a complicated dating life. Tunes hang from the rafters in your mental cathedral the way laundry hangs from hostile lines. Practical and a little beautiful if you squint. Processional pieces, the conductus, put measured steps into melody so a body can walk in harmony with a thought. You picture clergy and lay people moving toward the altar, smoke negotiating with light, and a melody asking ribs to expand slowly because sacred geometry demands steady lungs. A quirky detail refuses to leave. Wax drips preserved in margins like fossilized applause, proof that somebody stood reading or singing long enough for candles to decorate the page. The debate that survives, did congregations respond with rehearsed refrains or with simple amens, while trained singers carried the ornate stuff, has no impact on your ability to hum the easy part and let professionals have the melismas. Practice on the road echoes practice in the choir. Repetition until muscle memory gets the dignity of becoming meaning. This is where the Codex stops being a museum and starts being a mirror. Those rubrics about posture at the altar become advice for posture on the path. Don't crowd the threshold. Don't hog the bench. Share the water. Say thanks. Keep an eye out for the newcomer who looks lost and pretend not to notice their panic while you rescue them with a casual, this way. Mainstream monastic rulebooks would approve charity as choreography. A quirky companion to that thought. Some albergue chapels keep photocopies of portions of the Pilgrim blessing in several languages. The 21st century version of an old chorus humming beneath your day. Libraries in your head keep growing as the kilometers pass. A Romanesque capital carved with musicians. One cradling a fiddle, one blowing a pipe, one banging what looks suspiciously like an enthusiastic pan, turns into a visual footnote for the Codex's sound world. A tympanum above a village doorway shows apostles frozen mid-gesture. Mouths open in the eternal syllable of song. Mainstream art history chimes in. Sculpture and sound grew up together. A building without acoustics is merely scenery with delusions of grandeur. The unsettled question sticks around like a catchy tune. Did the famous three-voice piece ring in the very nave of Santiago often, rarely, or almost never? Scholars are still debating, and your heart answers with the universal verdict of winter pilgrims. If it happened even once, the echo probably learned to live there. Notations in the manuscript look like a flock of tidy swallows. Signs for rising, signs for resting, signs for letting a phrase linger like steam over soup. Aquitanian neumes invite a reader to breathe at specific moments, to lean on certain syllables the way the road asks thighs to lean into certain hills. Mainstream fact offers a minor thrill. By the 12th century, four-line staff notation had enough traction for melodies to be portable in ink, a revolution as practical as bridges. The quirky tidbit someone told you in a sacristy, see that smudge? That's a 13th century finger mark, is not provable without a crime lab, but the romance of it leads directly to gratitude. Hands made this. Other hands preserved it. Your hands turn pages even if they are only mental ones tonight. Pilgrims as characters march through Book V with as much personality as saints in stained glass. Some arrive pious and organized. Others show up underfed and surprised by hills. A few sound suspiciously like people who tried to speedrun penance and discovered that blisters are unimpressed by bullet points. The guide's voice alternates between coach and chaplain. Avoid thieves by avoiding night travel. Beware rivers when the moon feels theatrical. Help each other because winter lacks patience for solo heroics. Mainstream parallels with your day are embarrassingly obvious. The debate you bring to bed, are these instructions descriptive snapshots or prescriptive demands? Settles somewhere between shoulders and bed springs. Both, depending on who needed them. Choir stalls in your imagination creak like honest furniture antiqued by knees. Carved misericords show foliage, beasts, and occasionally jokes that somehow survived clerical editing. When the community stands, wood lets out a sound like winter ice shifting on a pond, and chant threads the nave into a single, steady braid. The Codex's liturgy supplies the DNA of those sounds, and you can almost hear the congaudiant lift, a third voice entering like a polite surprise. Scholars keep their gentle tug-of-war alive. Was that third voice sung thickly, with open intervals or thinner with dancer's grace? Your own lungs vote that any polyphony in January requires soup and a willing congregation. Handwriting in a reproduction you once saw plays across your eyelids. Brown ink like tea, rubricated initials fat with red authority, Marginal doodles where a bored scribe tried out a letter until it bloomed into a dragon with a famously helpful expression. The book acts out a personality. Partly exact clerk, partly bard, partly bureaucrat, partly road comedian. Mainstream medievalists like to remind us that such compilations are infrastructure, the cultural equivalent of bridges and hostels, enabling movement and reducing confusion even while cracking a joke about innkeepers. The unsettled question of how directly this specific codex influenced actual practice on the ground stays open, because survival of documents does not always match survival of habits. Scholars are still debating, and walkers are still walking. Scribes, if invited into your hostel tonight, would recognize the social mechanics immediately. A long table, a common pot, arguments that end in laughter, and a stack of tools. Bowl, spoon, map. Laid out with the same care a scriptorium reserved for knives, quills, pumice, and rulers. Somebody in the corner hums. Somebody else sharpens a pencil. Both look like junior canons on a deadline. A quirky gift from a hospitalero. Photocopies of the Ultria, refrain in 4 languages. Turns the room into an accidental scola as bowls empty and voices warm. The melody isn't perfect. The sentiment is. The Codex approves with the benevolent smirk of a book that knows it's still useful after 900 winters. Bells in the parish next door massage the hour into place, and the cadence of Compline wanders through the lane like a cat that knows its route. The Salve Regina finds a desk in your chest and sits there with a polite wait. Mainstream liturgical rhythm still makes sense to travelers. Beg for mercy when the day ends. Ask for light when it begins. Insert gratitude and petitions wherever a doorway, a bridge, or a good bowl of soup says yes. The scholarly curiosity about exact medieval tempos and psalm tones in Compostela is the kind of question best solved by singing in the room, which, alas, is not happening in the dorm, though someone's snore tries a drone. After Compline in your imaginary cathedral, the procession exits like a tide reversing gently. Smoke loses its authority and becomes homey again. A verger closes a door with that soft, confident click you also hear when an albergue latch decides the night is now. The Codex fades from lit stage to backstage where parchment smells like animal and ink agrees to be permanent for at least several empires. Mainstream librarianship whispers the surviving miracle. A theft in our own century carried the manuscript away for a year, and then human persistence returned it, cleaned and catalogued. Scandal turned into a parable of rescue. Arguments resume elsewhere over provenance, dating, and influence, but the headline remains. Pages came home. Between the manuscript's snark about sketchy ferrymen and its sophisticated musical pages sits the oldest Camino trick, turning messy reality into teachable pattern without losing humor. You walk that trick every day. A flooded path becomes a detour written in boots. A kind barista becomes a footnote on the theology of coffee. A makeshift choir in a kitchen becomes proof that polyphony survives as soon as 2 voices accidentally hit thirds. Mainstream continuity across centuries stops feeling abstract and starts feeling like a daily chore embraced with love. The debatable parts, authorship, geography, exact routes, don't vanish. They simply take a seat at the edge of the table and listen while soup happens. Meanwhile, marginalia, literal and figurative, make the book and the road friendlier. A note in a modern guide says, "Don't miss the old cistern behind the chapel." A note in Book V once said, "Beware the marsh by the ford." A novice singer penciled breath marks into a chant. A novice walker pencils apple breaks into a map. Quirky fingerprints survive. Staple holes, wax splashes. The outline of a petal pressed by someone who liked flowers and forgot they were writing the future a dried footnote. Historians are still debating whether Book V's insulted peoples and praised cheeses represent reportage or rhetoric. You decide to read them with charity and grain of salt literacy, because even medieval clerics had off days. Elsewhere on this long spine west, other manuscripts hum in cupboards. The Liber Sancti Jacobi and other copies, local missals that incorporated a favorite hymn, bishops' registers that mention repairing a bridge because the procession on St. James's Day nearly went swimming last year. The web thickness is a comfort. No single book had to carry everything. Communities stitched their own versions and sang them in the keys their buildings liked best. Mainstream lesson. Culture is a choir, not a solo. The open question, how faithfully any town followed the official text, deserves a shrug and a smile. Scholars are still debating, and towns have always been gloriously themselves. Finally, sleep unthreads the last measures of chant while the dorm breathes in rounds. A voice in your head whispers the refrain that got stuck there 2 hours ago, and you do not mind. The Codex tucks itself under your pillow with the manners of a polite houseguest. In the morning, none of this will make your pack lighter or the frost less enthusiastic, but it will give your steps a meter and your glances a habit. A door frame becomes a staff line. A sparrow becomes a neume. A kind greeting becomes a refrain. That is how codes and choirs do their jobs, by making ordinary breath sound like intention, and ordinary walking feel like a liturgy that didn't ask for permission, only for company. Dawn diffuses through a pale lid of cloud and the land stretches so wide it seems to yawn. A polite, continental yawn that reveals wheat stubble, frost-stitched furrows, and a horizon line ironed flat by centuries of weather with good posture. Breath smokes in front of your scarf and boots discover that straight lines have a different gravity than hills. The Meseta doesn't climb, it insists. Somewhere a bell speaks 3 notes into the cold, and those notes hang there like a coat you can step into. Boots drum a steady paragraph on the path, and the paragraph never changes subject. Out here, the world moves from sentence to sentence with a long patience. Hedges, ditches, a telegraph of poplars, a village concentrated like a comma around a tower. The winter version of this plateau is unvarnished. No golden waves, little dust, more sky. People call it empty, but that's only because the obvious things are far apart and the subtle things refuse to audition loudly. Fields keep a ledger of last summer's math. A gridwork of straw ghosts, winter rye, and black rectangles where soil breathes between seasons. Puddle edges feather with lace called sensalata. Hard rhyme that makes the grasses tink when a breeze persuades them to gossip. Palomares, those round, clay dovecots with little windows, stand like patient thimbles in the fields, and the quirky truth sneaks in. Pigeon manure once paid serious dividends in these provinces. A fertilizer economy so respectable that families kept roof flocks like living savings accounts. Wind presses its palm across your face and pulls the sound out of everything else. Even zippers seem to whisper in deference. On the Meseta, air has room to gather speed and intentions, so the soundtrack is a shifting chord of low whistling and jacket fabric taking lessons in percussion. The trick is to lean into it as if shaking hands with an enthusiastic relative, friendly, firm, not a wrestling match. Flags on church towers agree. They don't flap so much as think aloud. Maps redraw themselves in your head. Formista gliding in with its Romanesque jewel, Bodilla with its carved jurisdictional column in the square, Carrion de los Condes folding the river into its syllables, Tambris and Calzadilla, and that long unpunctuated stretch towards Sahagan where patience graduates from virtue to infrastructure. Guidebooks break this span into stages. Your knees suggest breaking it into snacks. Frost makes everything honest. Each blade of grass files an ice affidavit about wind direction. Each fence post whispers the overnight temperature in a dialect of crystals. Gloves learn to be serious or to be quiet in your pocket. The sky upgrades from pewter to bone white, and the land keeps underlining its thesis. This is where pace becomes thought. The Meseta in winter is not austere. It's precise. Silence happens in layers here, not because nothing exists, but because the distance between things gives your attention time to change shoes. Under the big quiet, you still hear birds rehearse, the church boiler negotiate with physics, and your water bottle click its small metronome against the pack. People describe this plateau as empty and then proceed to fill it with their own noise. The job is easier in January because crowds decrease and the path returns to its original volume. Soft. Villages gather themselves into tight fists against the wind. Adobe and stone hugging a nave like houses protecting a candle. Streets run short and purposeful, as if they know a long conversation lives outside and they prefer to be brief indoors. In bar windows, condensation writes foggy hieroglyphs while a barista invents winter kindness with a metal wand. Someone's grandmother keeps a thermos behind the counter and treats pilgrims like relatives on reconnaissance. History walks taller than hedges. Roman surveyors once taught this tableland to obey a ruler's straight edge. Visigothic and Mozarabic communities left prayers in the language of brick and lintel. Cluniac monks later layered discipline and chant into places like Sahagun, turning a brown town into a hinge of liturgical rigor on the road. Mainstream knowledge nods at that influence: royal charters, monastic exemptions, and the economic magnets of fairs and weekly markets that pulled the plateau into a calendar. Scholars are still debating this question of how densely populated these tracts were in the 12th century. Steady villages clustered along watercourses, or larger, seasonal flux shaped by droving and grain cycles? Quirk slips a note under the door with a smile. Cowbells along the Canada's reels, those transhumance highways, were sometimes tuned into relative pitches so shepherds could identify their herds by ear at dusk. The Great Guild of the Meseta, formalized in 1273 under Alfonso X, gave flocks legal passage through these provinces, carving grassy corridors that still cross the Camino like palimpsests of wool and law. On windless days, if luck conspires, bell cords still drift across the flats with the friendliness of a neighbor's radio. Counting games become survival craft. Fence posts into sets of 50. Breath in 4 beats out 6. Yellow arrows like syllables in a long psalm. Some pilgrims name clouds after pastries as a form of encouragement. Others assign saints to kilometers and let the roll call keep boredom from stirring. Psychological weather shifts with the light. When the sun is low, shadows stretch like company. When noon flattens everything, you invent poems about the virtues of a sandwich shared with a wall. Canal de Castilla appears like a quiet thought from the 18th century, an Enlightenment ribbon of water and locks threading the grain provinces toward the north. Towpaths run arrow-straight beside mirrors that faithfully memorize the sky, and lock gates, black with age and varnish, articulate water in steps. The mainstream footnote gets its moment. This canal moved wheat before railways, its Formista lock group now a sober landmark on a route older than the canal itself. Engineering doesn't interrupt pilgrimage here. It harmonizes. Formista offers a geometry lesson in stone. San Martin de Tours sits in the square with the composure of an 11th century textbook. Cylinders, cones, corbel tables of little heads peeking out like an audience from the eaves. Capitals bloom with vines, beasts, and moral cartoons. A sculpted syllabus you can read even with cold ears. Inside, the Romanesque echo treats footsteps like liturgy. The history nugget arrives warm. This church is one of the purest Romanesque forms on the road, a monkish ideal built during the heyday of Cluniac influence. The quirky add-on. A guide once claimed the corbel with a grimacing figure is the original reviewer of Pilgrim Snoring, unproven but spiritually accurate. Sahagun surfaces later like a brown ship in a wheat sea, its Mudjar towers lacing brick into looms that still hum in January. San Terso's stacked arcades and San Lorenzo's patterned drums perform the bilingual elegance of Christian plans fluent in Islamic craft. The Cluniac monastery of San Benito, long gone as walls, still loud as memory, once shaped calendars from here to Leon. Historians are still debating the exact administrative reach of that house at its peak, but no one argues with the shadow it cast: discipline, hospitality, and the stubbornly practical holiness of schedules. Debate in your head keeps step with debate in the journals. Is the Meseta a desert of the soul, or a helpful rehearsal space where thoughts line up and take turns? Some walkers claim transformation in the monotony. Others confess to counting silos and contemplating bus timetables. The academic parallel says narratives of trial often adopt landscapes of few features because minds project epiphany onto clean canvases. Scholars are still debating this question of whether that trope owes more to 19th century travel writing than to medieval experience. Castrager's lifts like a long loaf on a hill, one street, one ridge, one patient climb that braids itself into your calves. At the top beyond town, the road becomes a balcony over the flats, and if the wind behaves, you eat an orange with a view that upgrades the vitamin C into a sacrament. Down in the valley, the ruins of San Anton arch right over the Camino. Gothic ribs and a modest albergue tucked into the old monastery's flank like a secret. Volunteers here often wash pilgrims' feet in season, a tenderness that sneaks up on pride and reminds ankles they are not alone. Archways in dust towns hold winter like a memory that refuses to fade. Portals with thick doors punctuate walls the color of toasted bread. Across the plaza, a Rollo jurisdictional, that carved column of old municipal justice, raises stone spirals as if announcing, "Order lives here, even on Tuesdays in January." These columns once marked a town's right to judge minor matters and to set its own dignities. Today they hold up pigeons and admiration, which is dignified enough. Rations turn practical when the next village is far. Cheese with opinions, bread with stamina, apples that make sensible friends with pockets. On the Meseta, cafes may close midweek in winter, so the pilgrim learns a monk's thrift, carry enough without becoming a mule. In medieval registers, grain and pulses moved across these flats like weather patterns, and hostels measured alms in loaves per person per day. The quirky data point that refuses to leave. Some lists recorded garlic allocations with surprising precision, an early acknowledgement that flavor is a civic virtue. Rhythm settles into your bones and starts giving advice. Stride becomes equation. Shorter steps in wind, longer on the lee side of a stone fence. Shoulders relaxed as if you have opinions but they are polite. Face turned slightly so the scarf filters the stubborn air. The Meseta isn't punishing. It's pedagogical. Once the lesson clicks, walk at the speed of your breath. You start hearing your own footsteps as percussion for a melody the land is too modest to sing out loud. Evening discovers how the plateau treats dusk like a minimalist painter. A watercolor wash of pink behind black telegraph lines. Two dogs discussing politics from opposite barns. Smoke rearranging the air's grammar over a row of chimneys. Inside a small parish, the heating reluctantly agrees to governance and the blessing of pilgrims becomes a short speech against loneliness. The priest's words are pragmatic. May there be bread, may there be company, may there be fewer blisters than anxieties. Amen is a scarf you tuck tightly. Stars appear with a punctuality you start to envy. Out here, where towns keep their light modest, Orion hangs his bright punctuation over fields that get by on verbs like grow, rest, frost, thaw. The old Star Road metaphor from another chapter tugs your sleeve. But tonight the lesson is simpler. Navigation is kindness to future you. That means stopping when the hands on your watch become stubborn, not heroic. The Meseta rewards prudence more than drama, and drama goes home early in winter. Winter fog performs theater when it wants to. In the morning, Sensalata has turned grass into glass and signposts into sugar sculptures. Walking becomes a respectful negotiation with surface tension. Poles tap test the planet. In this weather, the plateau looks like a dream of itself, and sound dies a polite death 5 meters from your face. The main road sense remains. Follow the obvious, trust the arrows, keep an eye on ditches that pretend to be ground. Historians are still debating whether travelers in the Middle Ages considered winter a viable season here or a penance best deferred. Ledgers show both sheltering and stubbornness. Tomorrow begins making promises while the current day warms its hands on a cafe cup. A local mentions the drover's lanes again and traces a line with a spoon. Canada this way, Camino that way. They kiss near the bridge. A shepherd at the bar, cap tilted with graduate-level insouciance, says the bells are tuned to comfort the sheep, not to amuse the pilgrim. The comment lands like wisdom. Design here always answered work first, then aesthetics, and somehow the combination raised a culture that learned to make beauty from duties done well. Gratitude sneaks up between long kilometers like a warm pocket. For a bench placed absolutely where ankles change their minds. For a water spigot that did not freeze. For the way a bakery door releases sweet steam into the disciplined air. The Meseta teaches a curriculum of small satisfactions. Dry socks, a radio playing rancheras in a room that smells like oranges, A stamp in the credential that looks exactly like a tiny castle because a child designed it for the town fair. The mainstream fact remains. This plateau has carried wheat, wool, empires, saints, and ordinary days without complaint. The unsettled question, whether it is a desert or a field, solves itself when bread arrives. Pathways finally fold you into a town where the albergue keeps its heat on and the kitchen knows the formula for morale. Conversation over bowls becomes an index of distances. Someone confesses they cried today at nothing in particular. Someone else says the nothing is the point because into that space you can pour whatever needs pouring without breaking furniture. A volunteer with a ledger of stamps quietly adds, "On the Meseta we learn to be roommates with our thoughts." The table holds the idea gently, then goes back to discussing gloves. Sleep tucks itself around your shoulders like the plateau tucks itself around the sky. Outside, wind practices scales along the eaves. Inside, beds creak, zippers compose six-note psalms, and silence takes its rightful place as the host of the room rather than an awkward guest. Tomorrow the map writes another straight line. Patience sharpens its pencil. Breakfast spreads courage on bread. The Meseta will not shout. It doesn't have to. It has all the room it needs to be heard. Cabinets of glass greet the morning in a side aisle at Carrion de los Condes, delicate little theaters where devotion puts on its quietest plays. Silver hearts hammered thin as breath, wax feet and hands shaped with almost comical sincerity, ribbons with names inked in a loved one's careful script. Glass turns fingerprints into halos as a sacristan polishes a door and nods you closer. The universal invitation of small-town custodians who understand that museums tell stories, but parishes keep them warm. Inside one case a tiny ship, a votive from a family with sea somewhere in its memory, glints under winter sun. Beside it a brass crutch leans like a retired sentence. In Spain they call these offerings ex votos, gratitude made visible, a mainstream practice in Catholic lands for centuries. More domestic than dramatic, more kitchen than courtroom. Behind the altar a narrow drawer slides open with the hush of a secret, revealing a reliquary the size of a plum. Gilded, faceted, and perfectly sure of itself. The priest explains, kindly, without salesmanship, that relics come in degrees. A fragment associated with a saint's body, a piece of clothing, a cloth touched to a shrine. Solid history and humble practice walk hand in hand here. A quirky detail sneaks in with a smile. In some villages, people long ago stitched tiny milagros onto children's clothes before a long journey or an exam. Faith, like thread, knows where the stress points live. Markets of devotion formed a second economy along this road, and not just in the big cities. Pilgrim badges in pewter or lead tin alloy traveled the fairs stuffed into pouches with almonds and gossip. Canterbury had its martyr's bust, Rocamadour its Virgin, and Compostela, of course, the scallop in every dialect. A mainstream truth follows. Badges proved presence and functioned as portable publicity. They also funded hospitals and bridges when overseen honestly. Ruse lurked in the shadows, though, because wherever demand gathers, improvisers arrive with molds and audacity. Reputation on the Camino was not a marketing department. It was a living conversation. Towns kept bridges sound and hostels welcoming because word traveled faster than horses, one bench at a time. The Codex Calixtinus wagged a helpful finger at dodgy ferrymen and watered wine. Modern guidebooks echoed that tone with stars and sternness. A medieval traveler trusted talk in church porches. A winter traveler still does. A hospitalero says, "Don't miss tomorrow's chapel. The cabinet of testimonies will cheer your ankles." And the advice feels like a blessing disguised as logistics. Badges were more than souvenirs. They were credentials pinned to hats, stitched to cloaks, rattling softly like tiny bells. The scallop's grooves turned into rays that taught direction, and its shell side doubled as a humble spoon when generosity spilled soup into your hands. Medieval molds, found today by delighted archaeologists, show mass production on an artisanal scale. Rows of shells, saints, and little letters that once shouted identity from a pilgrim's brim. Mainstream historians note that these objects created networks of recognition. A badge on your hat was a handshake that needed no grammar. Hats became storyboards. A pilgrim returning home wore a timeline above the eyebrows. Becket here, Rocamadour there, Saints, Oviedo, finally the shell. Neighbors reading that crown could reconstruct months of weather and prayer without asking a single nosy question. The cork you hear in a museum talk later grips the table with glee. Some parish registers recorded the removal of badges at funerals so that saints would not be pestered into overtime. The hat, newly secularized, returned to firewood duties, while the badges went into drawers or, accidentally, into gardens, where spades centuries later rediscovered them like punchlines with perfect timing. Fairs smelled of bread, leather, smoke, and optimism. Amid the stalls, honest sellers and improvisers coexisted like cousins at a wedding who still haven't forgiven each other for the seating chart. Copies of indulgence letters floated beside real ones, and clever pewterers sometimes sold Compostela shells in towns emphatically not near the Atlantic. Authorities tried to regulate quality with seals, but seals can be molded too. Ruses thus multiplied like enthusiastic footnotes. Badges with extra rays, pseudo-reliquaries containing anything from rose petals to sandal shavings. Historians, reading court records and guild rules, sigh with affection. Human nature does not change. Only the fonts do. Documents inside cathedral treasuries show how reputation becomes policy. Bulls and breves from popes established privileges and calendars. Town charters guaranteed safe conducts. Fraternities pledged soup, beds, and bridges. The indulgences associated with Santiago hardened across the 12th century into a reliable grammar. Many scholars point to Pope Alexander III's Regius Aeterni 1179 as the bull that fixed the pattern of jubilee years and plenary remission when the feast of St. James fell on a Sunday. Others follow earlier and later threads to argue that practice was more braided than singular. Historians are still debating this question, which sits politely on the shelf between clearly documented and beautifully messy. Shelves of reliquaries in cathedral museums gesture toward a paradox. Small bones and big stories. A rib here, a tooth there, a fragment of cloak in soft silk. A pilgrim's staff ferruled with silver because once it touched a saint's tomb and that touch itself became a thing. Secondary relics. The brandia, cloths pressed to shrines. Multiplied holiness the way candles multiply fire without diminishing the flame. Quirky practice joined in. Sailors carried splinters of saints in tiny tubes as storm insurance. Seamstresses tucked threads touched to a statue into hems the way we tuck luck into pockets. Stories about fakes travel with a mischievous grin. A relic of fabulous provenance turns out to be a whittled branch with perfume, or a supposed apostolic sandal that fits no known foot. Medieval bishops ran investigations with more patience than forensics, asking who, where, when, and why this particular splinter laid claim to thunder. The mainstream lesson wasn't cynicism. It was stewardship. Relics mattered not because they were commodities, but because they trained attention, turned crowds into neighbors, and recentered a town around a shared tenderness. Legends of Santiago mingle with other local miracles along the route until your memory becomes a reliquary of tales. O Sobrero's chalice, tied to a winter mass and a doubting villager, gets told over soup with more awe than detail, the way good stories prefer to travel. Santo Domingo de la Calzada keeps, as you've heard, a hen and rooster in a cathedral coop because innocence deserved a megaphone. Burgos whispers treasury tales about gifts from queens and kings. Leon's San Isidoro glows with Romanesque frescoes whose blues remember a sky older than scaffolding. None of this asks you to suspend intelligence. It asks you to widen your list of plausible kindnesses. Museums along the way practice two polite manners: hush for awe and labels for skeptics. A catalog sheet in Burgos shows a Santiago badge mold. A case in Astorga displays tin trinkets found in a field where a fair once set up its shouts. A drawer in Leon presents wax heads with delicate braids, ex-votos that startled you with their seriousness and their charm. Mainstream curators place these beside charters, composing a duet, object and paper, devotion and administration. The debate remains civil over whether certain items came by holy theft, furta sacra, or by diplomatic gift. Both happened, because human stories resist single verbs. Traders of relics didn't always carry boxes. Sometimes they carried words. Preachers, pardonas, and storytellers sold narratives in exchange for alms. A miracle recited so well it returned home with a harvest of pennies and a new saint on everyone's lip. The Codex complained politely about scammers, as did bishops in synods where stern paragraphs scolded greed dressed as piety. Yet you still meet the redeeming counterweights. Confraternities that built chapels, workshops that funded bridge repairs through badge sales, parish kitchens that turned coins into soup with alchemical reliability. Parish notice boards today keep their own reputation economies. Pilgrim Mass at 7, chapel open for quiet. Museum in sacristy, ask at the bar. Trust loops run from bar counter to sacristy key to modest fee box with a sign that says gracias and means it. A mainstream continuity reveals itself. The Camino functions on small promises kept. Ruses wither where communities are tender and transparent. Reputations bloom where the candle by the reliquary is not merely symbolic, but an actual electric bill someone is paying with yesterday's coins. Upstairs in one museum, a docent points to a reliquary shaped like a tiny Gothic chapel and tells a story that slips from history to folklore so gracefully you barely notice the crossing. The piece went missing during a war and returned years later in a sack of potatoes delivered to the presbytery by someone who did not leave a name. Quirky? Absolutely. Plausible? Also yes. Roads hold more than feet. They hold secrets that prefer gentleness to headlines. Somewhere between Sahagan and Leon, a shopkeeper produces a drawer of modern pewter shells, cheerful and standardized with little holes ready for thread. The ethics come with a grin. Buy one if it helps you walk kindly. Don't buy two if you hope to walk twice as kindly. Hat logic, you remember, travels well. The mainstream note. Contemporary badges support albergues and associations much as their ancestors supported bridges. The debate you overhear at the counter, whether too much merchandising dilutes devotion, ends as Camino debates mercifully do with cookies. Winter light in Leon's cloister turns reliquaries into miniature lighthouses. A placard explains how authenticity gets handled now. Documentation, provenance, the pastoral needs of communities who do not require carbon dating to say thank you. Skepticism and reverence hold hands like civilized classmates. A quirky side case displays paper ex-votos. Drawn eyes, drawn houses, drawn cars, proof that modern gratitude prefers office supplies when silver is scarce. The effect is not cheaper. It's tender. Scholars at the university attach footnotes to this tenderness with love. Essays compare badge molds, minting alloys, and trade routes. Monographs chart papal bulls and local charters. Dissertations chase counterfeit networks through fair records as if writing detective novels with Latin indexes. The mainstream arc is clear. Relics, ruses, and reputation co-produced the Camino's reach. Historians are still debating this question of primacy. Did indulgences drive crowds, or did crowds persuade Rome to formalize indulgences? And the argument, conducted with footnotes instead of elbows, is a healthier sport than jousting at bridges. Counterexamples keep piety honest. A village without famous relics builds a reputation on kindness. Another with a grand treasury discovers that bad beds outrun good saints in a single season. Reputation, the most portable relic of all, travels at walking speed and lingers for generations. The medievals knew this. Moderns learn it on the first cold night when a bar opens early and someone points to the radiator as if ushering you into a feast. Pilgrims swap stories of holy fakes with affection. The pewter shell that left a gray kiss on a forehead because someone wore it in the rain for too long. The indulgence print bought in a flea market and now framed over a desk. Reminder to practice generosity toward deadlines. The tiny varnished gourd that looked 17th century but turned out to be last summer plus a good stain. None of these diminish what's real. If anything, they add seasoning. Truth tastes clearer when you've met its mischievous cousins. Finally, the Compostela certificate takes a seat in your imagination beside all the older papers. At the Pilgrims office in Santiago, a queue will one day snake through a corridor of maps and languages, and a volunteer will write your name, Latinized if you like, on a document that doesn't certify virtue so much as persistence. Requirements evolve. Distance, stamps, a simple declaration that intention mattered, and debates ripple gently around the counter about motives and modes. Mainstream practice treats the paper as a keepsake, not a scoreboard. Reputation returns here, smiling. Santiago's brand is hospitality first, paperwork second. Mourning in a smaller town reprises the theme at a local scale. A cabinet in the nave displays ex-votos shaped like tractors and tiny apartment blocks. Gratitude for a harvest, relief for a mortgage, 21st century prayers dressed as keychains. A grandmother lights a candle and tells the priest her grandson reached Canada safely. A teenager pins a ribbon beside a silver ankle and mutters something about track tryouts. Relics continue to be less about bones than about belonging, less about victory than about steadfastness. Outside, a woodworker points out a medieval Rollo column in the square. Municipal justice carved into stone spirals, and then taps his own chest. The Rollo is reputation, he says. But so are we. He means the people who fix doors quietly, who shovel snow from hostile steps before anyone wakes, who empty the donation box with clean hands and a notebook. Bridges collapse on scandal. Communities collapse on cynicism. The Camino, in winter especially, has survived by boring virtues applied daily. Afterward, as you walk a long, low stretch toward Mansilla de las Mulas, pockets carry proofs that are not for sale. The smell of beeswax on fingers, the memory of a wax hand ridiculous and moving in equal measure, the metallic rasp of an old badge mold between museum glass and your envy. Tales of ruses do not sour the air. They season it. Without the possibility of the counterfeit, the authentic would never be noticed. Without someone trying a shortcut, the long, faithful road would not glow so reliably in the mind. Sleep moves in later with the soft weight of blankets and the tiny clink of a shell against a pack buckle. In the dark, the cabinet of ex-votos reappears behind your eyelids. Hearts, hands, boats, small houses, each a sentence that ends not in triumph but in thank you. Historians will keep debating bulls and dates. Curators will keep labeling pewter and silk. Sellers will keep hawking shells near cathedrals with more enthusiasm than subtlety. Your part stays simpler. Walk honestly, bless generously, and add one good story to the Camino's most valuable treasury. The one that cannot be stolen, forged, or catalogued, only retold with a smile in the next town's light. Mist steps out from the hills ahead like a courteous usher, extending a cool hand to guide the morning toward Galicia. It isn't the horror movie kind of fog. It's the quilt kind, soft, stitched with hidden patterns, and absolutely determined to tuck the road in. The first breath after the border tastes different, like someone added a drop of river to the air. Stone walls darken to a deeper slate. Roofs lower their profiles like hikers hunching into jackets, and every sound receives a woolen filter. Boots answer with a slower, more careful rhythm that keeps peace with slick roots and impatient puddles. Granite has a personality here. Honest, durable, slightly amused. Villages sit on it, doorsteps are carved from it, and the famous grain shows in bridges and niches as if the earth were signing its work. Crosses, simple or elaborately fluted, sprout at crossroads and hilltop pause points, standing like punctuation in the chapter of the day. The road's yellow arrows turn companionably damp, and even the tiles with shells gleam as if a painter decided to gloss the entire palette. Every surface edits the light into a softer version of itself. Roads shrink to pleasant lanes, then widen just enough for carts that have retired to legend. The hedgerows here are hedgerows with opinions, full of gorse and ivy and gossiping little brooks. Even the names on signposts move to another meter. Triacastela, Samos, Saria. Syllables with moss stitched along their edges. Galicia's margins speak Galician, and you hear it right away in the greetings that float from porches. Bo Camino, delivered with a smile that sounds like tea. Language is weather too. The vowels drop like rain and land with a friendly splash. Breath becomes visible in the chilly air, a portable incense that follows each step. On paths that tilt and snake through oak and chestnut, the fog plays tricks, makes distances polite, hides and reveals with a magician's discretion. A cow materializes from the whiteness like a witness called to the stand, bell chiming a verdict of all is well. Puddles request attention with the tone of a bureaucrat who has never met your schedule but would like to negotiate. Winter keeps the world modest. Even grand views get handed out in spoonfuls. Villages gather tightly, house walls almost shoulder to shoulder, as if they knew wind personally and preferred diplomacy. Doorways mask little kitchens where a pot steams in a dialect you understand without translation. Above many roofs, a familiar silhouette stretches. The hórreo, that iconic raised granary. Long, narrow, stone-limbed and serious. Slits in its walls let grain breathe. Stattle stones topped with mushroom-like caps interrupt any mouse ambitions with comedic efficiency. The first time you see one, it looks like a stone canoe on legs. By the 10th, it looks like common sense carved by patience. Hedges lean in to watch as you pass a cluster of hórreos standing like a council of elders. Each sits elevated on pillars with those round, flat rat guards, viraredos, so clever that you briefly consider offering them honorary degrees. Some hórreos are granite, some wood, some a partnership of both. Many wear a small cross at one end as if baptizing the bread long before it's baked. Mainstream history notes that these granaries dot Galicia and northern Portugal in forms that differ by village and valley. Continuity lives in their purpose. A community's pantry, held above damp ground and casual vermin. A quirky footnote whispers that families once hid love letters among the dried corn, because the hórreo provided both privacy and a weather forecast. Names of rain accumulate like recipes. Locals will tell you there's poala and orballo. Mizzle so fine it's practically a rumor, then chavisca, a shy drizzle, and trabota, when the sky remembers percussion. Umbrellas multiply near cafe doors like a polite species. Most of them not entirely closed because Galician rain likes to keep friends within arm's reach. The road never dives into drama. It simply gets on with being damp. Strangely, that calms the heart. You're not here for a highlight reel. You're here for a gentle documentary filmed in soft focus. Hórreos teach a visual musicality to the skyline. In some villages, they line up like notes on a staff, and the fields around them hold the stubble of last season's corn as if the land had been buzzed with a careful comb. Photographs keep failing to convey their presence. The real thing breathes with the house that owns it, the dog that patrols beneath it, the cabbage patch beside it where rain chooses to pause like punctuation. Scholars of vernacular architecture have measured these structures with tape and notebook for decades, counting pillars and recording roof angles, and their joy is contagious. Cruceros, the stone roadside crosses, multiply as signposts of memory. Some are plain, others carry a crucifix on one side and a Madonna on the other, or saints in niches that hold rain like tears too modest to fall. Many stand at crossroads or near cemeteries, entwining passage with prayer. Mainstream history frames them as devotional markers, often 18th or 19th century, sometimes older, rooted in parish life and the cadence of processions. A careful debate tiptoes nearby. Are a few of these set on sites with pre-Christian significance, or is that romantic retrofitting? Historians are still debating this question, and the stone simply smiles and keeps the lane company. Legends drift through this landscape like the light, preferring edges and evening. People say that on misty nights, may gas, those witches everybody claims not to believe in while simultaneously issuing a disclaimer, Haber los hainas. Tilt the luck of bread and weather. Nothing spooky here, just the folk habit of talking to the world as if it listened and occasionally answered with humor. The Camino adopts local customs the way water adopts the shape of a cup. You nod at a crucero, then nod at the person who tucked flowers into its niche this morning before milking, and the world feels properly threaded. Queimada, now there's a winter ritual made for stories. A clay bowl receives a guardian, sugar, lemon peel, and whole coffee beans. Then flames bloom like a controlled sunrise. Someone recites the consuro, a playful chant about letting misfortunes evaporate with the alcohol. And the blue fire licks the ladle as if practicing calligraphy. The performance looks old, but folklorists are still debating whether the recitation is truly ancient or a 20th century revival that pulled scattered embers into a single ritual. Authenticity, the Camino reminds you, can be both age and affection. Either way, the result tastes like courage warmed through. Bells in Galician villages prefer low notes that lean against mist the way a chair leans against a table when nobody's looking. The sound wraps the hedgerows and draws a pale circle in the air where the parish begins and ends. Inside, churches hold wood that has learned not to warp and stone that has learned to condense precisely where kneelers forget shawls. Candles burn slower in this dampness. The saints on the walls carry shell badges on their hats just for you, as if to say that this road and this faith have always liked each other in winter. Rituals of stepping aside for cattle achieve the grace of choreography here. On narrow lanes where stone walls perform their duty with vigor, a herd approaches like a fuzzy tide, and everyone adjusts. Boots to the verge, poles tucked away, a grin for the farmer, a respectful nod for the dog who is both traffic cop and philosopher. Hooves turn mud into syllables. The sense of being in a community that includes animals at union scale becomes a form of liturgy. All creatures share the path, and nobody writes a complaint to management. Forests along these stretches start to pixelate from oak into something tall and pale-barked that smells faintly medicinal when rain taps it. Eucalyptus. Trunks straight as decisions, leaves that flirt with the wind, bark curling off like stationery rolling itself into formal invitations. The trees arrived from far away, Australia. Yet here they stand, fluently reciting the grammar of growth. Hills show irregular quilts where eucalyptus, pine, and native species patch together, a pattern sewn by centuries of human choices and urgent economies. Eucalyptus, for its part, prefers to travel with controversy in its luggage. Industrial forestry found the tree efficient, quick-growing, pulp-ready, good at supporting paper mills that pay wages and taxes. Critics counter with concerns about biodiversity, soil moisture, and the risk of fast-burning groves in dry summers. Forestry historians share footnotes and timelines and, quite often, coffee, while they compare documents that pull in different directions. Historians are still debating the exact chronology of its spread. Sporadic plantings in the 19th century versus large-scale expansion in the 20th, with pivotal pushes during specific decades, because archives, like forests, rarely grow in straight lines. Rain does what rain does best here, perseveres. Louvers on windows angle the drops into art. Gutters rehearse fugues. Shawls graduate from accessory to policy. The number of words for not quite dry increases. Socks become afternoons in themselves. On a bad day, you consider setting up a research project on comparative towel technology. On a good day, the path swings beside a river that behaves like a mirror and a friend. Water makes Galicia itself. It's both the script and the stage. Laundry acquires mythological importance. Albergue radiators carry the weight of nations. Clotheslines cross rooms like the rigging of a vessel. Clothespins exchange loyalty vows with damp wool. The ingenious swear by newspaper stuffing for boots, by ringing with a microfiber towel, by rotating socks from pack to heat to the philosophical middle ground called good enough. The most respected hospitalero in the province, according to cafe lore, can judge humidity by the curl of a pasta noodle and adjust heater settings accordingly. Nobody asks for publication. Every pilgrim benefits. Footsteps invert their priorities in rain by placing caution higher than efficiency. Poles become translators between mind and ground. Downhills slow to a civic speed limit. Uphills invite short steps that make calves feel intelligent. Somewhere a sign offers empanadas with a handwriting so persuasive you agree to be slightly late for the next crucero. The rhythm of Galicia is never late. It's arrive kindly. You agree enthusiastically. Markets in these towns keep close ranks. sheltering their stalls under arcades or tarps that have known storms and adopted them as pets. Cheese samples appear like unofficial communion wafers. Tortilla, soft and mild. Arzuoloa, buttery. San Simón de Costa, a smoked wedge with a paragraph of personality. The butcher holds court with a seriousness appropriate to Laken and chorizo. The fishmonger's counter is a small art show. Outside, cabbages glow the way only winter cabbages glow. Confident, excellent, silently proud. A child points at your shell and recites the litany of badges. Santiago. Then giggles at being right. Melide puts octopus on the map like punctuation you can eat. Pulpo a Fira lands on the table in honest rounds. Shiny with oil. Dusted with paprika. Cut with scissors as if someone were editing a delicious essay. The wood plate warms your hands. The bread assists loyally. And everyone at the table develops opinions about tenderness that would qualify them to judge international competitions. The world briefly contracts to the radius of the plate and expands simultaneously to include everyone who has ever said, "Try this. It's better than it looks." Bridges shy out of the fog at precisely the right moments. Stone shoulders restating the Camino's favorite sentence. Cross here, you're safe. Pertamarin does this with flair, holding its church like a lifted treasure. Moved, stone by stone, before a reservoir swallowed the old town's position and reprinted the map. Mainstream history loves to tell this rescue as a parable of stubborn affection for stone. Quirky reality adds that villagers still tell stories about counting blocks and correcting them midair when somebody realized a number had taken the afternoon off. Saria slides into view with an air of beginning even when you are weeks deep into the walk. For many, this is the starting line that places Santiago just over the magical 100-kilometer threshold, the distance that entitles you to the Compostela. Stamp hunting becomes an elegant sport. Churches, cafes, albergues all offer little squares of ink that will become your paper rosary. The path suddenly fills with new faces. Students on holiday, families, a few sprinters, and veterans smile the way older siblings do at new walkers. With affection, advice, and occasionally a well-timed reminder not to treat the trail like a race. Numbers turn into friends on this stretch. Distance markers in Galicia count down like gentle cheerleaders. Each stone posts a promise that tomorrow is closer than yesterday. A few numbers look mischievous thanks to reroutes or measurement debates, and locals will tell you which ones are famous liars. You forgive them because the moss on their shoulders indicates a long history of telling approximate truth in the rain. Accuracy matters less than company. A pilgrim rarely argues with a stone that has stood outside longer than everyone at the table combined. Distances compress and expand according to weather's mood. A drizzle stretches kilometers like taffy. A patch of sun turns them into obedient soldiers. The train of villages, Barbadello, Ferreros, Pertamarin, Paulus de Rey, Melide, Arzua, Opadruzo, becomes a rosary for feet. Each beat a bite of cheese, a stamp, a short conversation with a shopkeeper who insists on adding another piece of cake because rain subtracts calories. Scholars of pilgrimage sociology would call this exchange ritualized generosity. You call it a very good day. Recipes trade hands the way stamps do. Someone shows how to cook caldo gallego with grelos so the greens stay joyful, not sullen. Someone else insists on laurel leaves for Laken. Everyone agrees that bread served warm with olive oil is the rightful governor of morale. A volunteer in a parish kitchen giggles that her grandmother taught an incantation for beans. Say the names of 3 saints and never watch the pot. Then shrugs and declares that science is fine too. Folklore and physics coexist with the serenity of cousins who learned long ago how to share a porch swing. Language composes the rain into poetry even when nobody recites out loud. Galician softens consonants into pebbles and lets vowels roll downhill with just enough momentum to arrive at the door. Cafe chalkboards call a pork sandwich a bocadillo, a bocata, or a tora depending on the cook's family tree. Nobody gets precious. Everybody eats. Place names rehearse old stories. Ocoto, the hilltop. Leberero, hair place. Boent, warm water, and the path remembers to tell them again each time a signpost takes a breath. Music finds you in ordinary places. A bar where a gaita player, Galician bagpipe, drops in for 2 tunes before the stew cools. A choir at evening mass that sounds like wool warming in the dryer. A teenager practicing a muinera step on the pavement outside the shop while pretending not to notice anyone noticing. Even rain has rhythm here. Water falling from tile into barrel, from barrel to spout, from spout to an enthusiastic puddle that thinks it's a pond. No one applauds. Everyone hears. Evening slows the town into candlelight and steam. Windows glow like small domestic miracles. Laundry sighs on radiators. The albergues kettle becomes the busiest civil servant for 3 parishes. In this damp, the day's tiredness turns friendly sooner. A priest at the pilgrim blessing speaks of giants who were just very patient people with good boots. And the metaphor lands softly. You're not slaying anything. You're collecting small yes under oaks. Stories in Galicia like to arrive in slippers. A shopkeeper shares that her great-grandmother walked to Santiago in woolen clogs and carried a small stone to leave at a shrine because stones understand promises. A farmer mentions that his father planted eucalyptus because paper pays, while his sister prefers oak because acorns remember. The family laughs at itself gently. In kitchens and bars, debates stay kind. Historians may still be debating forestry timelines. Households are still adjusting their fences and their futures with the same tools they've always used. Gossip, compromise, soup. Dawn on a lucky day lifts the fog like a curtain and shows hills layered in blue, green, and the color of secrets. Hórreos stand in that air like ships in port, and cruceros catch the first sun on faces softened by centuries of being rained on gently. Paths glisten in a way that promises mud but usually delivers only a firm handshake. Everything looks washed, but nothing looks new, and that's perfect because the Camino doesn't aspire to novelty. It aspires to fidelity. Fields breathe out steam and invite boots to play nice with their modest slopes. Where vineyards appear, their winter lines examine the geometry lesson they taught themselves last summer. Where pastures dominate, a dog does the mental math of cattle with a wagging tail. In some hamlets, grape arbors extend like handshake agreements from house to house. Rain slides along wires and taps out Morse code for later, 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 and, obligingly, schedules shift by half an hour with no loss of dignity. Cattle grids ask for careful ankles. Stone steps ask for deliberate toes. At a spring, water insists on tasting colder than science suggests, and a shell cup, not an actual scallop, just a mind recreating history, doffs its hat to the idea that symbols are often utensils disguised as philosophy. The pace here remains decidedly Galician. Not slow, not fast. Amadino, with affectionate attention. Every conversation takes 1 minute longer than it would elsewhere. Every kindness lasts 2 minutes more. Stonework on roadside chapels wears moss like epaulets. Lintels carry dates that make your morning coffee feel like modernity. 1762 over a door, 1814 on a cross, 1927 on an hórreo that has seen more corn than you've seen sunrises. The interior logic of these places, offer what you can, keep the rain out, be proud of wood, that's universal. The accent is Galicia, and it lives in the way hinges sound when they open, not just in the things they reveal. Pilgrims in raincoats congregate under any roof that volunteers. Bus shelters, church porches, even the generous drip line of a large hórreo. Someone shares cookies. Someone else offers an extra poncho that makes its wearer look like a cheerful bell tent. The Camino economy of exchange in Galicia leans strongly toward, here, take it, and nobody feels poor afterward. You learn the correct speed for gracias here, slow, with a nod neutral enough to be used in any village without starting a theological debate. Weather, when it isn't performing drizzle, sometimes opens like a window and invites the far Atlantic to send in a nose of salt. That smell makes the feet walk 2 centimeters taller and stirs the appetite for sardines 100 kilometers inland. The coast is not visible yet, but its marketing is superb. Clouds practice choreography above eucalyptus tops. and light divides itself between conviction and rumor. Maps from earlier centuries annotated Galicia with hedgehog-like clusters of little churches and hórreos, and with the sort of hills that scribes draw when they're fond of their quill. Modern maps replace those scribbles with contour lines, but the feeling is the same. A textured, inhabited green that doesn't need cities to call itself complete. The path winds into and out of towns with a courtesy usually only observed by diplomats and cats. Firesides gain sudden importance when dampness graduates from condition to identity. Bars make space near stoves for boots and patience. Wood smoke polishes the inside of noses to a comfortable gloss. Conversations revolve around weather, recipes, and the sighting of the next crucero as if they were constellations that align only for the attentive. Folklore sprites drift through talk without irony. The trasnos who tangle thread at night, the megas who ruin mayonnaise if insulted, the aprositos reinterpreted as relatives who refuse to let stories end. Nobody is frightened. Everyone is politely amused that we still live in a world interesting enough to keep a few page-turners unsolved. Tomorrow narrows the distance to Santiago in increments printed on stone posts and measured by bowls of caldo. The city approaches like a rumor proving itself true. More shells on walls, more pilgrims under overhangs, more bells with rehearsed dignity. Galicia has already done you a favor by teaching patience in drizzle and enthusiasm for small fires. When the cathedral's towers finally detach from cloud and decide to be real, it will feel like weather has been building toward that decision for days. From Monte do Gozo, that hill with the modest swagger of a lookout, the spires appear like a rumor breaking into fact, thin and sure against a winter sky the color of pewter polished by patience. Pilgrims ahead pause in the damp grass the way people pause at the end of a sentence they've loved writing. Hands on straps, eyes on a silhouette that has been practicing this reveal for centuries. Bells fold the morning into even pieces. A hand points, a laugh arrives from the belly, and someone, always someone, tries to name the towers out loud, as if christening them could make the distance evaporate by syllables alone. Suburbs assemble, not embarrassed to be themselves. Apartment blocks blink with laundry logic. Supermarkets stack oranges with scientific optimism. Roundabouts behave like polite puzzles that yellow arrows solve. Arrows, tiles, shells. Every symbol you've learned. Repeat their grammar across bus shelters and stone fences with the reliable cadence of a familiar song sung one key lower because it's winter. Streets narrow, then burst into small squares where bakeries breathe and cafes light their windows as though inviting in every traveler who's ever mistaken drizzle for destiny. Names travel underfoot like subtitles. San Lazaro, San Pedro, San Roque. Cobbles collect the day's water and reflect facades the way a good story reflects listeners. A gaita wakes a tune in an alley. Two notes brave enough to call themselves Galicia without asking permission. The rhythm your feet learned in eucalyptus and fog migrates towards stone, and a plaza yawns open. Praza do Aberdouro, so suddenly that breath forgets itself. Towers rise. The Baroque facade performs its mask of theater over the Romanesque heart, and the cathedral sits like a long-kept promise finally remembered on time. Backpacks find the ground with the sigh of objects who have finished their career. Knees go briefly theatrical in gratitude. Eyes do their private rituals. Up the towers, across the Hostal dos Reis Católicos with its lacework facade, down to the paving stones whose patient sheen says thousands of arrivals have taught them to receive applause in silence. The Hostal, a royal hospital raised in 1499 to cradle bodies shaped by miles, still presides from the north side of the square. Mainstream history gives it the dignity it earned as a flagship of hospitality. A quirky story that locals tell, true enough to keep, says the Parador honors its origin by serving a small number of free meals to pilgrims each day, a tradition that winks at charity without turning it into theater. Hands know what to do before minds decide. Fingers trace a shell carved into the pavement near the center. Gloves pause on the cool of stone that has served as drum for centuries' worth of steps, and the body performs that universal choreography of arrival. Stillness first, then a turn toward the facade like a parent looking into a child's face for the first time after a long separation. The square keeps its weather modest so feelings don't have to, and for a minute even jokes take a nap. Inside asks for patience that winter grants easily. Security lines in low light feel like a prelude, not a chore, and the first smell that slips past the door is a ghost of wax, cold stone, and the memory of incense. The nave stands like a forest engineered by an angel who passed geometry with distinction. Shoulders relax. Eyes climb the piers and forget to descend. The Romanesque core, ground plan by granite, elevation by prayer, keeps the building's heartbeat steady even under the later Baroque skin, which smiles brightly without erasing the older song. Portico of glory waits behind glass and velvet ropes. A carved galaxy signed by the 12th century hand of Maestro Matteo, and a studio robust enough to make stone teach the alphabet of heaven. Apostles lounge with the composure of doctoral committees who actually like their students. Prophets hold scrolls that look like they hum when the light changes. Archivolts explode into musicians and leaves until the eye laughs from sheer abundance. Mainstream history notes that this is a summit of Romanesque sculpture in Europe, a bridge from austerity to narrative exuberance. The quirky hometown tradition, once to but one's head gently against the kneeling figure of Matteo at the back to borrow his talent, has been retired by curators in the name of conservation. Sculptural genius and skulls both appreciate the rest. Debate about the relics keeps its chair at the edge of the nave, polite and persistent. The silver urn downstairs holds remains venerated as the apostles. Skeptics and scholars have proposed the 4th century ascetic Priscillian as an alternate candidate or companion presence. Historians are still debating this question, which invites a kind of humility that fits winter well. Certainty is not the only path to reverence. Knees learn from stone that gratitude doesn't require a footnote. The crypt speaks in a small voice. It gets heard anyway. Pilgrim rituals arrange themselves without stage directions. A queue forms to embrace the back of the seated apostle above the high altar, hands resting on metal warmed by 1,000 other hands, heads bowed not out of compulsion but out of relief. In other seasons, rules flex according to crowds and health. In winter, the line moves like a thought finishing itself. No selfie quite catches the sensation of being held by a building that has rehearsed welcome longer than your country has had a flag. Perhaps that is the point. Memory outruns photography. Touch outruns caption. Botafumeiro hangs like a silver moon dreamed up by a sailor poet, patient on its rope until feast or generosity sets it into flight. When it moves like a theorem. 8 red-sashed tiraboliros heave the maroma, the censer arcs, the nave inhales, and speed blooms, fast enough for the brazier to tilt nearly horizontal at the ends of its swing, fast enough to turn smoke into braided cloth. Mainstream notes remind that the device served practical ends centuries ago, fumigating air when crowds were intense, and now serves theater with as much devotion as hygiene. A quirky catalog of mishaps that everyone seems to know. Dates fuzzy, details embellished, speaks of ropes snapping in earlier centuries and a censor that once kissed a door with more enthusiasm than safety liked. Today's rigging and rules try to keep drama in the choreography, not in the headlines. Mass receives pilgrims the way kitchens receive relatives who arrive soaked, without fuss and with everything necessary arranged. Language tessellates. Castilian, Galician, sometimes Latin, often a nod to whatever tongues the day brought into town. A lector reads a list of countries represented in the last 24 hours, and even the pronunciation mistakes feel like blessings. The homily lands on perseverance rather than heroism. Kneelers complain softly. Lungs remember chant from other chapters of this journey and try a harmony under the refrain. Nothing spectacular needs to happen. Something correct already is. Plazas turn into chapters around the cathedral. Aberdouro for arrival is theater. Quintana for breath in the afternoon, its 2 levels, the Vela and the Dos Mortos, holding centuries the way good shelves hold books. Azabicaria to the north where jetworkers once carved black gloss into crosses and shells. Praterias to the south with its jewelry stalls and the ornate portal where time keeps adding annotations. The Puerta Santa, Holy Door, rests in Quintana, sealed from within by stone when the year is ordinary, open during Jubilee years when July 25th falls on a Sunday. Mainstream calendars define the rhythm, and debates about ancient precedents versus later standardization remain paperwork-friendly rather than soul-threatening. Hostal dos Reis Católicos returns to the story as shelter-made art. Courtyards square the weather into cloistered calm. Reliefs and coats of arms perform a heraldic duet with ivy. A chapel keeps a votive candle burning the way and keeps soup on. The building began as a hospital for pilgrims when Ferdinand and Isabella decided to put royal weight behind kindness. And while its beds now host travelers with credit cards, the DNA still spells hospitality. One plaque tells the old story of doctors and almoners, kitchens and ordinances. Another plaque practices silence, which is also a form of memory. Streets near the market pull hunger toward them with exquisite gravity. Stalls spill oysters on beds of ice like parentheses around the word fresh. Cheeses pyramid their identities. Greens announce they are weatherproof, and fish shine with righteous indignation at still being so beautiful. A shopkeeper in an apron explains the difference between pimento de padrón bravely and pimento de padrón politely. The joke writes itself on the plate. Some are hot, others not, and the lesson becomes a parable about outcomes we cannot control and how butter solves many of them. Libraries keep a parallel pilgrimage behind thick walls. The cathedral's archive breathes parchment and vellum. Anniversaries of ink. Indices that tame centuries with the patience of gardeners. A docent speaks of the theft and recovery of the Codex Calixtinus in our own era. A plot twist that proved medieval drama still editions in modern times. A sigh of relief sneaks through every retelling because books, like bones, come home best. Mainstream narration keeps to facts. Whispered embellishments add hand gestures and suspense. Either way, the result is gratitude louder than indignation. Debate about endings sidles into lunch and refuses to leave without dessert. Is Santiago an ending, a beginning, or the turn in a sentence that wants one more clause? Some pilgrims book bus seats. Some book beds toward Fisterra and Muxia. Some book trains and whisper they will visit the sea later, in a different life. Historians are still debating how common the medieval extension to the coast was. Some evidence, some poetry, a lot of inference, and the argument has the gentle tone of people who know that present practice doesn't need retroactive permission. Waves remain waves whether or not footnotes approve. Alameda Park offers a balcony where the cathedral stages its afternoon silhouette, towers as familiar now as a friend's profile. Benches collect couples, readers, and the occasional pilgrim performing the ancient rite of shoe removal without embarrassment. Statues keep company. Vying clan with his elegant beard, as Marias with their bright colors and stubborn cheer. Even when the weather goes gray, clouds act as expert lighting technicians, fading as needed to make the facade into chalk, then charcoal, then something like a question mark that has decided to become an answer. Shops along the Rua do Vilar and Rua Nova stack shells, staffs, t-shirts, and small bottles shaped like gourds. A black jet cross lies in a velvet tray with the smugness of polished lava. A clerk explains how the tradition of working azabache once drew artisans from the north coast into this street, where pilgrims wanted a memento that combined fashion with a talisman's quiet job. Quirky superstition and mainstream commerce walk arm in arm here, as they do in most human cities on their best behavior. Registrations and stamps become ceremony one last time at the pilgrim's office. Queue etiquette softens even further in winter, and conversations start with questions that turn into confidences. Where did you start? What surprised you? How did your feet negotiate on the Meseta? Which soup won the championship in your private league? A volunteer asks your name for the Compostela and whether you prefer it Latinized. You consider how many identities a person can wear in one lifetime and decide a Latin flourish won't hurt. Requirements get confirmed, distance walked, motives sincere, and a certificate emerges with a dignity that cannot be photocopied. Music sneaks into evening streets the way incense sneaks into a nave. A busker's gaita chases a minor key up into arcades. A choir rehearses in a side chapel and accidentally improves the lives of people loitering on the steps. Bells calibrate the quarter hours and then permit silence to grow again. If luck and calendar conspire, the swinging censer might fly in the night mass, and even if it doesn't, the ghost of its arc seems to hang in the twilight like the trace a planet leaves behind in certain long-exposure photographs. Rituals of goodbye begin in kitchens. A pot of caldo gives a final lesson on turning winter into sustenance. A wedge of tarta leaves sugar on the plate in the exact amount needed to sweeten farewells. Hands shake in 4 languages and manage to agree on meanings without consulting a dictionary. Advice gets traded the way addresses used to. Pack light. Write soon. Forgive sore knees quickly. Don't let silence evaporate when the road becomes office chairs and commutes. Someone raises a glass and says, "To the road that runs through the living room." Everyone understands exactly. Quarrels among historians continue to amuse gently from the bookshelf while dinner plates clink. When did the Romanesque core receive its Baroque dress? How much did Maestro Matteo carve himself, and how much did his workshop multiply his touch? When did the practice of listing nations in the Mass begin? A modern courtesy or an older habit awaiting a footnote? Historians are still debating these questions, and the arguments make civilization audible. The pilgrim portion of wisdom is to nod, say thank you for the scholarship, and go outside to feel the stone because stone keeps its own archive of certainty. Rain, even in this city, prefers to be companionable. Arches shelter the perimeters of streets so conversations never have to stop, only lower their volume. In a doorway, a dog waits for its human to finish chatting and pretends indifference to crumbs that prove impossible. Soap in a hostel sink smells like lemon and relief. Laces get checked, socks negotiated, maps folded into the improbable shapes that pockets prefer. The future, as always, walks toward you at 3 miles an hour, politely refusing to hurry. Museum labels hand you one more armful of stories before bed. A reliquary carved like a minuscule chapel sits beside an iron key heavy enough to serve both door and philosophy. A fragment of fresco calibrates blue against gray, so that the sky will have someone to argue with. A docent leans in to mention that a certain stone in the cloister has a depression exactly where 1,000 hands have rested. The stone agrees without comment. Objects in this town practice discretion. They will tell you what they're for, not who they've outlived. Sleep negotiates with celebration and usually wins. In the dorm, snoring arranges itself into a fugue that even the Codex would respect. In a hotel, radiators click the way small miracles click when they have finished for the day. In a monastery guest room, the very old quiet rises out of wood and linen like a memory remembered by a memory. Tomorrow some will head west to the sea. Some will catch trains that treat the map like a magician's scarf. Some will linger 2 more days because lingering finally learned to introduce itself without shame. Morning in Santiago writes everything in a paler ink that the sun gladly darkens to legibility by 10. Bakers lift their shutters. The first geta of the day considers whether to be brave. Tour groups gather like commas and set off toward clauses named for saints. A few pilgrims stand still in Aberguaro and rehearse gratitude one last time before it becomes muscle memory for a train seat. The square holds them without keeping them, a generosity that cities rarely practice so well. Extensions to Fisterra and Muscia announce themselves not with trumpets but with spare arrows and rumors of seafood. The Atlantic does what large bodies do, insists on existing long after you stop staring at it. Cape Finisterre wears its end-of-the-world advertising with a wink. Muscia keeps a granite intimacy around the sanctuary de Barca, where stones look like frozen waves and legends remain perfectly content to be believed and questioned in the same afternoon. Mainstream historians admit travelers have been visiting the coast for centuries. Whether medieval pilgrims did so regularly remains an argument printed on both sides of the page. Scholars are still debating. Boots are still voting. A final walk around the cathedral at night gives the building a chance to say goodnight to you personally. Shadows decide how much theater to allow. Lantern light reintroduces carvings as personalities rather than inventory. The facade, which looked like a thesis during the day, becomes a poem in the dark. All suggestions and cadences. Incense from an earlier service lingers in the porches, as if the air enjoys perfume as a hobby. Even the pigeons practice decorum. Letters home, whether long or typed with swollen thumbs, can't help turning into recipes. Bread, soup, weather, bells, kindness. Quantities imprecise, results consistent. The city adds its own ingredients. Jet, oysters, bagpipes, granite, squares, and the stew becomes something you could serve to a weary stranger and call it by its true name. Welcome. If anyone asks for the calorie count, the only honest answer is enough. Departure rituals do not get civic orchestras. They get coffee and nods. A barista washes cups with the same concentration a sacristan uses on chalices. Both understand tools of consolation. Tickets hide in pockets like shy birds. Maps fold to the size of hope. In the station, a child taps her mother's shell with a finger and says the word Santiago with such conviction that the whole platform feels commissioned for kindness. Alarms on phones decide they have taught discipline sufficiently. Bodies wake up on time out of respect rather than obligation. The last credential stamp fits exactly in the last available square because destiny cooperates when people organize slightly. Bags weigh less than fear predicted and more than pride hoped. Doors open with that same click you remember from Roncesvalles. The Camino's earliest chapter echoes the latest. A threshold, a breath, a yes. Reflection keeps its promise from earlier chapters and arrives as a good meeting. The part of you that prefers facts shakes hands with the part that travels on story. Mainstream knowledge nods. You crossed Pyrenees, plains, and green provinces. You walked into cities with cathedrals that edited centuries. You ate soups that made humble claims and kept all of them. Corks piled up like stamps. Spoons clinking, hens in cathedrals, mended socks with reputations. Debates rode along without bullying. What rode? Whose bones, which songs, because scholarship, like pilgrimage, thrives on humility more than certainty. Even muscles, those practical theologians, approve Santiago's pedagogy. Go farther than comfort requires, not farther than wisdom allows. Stop when light says stop. Share weight with strangers until strangers become a geography of gratitude. The city has calibrated its welcome to that rhythm. The end is never a wall. It's an arch. Under arches, people greet and leave. Cornerstones of memory set themselves while you aren't looking. The moment the towers appeared from Monte do Gozo, the exact shade of gray the rain wore outside the Pilgrims' office. The tremble in Agata's reed when the busker took a breath on Rua do Villar. The hug of the apostle from behind. Awkward, tender, relieved, and the way your gloves felt afterward holding nothing at all and somehow everything. The awareness that a certificate is paper and a practice is life. Finally, the square steps back into its role as stage for other arrivals. The spires adjust their posture a millimeter. And the city continues its daily work of being a crossroads where prayers run into groceries without anyone apologizing. The Camino has not ended. It has changed surfaces. In socks, in spoons, in the way you now hold doorways for people 2 steps behind you, it continues not as a metaphor but as a muscle. From the Aberduaro stones the rumor starts as quietly as steam from a cup. The road doesn't end at towers and incense. It keeps a westward clause tucked behind the cathedral like a secret passage in a novel. A cafe chalkboard draws 2 thin lines, one bending toward Fisterra, one tilting to Muxia, and the barista slides a coffee across with the grin of someone who sells courage by the cup. Decision isn't thunder. It's a gentle why not? And boots answer with forward verbs. Down the Rua de San Pedro the city dissolves into porches, then hedges, then the exact green you've been hearing about since childhood. Maps called this coast edge. Triacastela and Saria are behind. But the sea has begun writing underneath the wind like a second handwriting lesson. A grandmother hangs laundry in a drizzle that would depress other countries. Here it's just weather doing its job. Bo Camino, she says, and the vowels land like clean plates. Soon Negrera gathers roofs around a bridge that remembers more centuries than it shows. Ponte Meseta arches over the timbre with the modesty of true beauty. Romanesque bones here, later repairs there. A crucifix in midspan telling ankles to behave. Water folds itself through the arches like silk practiced at being velvet. Mainstream history keeps the entry brief. Early medieval core, many restorations. The debate that nudges the parapet, Roman footprint or medieval imagination borrowing a pose, remains friendly, and the stones vote for usefulness. Across farm lanes the landscape starts pleading its case with hórreos lifted on mushroom-capped stones, eucalyptus columns, and barns the color of toasted bread. A dog patrols a wall as if assigned to inspect passports. A farmer gives the day's forecast with his eyelids and a shrug. Lunch happens because a bar appears exactly when willpower considers other hobbies. Stamps happen because the person at the counter doesn't let any credential leave unfashionably empty. The West keeps tugging on your sleeve like a polite nephew. Over a hill, a long pale crescent announces itself. Langostera, the beach that performs the softest drum roll in Galicia. Sand throws back the sky with a confidence learned from centuries. The first shockwave of salt opens the chest farther than breath alone could. Boots unlatch like smart luggage, socks roll down, and ankles do a brave, ridiculous baptism. Romans called this finistery, the end of the earth, a poetic cartography with enough charisma to outlive correction. Beyond lay other shores, but poetry knew what it was saying. Lighthouse logic takes over once the Cape's white walls arrive. The lantern stands with that pragmatic glamour lighthouses always have, part cathedral, part hardware. A stone reads KM000 and becomes an instant celebrity surrounded by polite cameras and a few mittens. Someone repeats a famous line about whether true zero belongs here or in the square back in Santiago. Historians are still debating the arithmetic of symbolism, which is the most civilized branch of math. The ocean conducts the only vote that matters. Wind in favor, waves in favor, gulls abstaining with enthusiasm. Tradition whispers about fires, and common sense clears its throat. Pilgrims once burned shirts, socks, even boots at the cliff edge to mark a beginning dressed as an ending. Modern regulations explain patiently why that's an awful idea. Wind, drought, pollution, firefighters with better things to do. Alternatives are plentiful and less flammable. Rinse road-tired feet, tie a ribbon with a promise. Write a page and let the water take the ink without taking the paper. A fisherman, cupping a match, offers the best theology of the afternoon. If you have to burn something, burn your hurry. Evening's short winter poem places orange beside slate and lets the horizon swallow both like a generous bookend. The lighthouse's lamp swings slow punctuation across fishing lanes, saying I am here, in a grammar ships never tire of. Costa de Mort wears its name without melodrama. Families built chapels for wrecked sailors long before rescue radios did their brave work, and soup showed up regularly with no press release. Nobody debates that part. Kindness is the one discipline where footnotes serve applause, not argument. Musha slides north into the itinerary like a second stanza your mouth already knows. The sanctuary of Nossa Senhora de Barca rests low on granite, a chapel that looks both anchored and about to launch. Legend says the Virgin arrived in a stone boat to encourage James when discouragement tried to edit his mission. Boulders nearby keep the story's props. Pedra de Abela, Pedra dos Cadris, one that used to rock with a nudge, another with a gap for crawling and the backyard hope that folk prayers do so well. Folklore, like soup, works through warmth as much as chemistry. Storm memory lives in these walls. In late 2013, lightning touched the sanctuary with unwanted intimacy, and fire did what fire always tries. Craftspeople answered with iron, timber, patience, and that stubborn local kindness that smells like coffee and sawdust. The roof returned. Char marks remained as caution and courage. Museums will tell you timetables. Sextons will point where a beam failed and then didn't again. The parish sings as if roofs are verbs, present tense when people choose them. Rocking stones invite both geologists and children to try their luck. Reports disagree on whether the Pedra de Abela still shifts. Storms cracked something, or didn't. Repairs fixed movement, or paused it. Eyewitnesses have perfect memories that contradict one another with endearing confidence. Scholars are still debating the precise sequence, which fits the coast's general policy of letting boulders keep a few secrets. Crawling under the Pedra dos Cadres remains gloriously unscientific and completely sincere. Backs report feeling seen, which is half the cure anywhere. Certificates introduce themselves with the cheerful bureaucracy of postcards. In Fisterra, the Fisterana writes your name over the Atlantic. In Muxia, the Muxiana does the same with an extra swirl that looks like surf. Requirements are friendly. Stamps from the way, a smile for the volunteer, business hours that respect people who still need to fish. The documents don't make you authentic. They make gratitude easier to frame on a fridge. Harbors explain local theology without mentioning heaven. Nets coil like neat paragraphs. Boats lean into the pier the way tired people lean into door frames. Gulls editorialize more than is strictly necessary. Percebes, goose barnacles, look like dragon knuckles priced at hazard rates. Harvesters cling to rocks like punctuation marks that refuse to be moved to the next line. Calderada, the fisher stew, arrives with steam and the authority of potatoes. History texts tie the diet to work. Grandmothers tie it to weather and the moral universe. Oil memory hums too lower in the register. In 2002, the Prestige bled its grief along this coast. The slogan Nunca Mais stitched anger into policy and policy into cleanup that looked like love wearing plastic suits. Cafes keep clippings framed among wedding photos and big fish stories. The ocean remains audacious. The towns remain attentive. Both have learned to tolerate tourists who mispronounce Percebes and then apologize with cookies. Hints of an older altar haunt the Cape like polite ghosts. Classical references whisper about an era solis, a sun altar somewhere near this headland. Archaeologists make beautiful diagrams and cautionary noises. Guides tell the story because good stories are durable. Historians are still debating whether a Roman-era cult stood precisely here or just here-ish, and whether later Christian rites knowingly repurposed the stage. The lighthouse keeps sweeping its beam as if to say, either way, mind the rocks. Granite and gold continue their duet this far west. In Fisterra, the church of Santa Maria das Arias lays a floor of old headstones like a family album. In Muxia, votive boats hang in the sanctuary's ribs, miniature fleets promising safe returns. A small silver fish, dented where thumbs prayed through generations, steals the show in a glass case. Art historians can map the style. Devotion maps the fingerprints. Villages between capes serve pastries that turn meteorology into snacks. Melindres glaze coffee into consent. Tartas imitate St. James's Cross and actually taste as good as the shape looks. A shopkeeper stamps your page and then adds a doodle of a wave. Perfect cursive that makes your credential grin. Levacho Eva, she says. It's carrying rain, and you both pretend this is news. Arguments about the proper end do circles like gulls over a trawler's wake. One camp insists the cathedral is the period. The coast is a comma. Stop turning grammar into cartwheels. Another camp insists the road's last seminar belongs to an ocean that can erase and rewrite at once. Historians are still debating how common medieval extensions were. Evidence says, sometimes, storytellers say often, and fairies say, weather permitting. Your knees cast the deciding vote. Enough is a virtue, and an encore can be a blessing. Hostels play family out here. A Donativo house above a cove teaches radiators the miracle of sock resurrection. A pension in Corcubian frames windows with lace that looks like frost caught napping. A parish hall in Muxia deploys folding chairs that appear only when soup arrives, as if summoned by garlic. Dinner includes fish, stories about lighthouses with better posture than politicians, and the subtle competition called whose poncho made the right noise today. Wind graduates to professor at the Cape's railings. Scarves take notes. Hats plot escapes. Camera tripods discover humility as a sacrament. Standing there feels like attending an outdoor mass conducted entirely in salt. A prayer shows up without raising its hand, the simple kind that begins with hello and ends with thank you. The ocean answers with a precise lecture on persistence. Local museums are the perfect size, 2 rooms, 3 if the volunteer has the key. One holds fishing gear, a brass lamp, a photograph of men launching a dory through a wave that looks like an unhelpful cathedral. One plays video of a romeria, a boat procession that reminds everyone, gently, that saints travel well in salt air. Explanations avoid exclamation points. Objects do the talking. Pilgrims who brought ashes from elsewhere practice a quiet rite by the tide line. Legal, discreet, and entirely uninterested in spectacle. A hospitalero's 3 rules travel farther than any sermon. Step back from surf. Leave no plastic traces. Let the act be a whisper. The sea accepts because that is what seas do. Some carry a pinch back to a garden at home. Love does not recognize one-way routes. Food, as always, keeps the weather from winning. Empanada de Zubas cracks open to reveal little sardines arranged like good arguments. Broth arrives with grelos that taste exactly like January should taste. Bread signs the peace treaty between hunger and happiness. A server insists on un cochino mice. One more piece, invoking a law of physics unique to Galicia. Rain burns calories preemptively. Fistera at night handles darkness as if it invented it. The lamp sweeps, the town hums, the albergue becomes a symphony of zippers, kettle clicks, and pages turning. Stars appear between gusts with proper ID. Orion checks in and declines to fill out a form. Endings, it turns out, prefer understatement to fireworks. Timetables perform generosity for the road back. A driver taps the manna, esse deus queer line with 2 fingers. Tomorrow, God willing, and this secular phrase does its quiet work of making schedules kinder. On cafe walls, red routes lace between Capes and Santiago like arteries drawn by a cheerful anatomy teacher. A pen adds a shell beside the date in your credential. A tiny punctuation mark more persuasive than stamps ever planned to be. Return by bus telescopes days into minutes. Villages pass like commas from a sentence you already love. Back in Santiago, the towers greet your salt-creased jacket as if ocean air were a credential. A pilgrim at the Pilgrims office asks if the coast felt necessary. The honest answer stays bilingual. No, because enough was already enough. Yes, because sometimes enough has an echo only waves can pronounce. Lore about boot burning keeps wandering the conversation like a stray dog you're happy to feed, but would never adopt. A local rolls eyes fondly and tells the cautionary episode of last summer's bonfire that became a physics demonstration on wind shear. The boots survived in a donation bin. The lecture lives on in a sign near the lighthouse. Modern etiquette prefers the guest book, the wash of feet, and the purchase of socks that will know better days. The sanctuary at Musha offers a sermon that includes barometers as parables and anchors as practical theology. A fisherman reads intercessions in a cadence only the tide can teach. A choir of wool sweaters holds the long notes with unashamed joy. Candles lean into drafts and refuse to quit. On the steps afterward, people linger as if one more stanza might improve tomorrow's forecast. Graffiti on a seaside wall states O Camino non remata. The road does not end, and a second hand adds recamisa, it begins again. The syllables tuck themselves into your pack between damp gloves and a pastry you swore you wouldn't buy and absolutely did. Santiago shaped your feet. The sea reshaped your breath. Together they behave like a compass nobody needs to see to use. Villagers hold a playful referendum on lighthouse supremacy. Fistera's drama, Turinen's purity, Musha's intimacy. A retired teacher votes for soup. The bar seconds the motion. All present pass it unanimously by picking up spoons. Historians are still debating the etymology of a cove's name. The bartender pronounces it with authority, which settles the matter until the next round. Night before leaving tastes like wood smoke and lemon peel in tea. The lighthouse's beam checks your window as if taking attendance. Gratitude arranges itself without fanfare. For bridges where rivers once auditioned as obstacles, for arrows painted by patient hands, for kitchens that turned rain into calories and conversations into currency. The bed learns your outline the way the road learned your stride. Morning decides between bus and boots while weather flips a coin. Either way isn't retreat but recursion. A second reading of a chapter that improved your understanding the first time. Socks pull on with the confidence of veterans. The shell taps your chest like a microphone test. Check, check. The first cafe produces toast that tastes like applause. A child points at your shell and says, "Hola," which is either hello or wave. And the coincidence is a blessing disguised as vocabulary. Stories about stone boats, rocking boulders, and sun altars refuse to shrink to souvenirs. Encouragement had to arrive to James somehow. Friend, angel, metaphor, or all three, and the legend does its job even when footnotes squint. Scholarship will continue to tidy. Walking will continue to scribble in the margins with a very nice pen. The coast refuses to be an anecdote. It insists on being a chapter. Back in the square, the spires pretend not to notice you arrived again. The city, hospitable as ever, practices the art of holding without keeping. A gull drops an opinion. A bell edits the hour. A volunteer at the Pilgrims office tastes your new salt air smile and doesn't need to ask whether you went on. The answer stands in your posture like a lighthouse. Finally, the map closes politely, like a book that trusts you to remember the plot. The road didn't stop. It changed surfaces. Tile to sand, granite to foam, arrow to wave. What you bring home is not a cape or a certificate. It's the quiet, portable habit of stepping toward edges and greeting them with soup, patience, and a small, ridiculous shell that keeps refusing to be only decoration. Morning leans its forehead on the window, and the glass answers with a pale square of sky that carries a faint aftertaste of salt, as if last night's lighthouse has decided to keep whispering from very far away. Shoes wait by the radiator with the disciplined calm of veterans. The shell taps your chest like a small metronome asking politely to be heard. Breakfast is not heroic bread, something warm in a cup, the steady company of steam, but it behaves like a thesis you can swallow. Begin again, but softer. The city outside rehearses its errands. Inside, the question that everyone eventually asks arrives without horns or banners, just a chair pulled close to the table. Why do you walk? Maps across centuries propose different answers with the confidence of people who have never met ambiguity. Medieval charters talk about vows made in storms and fulfilled at altars. Penitential handbooks sketch distances the size of a conscience. Statutes of confraternities spell out who sleeps where and who pays for soup when winter thinks it's clever. Guidebooks in your pocket prefer verbs like connect and reset. The vocabulary of a century in love with punctuation that looks like wellness. Between these pages, which share no font and all the same heartbeat, your boots fit like a translation. The road itself becomes the text you read with ankles. Motives don't file neatly, of course. A farmer's daughter in the 14th century walks because her father vowed to send a child if the harvest returned. A mason limps west after an accident because his hands won't build and his heart refuses to retire. A widow follows the rumor that prayers are easier to finish when bells keep time for you. In the same arch of January 5 centuries later, a programmer with shipwrecked sleep chases quiet on purpose. A nurse between shifts plans 3 weeks like triage for a soul. A student postpones a thesis because the body insists on learning in kilometers. Reasons travel in layers like wool. Medieval doctrine threads through this like an old road under fresh gravel. Indulgences promise, jubilees calibrate, registers record, and the word merit walks beside the word mercy as if they share a coat. A text attributed to a pope, another to a bishop, a third to a careful clerk with excellent ink. Each adds clauses to the contract of hope. Mainstream history is comfortable saying practice coalesced across the 12th century and after. Scholars are still debating the first clean line that makes Compostela's economy of grace look official enough for modern tidy minds. In the meantime, candles burn, and feet keep voting. Confraternities in distant cities shape this story into policy with more warmth than bureaucracy usually allows. A guild in Bruges raises money for beds in far Spain. A brotherhood in Bordeaux feeds travelers in a hospital where medicine means blankets, broth, and the miracle of not being alone under a roof. Local statutes teach hospitality like a game everyone can win. 1 loaf per head, 1 basin per pair, a rule about returning spoons. In your century, tall shelves in airport bookstores sell guidebooks instead of bylaws, and non-profit associations organize arrows, clean ditches, and argue amiably over whether the new footbridge should be oak or steel. The continuity makes a persuasive noise. Numbers convert devotion into graphs whenever someone cares to count. 1 year brings a surge because a Sunday collides with a saint. Another swells because word of mouth remembers to brag. A third surprises because the weather finally behaves like someone paid it to. Statistics in the Pilgrims' office queue whisper that motivations have diversified. Religious, spiritual but not yet catechized, cultural, athletic. My friend made me. The granularity matters less than the good manners of the volunteer who stamps your paper without judging your checkbox. If graphs were candles, the nave would be bright enough to read by. Skeptics speak up, and they're invited to sit where the soup is hot. Is this devotion or tourism? A sacrament of walking or a selfie hunt with better signage? An open-air retreat or a cleverly branded fitness challenge with incense as a garnish? Sociologists write essays with words like liminality and communitas and deliver them with the affection of people who secretly love soup too. The friendly stalemate establishes itself. This is both a prayer and a bus schedule, both a shrine and a small business incubator, both a relic and a receipt. The road shrugs because roads are bilingual by trade. Stories land on tables like fresh bread. A man at Roncesvalles says he came for his father who never had the knees. A woman at Castrigers says she came for herself because her boss eats calendars for breakfast. A teenager in Arzua says she came for a college essay and is leaving with a god she promises not to define until spring. One pilgrim carries years of grief zipped into a pocket the way some people carry salt. Another carries statistics that needed to stop trying to explain everything. Everyone carries a little bit of weather and a lot of jokes about laundry. Economies along the route don't bother to disguise their practicality. Towns reopen bakeries because boots arrive hungry. A carpenter stays solvent thanks to the holy nuisance of doors. A farmer sells apples in the square and drinks a coffee he didn't have to grow. The parador at the square keeps its old promise to feed a few pilgrims daily. More symbol now than subsistence, but symbols are honest workers when they report to duty. In winter, these micro-miracles are easier to notice. The clink of a coin in a jar sounds bigger when rain edits the soundtrack. Psychology proposes its chapter with the steady voice it saves for people who are about to try something both simple and difficult. Habit, it says, is a grammar the body speaks without thinking. Pilgrimage gives you new sentences to say. Repetition is not boredom. It is a braid. Feet teach that progress looks like the same motion repeated until distance admits defeat. Wind teaches that breath has settings. The Meseta reinterprets nothing happening as everything available. Galicia's drizzle mistakes itself for inconvenience. It is, instead, a very gentle metronome. Rituals add punctuation. A credential becomes a paper rosary. Stamps as beads, dates as distances between mysteries of patience. The shell on your pack is a doorknocker that opens conversations in 20 countries. A candle before sleep says yes to the day that behaved and to the day that didn't. The embrace behind the altar doubles as a promise you keep to strangers. To be the person who moves over on a bench. To share mandarins. To explain the joke slowly and still get a laugh. Rituals are choreography for kindness. Winter improves the practice because there's more room at the bar. Home receives the road like a library receives a donation. Grateful, curious, a little overwhelmed by how much story fits in so little paper. The shell hangs where the morning light finds it. Grocery runs become mini-stages where you rehearse Camino manners. Hold doors, say hi, pay attention. A park bench becomes a cloister. The radiator becomes a saint. The bus driver becomes a colleague in liturgy. This is not cosplay. It's allegiance to a craft you learned for kilometers and now perform in inches. Friendship proves to be the most portable relic. Group chats keep socks and soles aired properly. Recipes bounce across continents with the urgency of dispatches. Photographs arrive of puddles, radiators, and the sort of clouds that make everyone type the word orballo, whether or not the Galician is good. Disagreements about boots or routes never grow fangs. They become content, the safe kind. Someone texts the ancient question, what was it really for? And the answers walk in as a family. Devotion, tourism, therapy, geography, cookies. Nobody argues with the cookies. Finally, the debate many love to moderate becomes easy to host. Is pilgrimage devotion? Yes, for some, in a grammar that includes confession, sacraments, vows, and the measurable mercy of a church that has actual addresses. Is it tourism? Of course, because admiration needs trains and beds and the joy of bills paid at the right time. Is it an everyday braid of both with a strand of something else? Grief, wonder, time off from the loud part of life? Absolutely. Historians are still debating which thread was strongest when, and their footnotes perform a civil service. Your feet stage their own vote with a smaller, older instrument, witness. Did you become slightly kinder to people who were having your day yesterday? Then the road kept its half of the pact. Reasons multiply like stars once your eyes adjust. Vow, penance, curiosity, family story. My doctor recommended it. My granddaughter turned 5. I graduated and forgot how to breathe. I retired and remembered how. The season was wrong for tomatoes, but perfect for learning where ankles bend. Under all those specific constellations hums a bass note you can neither argue with nor explain. Being led. Call it grace, gravity, habit with a lantern, or the apostle keeping a mischievous eye on waymarks. Whatever the name, the music does what music always does at the end of the night. It sends you home humming. Balance, in the end, is the least dramatic virtue and the one that survives the longest. Walk far. Don't worship distance. Seek quiet. Don't pretend the world's noise isn't sometimes a hymn. Collect stamps. Don't confuse them with courage. Love cathedrals. Remember to tip the barista. Carry stories. Back them up with soup. Forgive slowly when you must. Quickly when you can. And when the question returns at inconvenient hours, why did you walk? Let the answers refuse to line up. Truth gets nervous when too tidy. Evening in your own kitchen remixes the Camino into a house recipe you can actually cook. Light lowers itself into a deeper shade of patient. A spoon taps the side of a pot and sounds exactly like a bell trying to be polite. Windows pick up the last colors out of a sky unbothered by forecasts. Feet find the habit of stillness without asking permission from a calendar. The shell, which has never claimed to be magic, nevertheless performs again the minor miracle that has kept this road alive. It reminds, not of achievement, of belonging. Night is kind now, folding its sleeve over the room and setting everything to a softer tempo. The lamp dimmed to ember, the fan humming a small, faithful circle, breath loosening by degrees until shoulders remember how to be hills again. Pillow holds the day the way a quiet village holds winter light, with no rush to explain. Somewhere the mind keeps a few souvenirs on the bedside table. The clean edge of a distant horizon, the warm grammar of broth, the bright honesty of arrows that never asked for applause. None of it demands motion. All of it invites rest. Think of the shell, resting on the sill like a moon that learned to fit in a hand. Think of bridges, patient as lullabies, and of paths that knew where they were going long before plans found words. If a last thought wanders in, unfinished, a little noisy, let it take off its boots and sit by the door. Morning will know what to do with it. Along the hallway of memory, doors are closing gently. St. John powdered with frost, the Meseta breathing its long, low psalm. Galicia wrapping rain around hedges like a quilt, the sea writing calm across stone. None of this is leaving. It is settling the way a good story settles into the body and keeps time from the inside. Trust, for tonight, that the road within will keep walking on your behalf. Through the quiet, across the bridge of sleep, under stars that do their work whether anyone is looking or not. Let lids fall. Let muscles forgive. Let the room cool into a field where dreams will tilt their lamps and find you easily. When morning knocks, it will arrive with small blessings. Warm socks, a simple breakfast, a familiar door. Until then, rest. The journey is holding watch.